Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Philadelphia Flyers after a shootout. 3-2 was the final score of that game. Penguins do get a loser point, though, which puts them at 16. Right now they're tied with the New Jersey Devils at the top of the Metropolitan Division, and at the top of the Eastern Conference altogether, for that matter. Penguins at 16 points. They are 7-2-2. The Devils are leaders right now in the division and atop the conference, with their 16 points being at an 8-2 record. They have no overtime losses this season. Also, the World Series had Game 4 played yesterday, and the Toronto Blue Jays chipped away at Shohei Ohtani throughout that game, in a big 4-run seventh inning allowed for the Blue Jays to take Game 4 by a 6-2 final. Game 5 of the series is tonight, and the Toronto Blue Jays, with that win, have secured at least one more home game for themselves. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer, get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford, all those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at SchultzFord.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations, and always online, SchultzFord.com.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say a hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callen.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. It's Hump Day, Wednesday. It's almost Halloween, by the way. Friday. It's Halloween. It's always special when Halloween's on a Friday. And thank goodness Doran Dickerson had his daughter JoJo, and he's off on paternity leave right now because I think Crowley and I would be frightened by Doran. He'd wear masks, he'd hide in places, he'd jump out and poke us and scare us. And so, I don't think I ever formally congratulated him on having a child, by the way. So congratulations to Doran. And keep celebrating that this week. Way less important, Adam Crowley's birthday was this week, and people still congratulating, well, not congratulating, but wishing him a happy birthday and a happy belated birthday. So, yeah, Halloween this weekend. If you're doing anything, let me know, by the way, at 412-928-9370. Do you go trick-or-treating with any kids? Do you still go trick-or-treating as an adult? I'm not doing that, though I am dressing up in a costume. If you haven't heard, me and my girlfriend are going as Lilo and Stitch to a couple places with her and some members of her family. So I'm excited to do that. We're not trick-or-treating. We're not going to houses and asking for candy, but we are going to go do other stuff. So very exciting there. Also tonight, don't forget, big event tonight that you need to know about. If you don't know already, you probably have. If not, go on our social media to look up more information. Go online at 937thefan.com. But Andrew Filipponi said, what is it now, a couple weeks ago, that if the Steelers don't beat the Bengals on Thursday Night Football, that Pony will get his nipples pierced. And then the Steelers ended up losing to the Bengals, and Pony is a man of his word, and so we've made a whole thing out of it. So at Mike's Beer Bar tonight from 6 to 8, there's going to be a whole Pony gets his nipples pierced party that you can attend. Check-in starts at 5, so be down there. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to be there. I know Crowley's going. It's going to be a heck of a time. We're all going to see this happen. I might not actually watch the puncturing happen, but I'm going to go down for the food, the alcohol, and the festivities, so you can join me and join the rest of us who are going to be down there, all the fan personalities who are going to watch this happen to him. And there is a $33 fee at the door, but that fee covers a donation that will be made to McGee Women's Hospital as they fight for a cure for breast cancer. And October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I've got a couple people in my life affected by breast cancer, and so this is something that means a lot to me as well, to have this event so that we can work to fight for a cure against breast cancer. And McGee's Women's Hospital is great. And so I'm sure there was no hesitation by our staff getting that arranged so that we can make a donation to them for Breast Cancer Awareness Month while Pony's breasts get pierced, while his nipples get pierced tonight. So, if the festivities and the entertainment wasn't enough for you, if you come, that fee at the door will go toward, all of it goes toward a donation that we're making to McGee Women's Hospital. So it's a good cause, whether you're there to be entertained or whether you're there just to support the fight against breast cancer. Tonight at 6 o'clock, 6 to 8, check-in starts at 5, like I said. So I'll be there, again, for the good cause and for the entertainment. Oh, also, I'm being told as well, I remembered I got an email. There's going to be raffle baskets that we'll be giving away. Through that raffle process, $100 gift card to Lamont, $100 gift card for Oliver Flowers, $200 gift certificates to Hickory Heights, a foursome at Cedarbrook Golf, Wiggle Berman and Steelers Glass, sweet treats like Sarah's Chocolates and other treats, a Don Kelly signed baseball, $100 gift card to Definitely You Sports Memorabilia and Apparel, $50 gift card to Rally House, autographed Clint Hurdleism's book, 2 floor seats to Brian Adams at PBG on November 2nd, and 2 tickets to a Pirates game with the PM team to watch Skeens, and a signed Mason Heinchel football. Mason Heinchel, Pitt star quarterback right now. Okay, come for the raffle, too. That's another reason to come. Huh. Very good. Should be a fun night tonight, for sure. All right, 412-928-9370. That's the phone number if you want to call. There's plenty of sports to talk about. The leading story this morning is that sometime yesterday it was announced that New England would be trading its safety, Kyle Duggar, and a 7th-round pick to the Steelers in exchange for a 6th-round pick. And the Patriots have acquired a couple 6th-round picks. They also traded edge Keon White and a 7th-round pick to the 49ers for a 6th-round pick. So, I don't know what New England's strategy is there. They're moving up 1 late round. Good on them, I guess. But the Steelers moving back in this situation, it's not devastating. I think it's a good choice considering that Deshaun Elliott is out with a knee injury, something that seems like it's significant enough for the Steelers to go out and get another safety. I was going to come on before I got the full trade details and say that, I think the Steelers should just, pack it in maybe and just roll with guys that are already on their depth chart, and there's no need to give away draft picks. In this case, I'm going to say a sixth round to a 7th rounder. It's a small price to pay. That's not terrible. I just hope that when you're making these moves that the Steelers can win a playoff game. That's what my conversations always come around to is, are they staying? Are they going to stay good enough to win in the playoffs? And so we hope that that's true. I get more and more pessimistic with every loss, though, that the Steelers suffer. But if we're talking about if the team is outwardly trying to compete, then this move does make sense. And, I don't have too many criticisms on it. You go from a 6th-round pick to a 7th-round pick for an established veteran safety. It's not a big deal there, especially when your main guy is now out with a significant injury. And, it's not boding well, though, for Deshaun Elliott. All things considered, it's just it's the painful reality that he's going to be out for a good bit. And, they already put him on injured reserve, so he's going to miss the next 4 games anyway. So he's going to miss at least a month. So, the trade makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a long way of me saying the trade. It makes sense. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number, 412-928-9370. And now we got a phone call. Let's take it. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. Fire Mike Tomlin. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bang. Short, sweet, and to the point. I love Dave. Yeah. It feels like every season, like, the Steelers, it's a cycle. Let's just go through the cycle real quick. The offseason starts. Steelers make some moves that get us excited. They acquire some big names. I forgive Tomlin. That's my cycle. I say, Tomlin can work with these guys. They're really good. Spring games, not spring games, sorry. What the heck is it called? Preseason, that's it. Not spring training, it's baseball. the preseason begins. Steelers winning some games in the preseason. Players look good. We get to the regular season. They fall, they fail, they win enough games so to make the playoffs. We're all pumped. Yeah, Steelers are in the playoffs. Then they lose in the playoffs, and then we're all mad and we want to fire Tomlin. It's a vicious cycle. And then the offseason begins, and then we do it all again. Steelers acquire some guys, and then blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Yeah, that's just the cycle. So, I may be more inclined to stick to fire Mike Tomlin more now. I think many of you may be inclined to stick to that, just considering, I'm seeing through this team, and I've seen through it for a while. It's just that they just don't look good enough. I don't feel like they're good enough right now to win in the playoffs. I still think they're going to win the division, as crazy as that sounds. But that doesn't mean much. Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating was on for his Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber segment yesterday. And the Washington Commanders won the NFC East with a 7-9 record. So you can have a bad record and still win a division. Doesn't mean you're all that good of a football team. And so the Steelers can still win the division. I don't think the Ravens are going to come back with a roaring comeback like people think. I think that they're going to. I think that they're not going to finish first. I think the Steelers are still going to finish first. I don't think the Bengals are good enough. I think the Steelers just had a fluke there where Joe Flacco was a spooky ghost, and the Steelers got frightened and ended up giving up 33 to him and the Bengals. The Bengals aren't going to come back. The Browns aren't good enough. The Ravens aren't good enough. Steelers will still win the division. They just aren't going to win in the playoffs. That's all. 412-928-9370, and the NFL playoff structure is now, so it doesn't even, a division win doesn't necessarily mean as much anymore, because the way the NFL playoff structure is set now, only one team gets a bye into the divisional round, right? Even, if you're not the best team in your conference, you have to play in Super Wildcard Weekend. So, yeah, I don't think them winning the division even gives them as much of an advantage. When you think about it, they're good enough, and I think they will sustain enough winning to get into the playoffs as division winners. But once they get there, everything's fair game at that point. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Hey.
When they're 4-6, it's going to start the whole process like Dave. Fire Mike. I'm already on board with that. It's time for a big change. And let's go Pitt. I want to see more fans there on Saturdays because that's the only good football you're going to see around here for a while until they get rid of Mike. I'll listen to your thoughts. You have a great day. But I'm Mike Dave. Fire Mike. I want to hear some more of your listeners.
All right. Thanks for the call. Unless you're planning on traveling to Stanford, you will not be able to see Pitt play, though. You can listen to the live broadcast right here on 93.7 The Fan. But, yeah, sorry. They're not home this weekend. You're going to be looking for November the 15th. That Saturday, they'll be playing at home against Notre Dame. So, show up for that. But I totally agree. I understand the premise of the point there, though. Support Pitt. You should be supporting the Pitt. You should be supporting the Pitt. So the Pitt's a student section at the games. You should be supporting Pitt football because they're winning games. Go watch them play some solid football whenever they're home. Penguins, you should be supporting them. They are playing winning hockey. They lost in a shootout yesterday to the Philadelphia Flyers, but still got a point in the standings, so that's not terrible. Yeah, support those teams. They're winning. They've figured things out. The Steelers are not realistically going to fire Mike Tomlin midseason. It's just not going to happen. And that's kind of the crushing part of this is the reality that they're going to fire another coach, especially Mike Tomlin, the head coach, the prestigious head coach. They're going to fire him midseason. No, not even if they lost every game for the rest of the season. He's not being fired as head coach in the middle of the season. That actually that poses another question at 412-928-9370. I mean, what would it take? What do you think it would realistically take? What would have to happen this season for Mike Tomlin to be shown the door by the Steelers? What could realistically happen that the Steelers would go, you know what? This isn't worth it anymore. Let's get him out of here. He signed through 2027, I believe. Like, he just signed his extension last season, if I remember correctly. Like, he's still fresh on a contract. He's getting those 3-year deals, those 3-year increments for his contracts, and we're still in the early stages of this most recent one. What would it realistically take, though, for the Steelers to say, okay, sorry, thanks, but no thanks, we're ready to move on? What would have to happen? Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. We got callers lined up, so let's continue with this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Marcus.
Go ahead.
I'm really not a Tomlin sympathizer in any which way. I'm not going to, sit here and say that he is not to blame for any of this, but you have to think about it. I mean, with the Philadelphia Eagles a couple years ago, actually it's been more than a couple years, but I mean, whenever Andy Reid was at the tail end of his career, he was a good head coach. The Eagles were a little bit, almost there, but they were just complacent. The same thing doesn't work over and over and over again. And Tomlin and the Steelers just need to agree that it's not working anymore. I mean, it's just a stale voice in the locker room at this point. They just need to try to move on. I mean, both of them. I mean, Tomlin's a good coach. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, but it's just to the point now where those two just need to divorce.
Sure. That makes sense. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, people keep bringing up the Andy Reid analogy. Doug Peterson was also used as an analogy before when he was with the Jaguars for a little bit before they collapsed and he got dismissed. Yeah, I mean, these things happen where a fresh start is okay. I mean, the Steelers are known for that. That just keeping the head coaches long term. Chuck Noll won a bunch of championships, then he got stale through the 80s, and then he was let go in, I believe, 93, after the 93 season. So there's that. Then Bill Cowher. I mean, people want to say that Mike Tomlin won with Bill Cowher's players. I mean, I've heard that argument before. Bill Cowher still won once, went to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. So it's not like the Steelers were reigning champions all over the place. I mean, it took time. It took a process. These things, they took time to develop and play out. But the Steelers have only had 3 head coaches in the Super Bowl era. That's just what they do. As I think about it, I agree with everything that everybody said so far. That like Andy Reid's a great example, that the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl under him, but they couldn't win the big game, and eventually it was just like, hey, it's time to fold this one. And then they got worse. They definitely got worse for a little bit of time. They dismantled their pieces, then they built them back up. And then they won. They won the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots of all teams. It's just sometimes that fresh start and that rebuild can help you as long as you do it right. You make solid, intentional decisions and use your resources properly. I just don't think Mike Tomlin's that guy right now. So I agree with everybody. It's just, but I also counter that with saying, like, this isn't what they do. Like, they're not realistically going to fire him mid-season. It's just not going to happen. After the season, we'll see. It depends how they finish, though. I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, I think Pittsburgh fans are going to be roaring upset. I think a lot of us would gain pleasure in him being sacrificed at that point, but we just have to see. They're not going to fire him mid-season, though. You can call in and make all your arguments about that or why he should be let go. You can do that. It's just not realistic, which is why I find it hard to talk about, because we can say it over and over again, but it's not going to happen. So I think we should keep talking about maybe stuff that is realistically able to happen. But, if you want to hypothesize, you can. That's what the phone lines are for, and I will allow it to happen with the remaining time I have. 412-928-9370. We got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Nick, good morning. It's Sean.
Hi.
I wish I shared your optimism and your confidence, and you said that you agree with a lot of what everyone's saying right now. You said previously that, you don't think the Ravens are going to come back, the Bengals are going to come back. So let me throw this at you. Do you feel that the Steelers are going to win the next 2 games?
No.
Okay. So neither do I. So we agree on that. But Lamar Jackson's coming back. All right, he's coming back this week. I think they play Thursday. And there's a chance they could win their next 2 games. Okay? So what does that do? That puts the Steelers, after they lose the next 2 games, okay, against the Colts and the Chargers, and the Ravens win their next 2 games, guess what? They're tied in the division. So if anybody out there thinks it's going down the stretch that the Steelers are going to outlast the Ravens, are delusional, because that's not going to happen.
Are you saying I'm delusional, Sean?
No, I'm not saying you're delusional. I'm saying in general that, I have zero confidence, and if anybody has any confidence in the Steelers at this point that they're going to outlast the Ravens going down the stretch, you're delusional, because it's not going to happen. This defense is an absolute travesty. I called you the other morning and said under his tutelage, it's not going to happen. Pony and Mahler had this question out on the air yesterday on the PM team, and they said, should they fire Terrell Austin? I think they should fire him, because they should put Mr. Rooney should call Mike Tomlin up to Chateau Street and say, hey, the defense is yours. There's plenty of head coaches that take over offensive play calling responsibilities. Make him call the defense. He's the one that put this roster together. He makes all the decisions, and then let the chips fall where they may. Because ultimately it's him. It's not Terrell Austin. He's a figurehead. I'll leave you with that. Have a good day, Nick.
Yeah, I caught that conversation a little bit. I was in the car yesterday listening to the PM team, and I heard that conversation a little bit, that Terrell Austin really is a shield, and the Steelers shouldn't necessarily fire Terrell Austin because he's bad, but he might be bad because of how the defense is playing. But once you remove that guy, then Mike Tomlin is no longer shielded. There's not a scapegoat. It's like Matt Canada. Matt Canada was the scapegoat, so you get rid of him, use some interim guys for a little bit, then hire Arthur Smith, who has definitely made this team better as an offensive unit over time. So good on him. Yeah, but now the defensive side of the ball is weak, and Terrell Austin is the focus because he is the defensive coordinator. Removing him and letting Tomlin do what he specializes at would be a nice test. I think would satisfy us all as Steeler fans to see that, and then really be able to judge him because he's the one actively making the decisions on that side of the ball. If he is a solid enough head coach, if he is as prestigious as we all think and as we all talk about, then yeah, he should be able to handle that responsibility, no issue. I do understand that argument, and I agree. Let me just take this schedule thing here real quick, the schedule talk, the hypotheticals here, because I kind of want to map out what I think the Steelers are going to do based on how they've performed so far right now. So they're 4-3 right now. They lose to the Colts, they're 4-4. They lose to the Chargers, they're 4-5. I think they're going to beat the Bengals, improving them to 5-5. I think they're going to beat the Bears, which will put them at 6-5. Then I think they're going to lose to the Bills, which make them 6-6. I think they're going to beat the Ravens. I know it sounds crazy, but the Steelers play well against Lamar Jackson. He hasn't been a problem for them consistently, though their defense is weaker now, so I have less hope there. But I'll say the Steelers are going to beat the Ravens, so that makes them 7-6. They're 8-6 after beating the Dolphins. They're 8-7 after beating after the Lions beat them. They're 9-7 after they beat the Browns. And then the Ravens game is a toss-up, I think. One of those two Ravens games is a toss-up. So they're either going to finish, guess what? 10-7 or 9-8. That's my official prediction. There you go. Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at the schedule, the games I think they're going to win, put them right there at that 9-8, 10-7 mark. Mark my words, it's going to happen. It's just the magic that Mike Tomlin has. He just puts a spell. He's a wizard. He's an NFL wizard. He'll find a way to get them back to that median. And that's the way I look at the schedule. I mean, the Steelers I don't think are good enough to beat teams like the Lions or the Bills or the Chargers, but the Steelers definitely should beat the Bengals at home in November. That should definitely happen. The Steelers have a puncher's chance against the Ravens. The Steelers should beat the Browns, should beat the Dolphins. The Bears is a toss-up, but I think the Steelers can win that game. So, it's spelled out there for you. Now, is 9-8, 10-7, is that good enough to win the division? Could be. I didn't check out the Ravens schedule. I'd have to dissect their schedule, which I do not have time for this morning. But that's why I don't think it's not. The Ravens, I think, will put up a fight. I don't think that they're going to actually be able to claim the division, though. They're gone. They're not going to win enough games to do that. The Steelers will have the division in hand. I don't think you're delusional for thinking that. Now, it's a different conversation if you think that with that division win that the Steelers could win in the playoffs. That's where we can disagree. I think they're going to go into the playoffs, and they're going to struggle, and we're all going to be mad in January. Well, this was fun. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. We do have ongoing construction work, though, on the Parkway East. Watch for restrictions in both directions between the Business 22 and Penn Hills interchanges. Also, watch for work going on the inbound side of the Parkway East, right around that Wilkinsburg off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it, Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be zero-resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home zero-resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-893-2288. That's 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west rolling along with a slight slowdown into their respective tunnels. No problems to report on Route 28. That's moving well from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. Crosstown looks good heading over toward the Liberty Bridge and the Boulevard of the Allies. In Dravosburg, ongoing utility work has restricted the northbound side of Richland Avenue between 6th Street and Bettis Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Injured because of someone else's negligence? It's overwhelming, but you're not alone. I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George. At LGKG, we devote 100% of our practice to personal injury law and 100% of our focus standing by your side in a time of need.
You're one of us, and we take care of our own.
LGKG.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This is Nicholas Eric Callis. The Family Morning Show is brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. Doran Dickerson out on paternity leave. He'll be back with us soon enough. Doug Whaley today from 9 until 10. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock with his weekly segment. At 8:35, Christopher Price from the Boston Globe is going to join us to give a scouting report on the Steelers' newest acquisition, Kyle Duggar. We will get into that trade in full detail. Penn's Flyers last night felt like Penn's Flyers again. Not for like the first 2.5 periods, but at about the 10-minute mark of the third, Ben Kindle had a great shift, and it spurred the Penguins on. Crosby got the equalizer. Overtime was drunk, snorting crack, whirling dervish. It was insane. Malkin scored to win it, but he scored illegally because he wasn't allowed to be on the ice. Maybe he needs one of those blue chews. A little premature there from Gino. Penguins couldn't score on the 4-on-3. Then the Flyers come back the other way. They get a 4-on-3. They score. But not so fast, my friends. Offsides. The thing's about to go to the shootout, but then Trevor Zegras goes buck wild. What an ass. He's going after Achari. Just dirty as hell. Rips his helmet off. He's lucky the referee was there to get in the way, or else his head would have got ripped off. But Crosby came onto the ice, so he wasn't allowed to partake in the shootout, which is a big deal because he's, well, Sidney Crosby. Zegras wasn't allowed to participate in the shootout because he was a jackass. Artur Shilovs, who's the reason why the Penguins got 2 points, is terrible in the shootout. He's given up goals on 5 of 6 shots. But it felt good to get the blood going again. It felt good that this rivalry seemed like a rivalry again. Our guy Steve Wiles, who listens to the show and reaches out every morning, he tweeted at me, I don't know about you, but it gave me some joy having that scrap at the end of OT, get that blood back, that blood boiling, that hatred back. The rivalry has lacked in recent years. Couldn't agree more. It always sucks to lose to the Flyers, but in this instance, the Penguins didn't play well enough to win. The power play was mud. Carlson was disastrous. Dumba stinks. He shouldn't play ever. But they kind of got a miracle point, so you'll take it. Harry, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. I forgot Justin Bieber was a guy for a second. I see him posting on X about going to the World Series game with his lady.
Isn't he a curse? Isn't every time he goes to support one of his teams, they lose?
They won, though.
Good point.
They won yesterday.
What a series. It's a classic series so far, man. Classic series. Now, did I fall asleep midway through the game after the Penguin game? Yes, of course I did. Classic series. Shohei gave up a bomb to another star. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is a hell of a baseball player, man. He's been great this postseason. Texter. Adam and Nick, leaving for Gettysburg today for Halloween, doing a live stream paranormal investigation Saturday, November 1st from the Rainworth Lodge in Gettysburg, 8 p.m. on YouTube, 3 Souls Paranormal. All right, I guess I just gave a plug.
Oh, I've heard of them.
Have you really? Are they popular?
Yeah, they were hiring at a job fair that I went to once.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I have been to Gettysburg. I believe it is actually haunted. We have so many photos from my youth where there's like orbs in the background.
Sure.
Great pubs in Gettysburg, too.
Yeah, my friend went to college there and got married there, so nice little place. A lot of death.
Yep.
That's what it's known for.
Hollow ground at Gettysburg.
Big war, big battle there, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what war?
The Civil War. American Civil War. Come on, jackass.
I knew you knew the answer, but then I got a little bit nervous there for a second.
Speaking of trivia, though, I found a thing at a gas station yesterday. They were selling these sports trivia. They're like flashcards, but it's a game you can play. They're like questions on cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use those, and I'm going to study. And I might come in and ask you questions while Doran's out, just to see how smart you are.
You purchased a sports trivia card game at a gas station?
Mm-hmm. It was $7. Ain't that much. You know, with inflation, it's $7 ain't that much.
You're like my daughter. Anytime we're leaving Giant Eagle, they put all the little stuffed animals and the toys at the checkout.
and it is a battle every time getting out of there. And they got you. Here's some Mentos. Here's a $7 sports trivia game.
I mean, I could have got that, or I could have got the Skittles. Which one's healthier? Which one's better choice? I'd say the $7 pack of sports trivia cards. Yeah.
Harry, I love you. I bet you bought the Skittles too.
Nope.
Of all the non-chocolate candy, Skittles probably my favorite.
So much sugar.
So much sugar. Number 2 would be the Swedish Fish. Speaking of Swedes, they missed Raquel last night, and Carlson stunk. Carlson looked every bit of last year's Carlson. Texter, it's hollowed ground, not hollow ground. No, it's both. I said what I said on purpose.
It's hallowed.
Correct. But it's also hollow ground because there are many bodies buried 6 feet under, thus hollow ground.
Hollow means empty. If there's bodies buried in the holes and the holes are full, they're not hollow. They're filled with something.
They are filled with something at the bottom, but then there's 5 feet of space above the body.
Is there?
Thus hollow. Yeah. Are you familiar with how graves are dug?
I didn't think that they left space underground. I thought that they packed it all in because the ground wouldn't be sturdy if you left that much space between where the bodies are and where the surface level is.
Exactly my point.
No, it's not.
It is. If you dig a 6-foot hole and you fill it with
If you fill it with 1 foot of dirt, you have a 5-foot hole.
That's what I'm saying. Hollow.
No.
Texter, Starbursts are good. I do like a Starburst. They get my spit all thick, though. You know what I mean?
You always you bludgeon me for things I say, and you just glossed over that one.
No, I still stand by what I said.
How do you pack 1 foot of dirt on the surface level without it falling into the ground? Because if you only put 1 foot of dirt in there, you've got a 5-foot hole that you can see. Right? When have you ever buried something and you packed dirt just at the top and left 5 feet of space underneath that surface of dirt? You don't. You pack the dirt in and you stack the dirt so it fills the entire hole. Hallowed ground, Crowley. Hallowed ground.
Still hollow ground.
No. You want to play Dead or Alive?
Yep.
Yeah, speaking of burying people. Okay. Crowley doesn't know whether people are dead or alive, so we play this game every Wednesday now because it's fun.
Texter, how in the hell does Crowley have a job? You suck. Marconi. All right,
we did win a Marconi, yes. That's very much alive. Okay. Suzanne Summers. Famous actress from the 70s and 80s.
I'm going to look her up.
No.
Just the image. Okay. Oh, so she was in Three's Company.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know Ritter passed away when he was doing 8 Simple Rules with Kaylee Cuoco. I do not know if Suzanne Summers is alive or not. This is a pure guess. Did you like Three's Company, by the way?
I never watched it.
Okay. I found that show to be maddening. Every single episode was some sort of misunderstanding. It was like Gilligan's Island. Every episode of Gilligan's Island, you think, hey, they might get off the island. Guess what? They don't. Every episode of Three's Company. Oh, wow, there's some sort of scandal going on.
Real quick, you were born in 92, right?
90.
90. So you were growing up. Was Full House still running? Do you remember that show having like new episodes come out?
It was definitely on Nick at Night. I mean, it would have been running. Yeah, we were big Full House fans. I don't think I really watched it until the reruns were going at Nick at Night.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just wondering because that's a show that I watched all the time.
I love Full House.
Like Full House was my generation's like older show, and now like Friends is the younger people's old show that they watch now. It's really interesting. Suzanne Summers, dead or alive?
Real quick. Same sort of thing with Full House. At the 23-minute mark of every episode, that sentimental music would come on, and Danny Tanner would be given a pep talk, and they would all generally end the same. Moving show, though. Suzanne Summers, dead.
Correct?
Dang. R.I.P.
Well done. All right, Dick Butkus. Chicago Bears.
Here's a stat on Dick Butkus. You
Mhm.
ready for this?
Yeah.
Never won a playoff game. One of the great linebackers in the history of the sport. Never won a playoff game. He's got to be dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
R.I.P.
Bill Mazeroski, Pirates' legendary second baseman.
I know Maz is alive.
Okay, great. Just making sure. You're 3 for 3. Congratulations.
Texter, no way Crowley thinks there's 5 feet of hollow space in a grave. This show needs Doran back in the worst way. Doran knows like creepy stuff about death, but the number of science conversations that we've had where Doran gets blown up on the text line, I'm not 100% sure.
Crowley, you don't have to be a scientist to know that when you pack a grave, you are filling all of the dirt in so you can be level with the surface.
No, you're right about that. But
what do you do? No, you're just trying to sit here and say that there's empty space.
But you still got the caskets on the bottom, and there's air in the caskets. Bang, hollow.
No. Richard Belzer. You would remember him if you saw his face. He was in Law and Order.
How do you spell Belzer?
Belzer.
If I do the image searches, we're good. Who's the guy on NFL Network? Andrew Siciliano. He and Richard Belzer have the biggest ears of any famous people that have ever lived. I used to watch Law and Order all the time. You a big Law and Order guy?
Yeah.
I wonder how many episodes they came out with in the original Law and Order.
Well, they had like 4 spinoffs, one of which is still active right now.
Sam Waterston, tremendous actor. Great in Law and Order. Excellent in the show The Newsroom, if you were a fan of that from HBO. I'm going to guess Richard Belzer is... What a strange one by you. I'm going to say he's with us still.
Incorrect.
Oh, man!
He died in 2023.
R.I.P. Richard Belzer.
Richard Carnes. You would know him from acting in... what was that show called with Tim Allen? The Tool Show. Home Improvement.
That's my cousin Brian's one of his favorite shows. Best Man at My Wedding. You know, Tim Allen did a lot of cocaine. Got arrested. Should have spent a lot of time in jail. I'm going to go alive.
Correct. You've gotten most of these right. I got one more for you. I gave double today because Doran's not here. Jimmy Buffett.
I know he's gone.
Well done.
R.I.P.
5 out of 6 by you.
My brother-in-law, huge Jimmy Buffett fan, cried when he passed away.
Oh.
You ever cried when a celebrity died?
Never cried.
Me neither. Closest I came was when Matthew Perry passed away. I was a big Friends fan, and I related to him because I use comedy as a defense mechanism to avoid showing my true colors. R.I.P. Chandler Bing. Matthew Perry. Closest I ever came. What's the closest you ever came? Robin Williams almost got me.
Like I said, I never really cried. I just kind of, usually just shock. Just like, yeah.
Texter, it's hallowed you bonehead. You're a bonehead. Got him.
Thank goodness the texters are coming to...
Marconi. It's both.
It's not both.
Hallowed and hollow.
No, you're not right.
Texter, 93 kid here. Do you remember Legends of the Hidden Temple? I do. Were you a Legends of the Hidden Temple guy?
No.
Really?
Correct.
So what was big on the Nickelodeon when you were growing up?
SpongeBob, obviously. That was a big one. It still is pretty big. Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes.
Drake and Josh. iCarly.
iCarly.
Victorious.
Different eras. I was big on the Fairly Odd Parents, though. That show is hysterical.
I
could watch that as an adult, I bet, and still laugh.
Avatar. Avatar was huge.
It was a movie.
No.
Oh.
No, you don't know about the series, The Last Airbender?
Yeah.
The guy they find in the ice.
Oh, the bald guy who wore a robe all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I know. Texter, R.I.P. to the show's ratings without Doran. I don't know, man. Last 2 days, we've been crushing it.
You can't say things
Stream numbers through the roof, YouTube numbers through the roof.
You can't say things like gravediggers leave 5 feet of dirt, or 5 feet of space between the grave and the surface.
All right, I'll own that one. It was dumb.
You just can't say that.
It was dumb. It was stupid. It's early. I apologize.
There you go.
For being a moron. A bonehead, whatever you want to call me. My uncle has a great friend named Schmitty the Gravedigger. Dug graves for 40 years. Recently retired. You think anybody grows up and says, you know what I want to do is I want to be a gravedigger? Probably got a great retirement package, though. All right. In 30 seconds, Steelers made a trade last night. I've been saying for weeks, no, you don't need to add to the defense. How do I feel about it? How do you feel about it? 412-928-9370. We'll get to it in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
He's a significant component of what we do, particularly relative to some of the things that Indy does well. He is a central figure in our secondary in terms of run defense, for example. He covers tight ends oftentimes in passing circumstances, and so certainly we have some adapting to do in terms of how we divide the labor up this week. But that's always the case when you lose someone, particularly someone significant. It's not a one-person job, it's a multi-person job, and that's the spirit in which we're planning as we sit here today. There'll be several people given an opportunity to meet the demands of what he does for us. I think we're always open for business, particularly as we get close to the trade deadline. We're always buyers. We're always trying to position ourselves to be the best that we can be this year. But that not only applies to the secondary that you asked about, I'm sure that applies to all three phases of the game.
My palms are sweating. I think it's because I was so laughably wrong about the hallowed ground thing. I am uncomfortable.
It doesn't feel good, does it?
Sure doesn't. That was pure idiocy.
And people are being not nice to you now, aren't they?
I deserve it. But I'll read a couple of compliments. Crowley, you're one of the heart and souls of 93.7 The Fan. No one else I'd love to listen to get off work every time. Every team gels so well together. I love it. I truly don't think it could get any better. Thank you. I don't think the Steelers can really get any better. Bang, transition, Marconi. They bring in Kyle Duggar from the New England Patriots. He's a strong safety. He's a box guy. He comes downhill. He helps stop the run. He has played a majority of his career in the box. I saw Matt Williamson of Steelers.com. He had the snap counts. I will effort to find them for you. He has played the vast majority of his career around the line of scrimmage, has Kyle Duggar. 2,049 snaps in the box, 755 in the slot, 230 outside the numbers, and 925 at free safety. So he has played some free safety, but this guy's a strong. And the Steelers, they get a 7th-round pick in addition to Kyle Duggar. They give up a 6th-round pick to the New England Patriots. Duggar, he's a pedigree guy. He was the 32nd overall pick, 2nd-rounder in the 2020 draft. He's played 81 games, started 69 with the Patriots the last 5 years. Ian Rappaport added the Patriots are paying most of the $5.4 million that's left on Kyle Duggar's original base salary of $9.75 million, plus the $1 million per game roster bonuses. So that completes the deal. The final 2 contract years have been wiped out, according to his sources. So Kyle Duggar will be a free agent after the 2025 season. This move is a big old meh for me. And I'm interested to hear how you feel about it at 412-928-9370. We talked yesterday about the Marquez Valdez-Scantling signing. That is not yet official. Mike Tomlin would not confirm it yesterday at his press conference. Jeremy Fowler and Jordan Schultz had reported that that was done. Jerry Dulac reported yesterday that if he is signed, it will not happen until next week. So I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I actually like that move if they get it across the finish line. This one for me is a big nothing burger for a couple of different reasons. Yeah, this upgrades the talent level of the Steelers because Chuck Clark isn't very good, and it's very little risk But why does New England not want this guy? This is the second safety the Steelers have acquired that have recently been in New England, and they haven't even used Peppers. Peppers played 13 snaps on Sunday night. Meanwhile, Chuck Clark played 55. They're not even playing the right guys now. Now, maybe that's because Peppers didn't jump on the moving train, but he's a more talented player than Chuck Clark. He's a better player than Chuck Clark, and they're not even playing the right guy now. So what makes you think they're going to play Kyle Duggar correctly? What makes you think this guy's going to be able to get onto a moving train? And the Patriots, by the by, are 6-2. You've already beat them. So should you finish tied in the standings at the end of the season, you've got the tiebreaker over the New England Patriots. That tells me that the Patriots, that brass, doesn't think all that highly of the Steelers. And it tells me they don't think all that highly of Kyle Duggar. I think they got a good thing going in New England. I think the head coach, Mike Vrabel, is pretty damn good at his job. I think he's a pretty damn good defensive evaluator. He was a pretty damn good linebacker for a long time in the NFL. Caught some touchdown passes, too. He ran so that Spencer Anderson could walk. If the Patriots are giving up now on their second safety, and both guys wind up in Pittsburgh, why am I supposed to think that this is going to make a dramatic impact on what is statistically the worst pass defense in the NFL? Oh, yeah, and by the way, this doesn't really help the pass defense all that much. He's a box safety. He's going to be a watered-down version of Deshaun Elliott. And this defense, I know Elliott's been in and out of the lineup. It's the worst in the league against the pass, and that guy's been playing for you. Kyle Duggar should be a talent upgrade, a pedigree upgrade over Chuck Clark. He should be an upgrade, from a talent standpoint, I think, over Peppers. But he's not better than Deshaun Elliott. And the Steelers' defense stunk with Deshaun Elliott. And there comes a time when you wonder just how much they have to throw at this defense before it works. Like, that's where I am on this. It's not a terrible trade. Again, it's low risk, and you wind up recouping a 7th-round pick, and you're not paying the full freight, and he's a free agent after the year, but shouldn't T.J. Watt be enough? Shouldn't Alex Highsmith be enough? Shouldn't Nick Herbig and Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson and Darius Slay and Joey Porter Jr. be enough? And Jalen Ramsey? Like, the Steelers have the highest paid defense in the NFL. They've just added roughly $6 million to that payroll. They're just going to keep spending money on defense, keep giving up assets for defense, and it's like putting a new paint job on a rusty car. Hey, it's going to look better, but the car's still rusted out. It just doesn't move the needle for me. This is a defense that's the highest paid in the NFL, coordinated by a guy that I guess is respected around the NFL, and Terrell Austin, because he keeps getting defensive coordinator jobs. The head coach is a quote-unquote defensive mastermind, and Mike Tomlin making darn near $20 million a year. And they just keep spending money on that side of the ball. And Steelers fans tweeting left and right last night. Oh, what a move. Oh, you're cooking, Omar. Great job, Omar. The con man. The con artist. Omar's coming. Yeah, just keep spending money and resources on this defense. It wasn't good. Hasn't been good. With one of the highest paid edge rushers in the NFL. With an all-pro safety, corner, slot guy, jack of all trades, Jalen Ramsey. But I'm sure Kyle Duggar is going to push this thing over the edge. Kyle Duggar is going to save the Steelers defense. Kyle Duggar is going to save the Steelers season. Come on. When is enough on the defensive side? Just keep adding to a defense that has names and stars everywhere. When you've got a defensive-minded head coach, you should actually have to spend less money, less resources on the defensive side of the football. You would expect your defensive-minded head coach to get more out of less. Instead, he's getting less out of more. And now they just continue to add to that side of the ball. It doesn't move the needle for me. It's a big old meh. What say you at 412-928-9370? Do you like the trade? That's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. We'll get the lowdown on why Kyle Duggar was expendable by the New England Patriots from Christopher Price. He's covered the Pats for 21 years from the Boston Globe. He'll join us at 8:35. But don't you wonder why they've given up now on two safeties and the Steelers think, oh, yeah, they'll be perfect fits for us? Because it hasn't played out that way with Peppers yet. 412-928-9370. If I'm Ben Cherington, and I would be for $80K, I'm not making trades with the Tampa Bay Rays because they fleece everybody. If I'm an NFL team, I'm not making trades with the Philadelphia Eagles because they fleece everybody. In the NFL, in addition to the to the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know that I'm making a trade and bringing in another safety from a team where I already brought a safety in, and that hasn't worked out, from a team that's in contention with a defensive-minded head coach. There's obviously stuff going on there between the Patriots and Kyle Duggar. Yeah, they needed to upgrade the position, I guess, with Deshaun Elliott being out now for a considerable amount of time. Mike Tomlin characterized it as week to week at his press conference yesterday. But he immediately goes on the IR as a corresponding move, according to reports. Like, that's a bad sign, clearly, for Deshaun Elliott. But you've already acquired a Jabril Peppers who's not playing for you. Now you go out and you get another New England Patriots safety? Sorry, not impressed. Are you? 412-928-9370. You think Mike Tomlin's going to use this guy correctly? Their best pass rusher, Nick Herbig, played 24 snaps on Sunday night. Alex Highsmith has been incredibly disappointing this year and really since his contract extension, mostly due to injuries, but this year he just hasn't performed. They're playing the wrong guy. Darius Slay clearly can't cover anymore, and it took until the second half, really the fourth quarter against the Green Bay Packers, for Mike Tomlin to play a different player instead of him. We now think that Mike Tomlin is going to utilize Kyle Duggar correctly. It wouldn't shock me if they put him at free safety. So this is a big nothing burger for me. What say you? 412-928-9370. Do you like the trade? Do you think it helps the Steelers? We'll hear from you coming up next. And while Duggar is a talent upgrade, this might actually compound an issue that the Steelers have been having on the defensive side. We'll get into that a little bit more when we come back. Text us, tweet us, call us, 412-928-9370. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins played yesterday and lost in a shootout to the Philadelphia Flyers. Penguins still got a point, though. They now have 16 points, and they are tied right now with two other teams for the top point total in the Eastern Conference right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hi, Nicholas Harry Callis here. We're in the heart of football season, and let's be real for a second. There's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. Don't wait for a bad beat with another sports book. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets, straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not a Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop bet, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will still play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speeds are lightning quick, too. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
Tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We got ourselves a World Series, folks, as the Toronto Blue Jays bounced back from a heartbreaking 18-inning Game 3 defeat to topple the Dodgers 6-2 last night. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. crushed a third-inning two-run homer off of Shohei Ohtani to give the Jays a 2-1 lead, and they never looked back, adding 4 insurance runs in the 7th. The Fall Classic is now a best-of-3 series, and guess who's got home field advantage? I'm Boomer Esiason.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing. Trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Mostly sunny today, the high 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Pair of accidents reported on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. One behind the Liberty Tubes at the intersection with West Liberty Avenue. The other one at the intersection with Woodruff Street. Watch for slowdowns past both incidents. Parkway West, you are heavy over the top of Green Tree Hill, then jammed at the Banksville Merge Point. And on the Parkway East, you are heavy at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Communication is always strained in the secondary, particularly when you're faced with pre-snap shifts and motions. And so I'm not going to act like that's some earth-shattering statement. As I mentioned when we were talking about tooling and retooling, that's a component of coaching that you'll always be urgent regarding pre-snap communication, because week in and week out, the adjustments change, the shifts and motions change based on offensive units, based on the talent within those offensive units, how you choose to deploy your people based on those things. And so there are alterations to communication and adjustments every week, and so there's always urgency there. We certainly can be better there, and we will.
Mike Tomlin talking about the defensive communication. DeShon Elliott, according to reports, has been placed on IR. The Steelers have acquired Kyle Dugger, safety from the New England Patriots. They give up a 6th-round pick. In addition to Dugger, the Steelers get a 7th-round pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Dugger was a 2nd-round pick in 2022, played in 81 games, started 69 with the Patriots the last 5 years. DeShon Elliott is an elite box safety. He comes downhill. He makes a ton of tackles in the running game. But the other key element that DeShon Elliott brings to the table is that he gets things aligned on the back end. The Steelers have been bad from a communication standpoint all year long. They've undoubtedly been worse without that guy. Kyle Dugger's not going to fix that. Kyle Dugger's got to get on the quote-unquote moving train. Kyle Dugger has to learn the Steelers' defense. He's not going to walk in day one and be able to take over the responsibilities that DeShon Elliott's had in that regard. As bad as it's been from a communication standpoint, I think that's going to continue, and Dugger's acquisition's not going to help. Do you like the trade? 412-928-9370. That's the Twitter poll. You can also give us a ring in the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm meh on it. I think that it made sense. They don't give up a ton. It's a low-risk move. Omar Khan couldn't just sit idly by and have Mike Tomlin continue to play Chuck Clark. So from those standpoints, okay, I get it. I guess I dig it. But I don't think this is going to take the Steelers from being a borderline playoff team, a borderline division champion, and push them over the edge. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I talked about getting on the moving train. The Steelers made 2 acquisitions at last year's deadline. They got Mike Williams, wide receiver. He caught 9 balls for 135 yards in 8 games. He barely played. He barely averaged a reception per game. They also acquired Preston Smith, who played 161 snaps in 8 games, only 14% of the snaps at a position where you don't have to learn all that much. Go out there, set the edge, stop the run, get the quarterback. By the time Elliott comes off the IR, if it's 4 weeks, maybe at that point Kyle Duggar will have jumped on that moving train. But I don't think he's going to be able to go out there and play 90% of the snaps. If he does, he would break the mold for the Steelers. They don't usually do that. Acquire a guy and play him a bunch. Jabril Peppers didn't play his first game with the Steelers. He only played on special teams in the next game. He only played in 13 snaps on Sunday night against the Green Bay Packers, despite the fact that Deshaun Elliott was lost for the game. So I don't think it's going to help all that much. Do you? 412-928-9370. There's also this. The Steelers' defense is 22nd in the NFL in opponent points per game, 30th in yards per game, 15th in points per play, 24th in yards per play allowed, 24th in third down conversions, 24th in fourth down conversions, and 17th in opponents' touchdowns allowed per game. The New England Patriots rank better in every single one of those statistical categories. 4th in points per game allowed, 9th in opponents' yards per game, 7th in opponents' points per play, 10th in third down conversions, 2nd and fourth down conversions. Why am I saying all this? They know what they're doing defensively. They're not spending $160 million a year on that side of the ball. The Steelers are, and the Steelers stink. The Patriots, they don't even scratch the surface in terms of paying their defense, and they're better across the board, and they said, we don't need Jabril Peppers. We don't need Kyle Duggar. One defense knows what it's doing, the other doesn't. One team is leading its division at 6-2 and thought that a safety was expendable. That doesn't make me feel all that good about this trade. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Texter, from Patriots to the Bengals, we hear it over and over again. We know what they're going to run. Throw as much money as you want on players, but it hasn't amounted to anything. That's exactly right. The Steelers added Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay and Brandon Echols this offseason. They drafted Derek Harmon in the first round. They added a nose tackle, Y.A. Black, in the fourth round. And the defense went from bad to worse. And now Kyle Duggar is supposed to save the day? Come on. And it's maddening that they continue to need to do this. That they continue to need to augment this defense. And I realize that injury is why they went out and got Kyle Duggar, because Deshaun Elliott's banged up. But the reason that they had to go and acquire Ramsey, and the reason that they had to acquire Echols, and the reason they had to acquire Slay is because they haven't drafted and developed at the position good enough. Joey Porter Jr., case in point, basically a first-round pick, 32nd overall, has not developed one iota since walking into the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex on the south side. They keep adding pieces to this defense. They keep spending money on this defense because for the last, roughly decade, they haven't drafted well enough on that side of the ball. Texter, you keep saying learn the defense. This is an elementary defense. Most can learn it in a week. Oh, really? Why isn't Jabril Peppers playing more? And that's not what Trey Essex said yesterday when he joined the show. And with all due respect to our wonderful texters, I'm going to take Trey Essex's opinion over yours. Texter, just figured the trade was a depth move, nothing more. Maybe you're right, and if that's the case, then why are people celebrating it so much on social media? We put out the Twitter poll. 75% of people are saying they like the trade. I saw Con Artist, and Omar's coming, and Con Man, and Kong all over social media last night because they got the New England Patriots backup strong safety. And they added more money to this defense that has cost them $160 million. It's ridiculous. I get why Omar Khan did it. I just don't think this changes the Steelers all that much. I don't think this team goes from a 9-win team to a 10-win team because they added Kyle Duggar, or an 8-win team to a 9-win team, or a 10-win team to an 11-win team. I don't think it moves the needle at all. And I think people agree with me because the phone lines ain't popping. 412-928-9370 if you want to chime in. You could also text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. At the top of the 7 o'clock hour, Mike Tomlin's defense of Terrell Austin made me nauseous. Him throwing the Steelers' offense under the bus made me puke. But coming up next, the Penguins lost, but I think it's a loss you can celebrate. Why? I'll tell you. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have acquired Kyle Duggar from the New England Patriots. He's a safety. And in exchange, the New England Patriots got the Steelers' 6th-round pick. The Patriots also included a 7th-round pick to go back to the Steelers with Duggar. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
Tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles. Offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
This October, Power meets performance at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Ram 1500 with savings up to 25% off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months. But hurry, these fall deals won't last. See dealer for details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now it's Hollander with a shot swallowed up by Sealer. Crosby in behind, tried to backhand one out. They score!
Death, taxes, Sidney Crosby scoring against the Philadelphia Flyers. Now his 57th goal against the hated cross-state rivals. And the Penguins salvaged a point. They lost against Philly. It always sucks to lose against Philly, particularly when the Penguins have been playing so well. But I think there are more positives, actually, to take out of this game than negatives. We'll get into that in a moment. People weighing in on the text line at 412-928-9370 about this Kyle Duggar trade. Texter writes in, Crowley, you're a dumbass. The only person I've heard say that the Steelers' defense is complicated is Trey Essex. The opposition continues to say that it's predictable. Yes, here's the dirty little secret that's not so much of a secret about this Steelers' defense. It is predictable for the opposition and clearly difficult to grasp for the defensive players. Obviously. Because if it were easy to grasp, there would not be as many communication issues as there have been, going back forever? 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, Crowley, you say that this trade doesn't move the needle for you. What's an example of a trade that would move the needle? Well, I've been saying it for a couple of weeks now. I double down on offense. But I don't want to give up all that much to double down on offense because I don't think the team deserves it, if that makes sense. Like, I like the Marquez Valdez-Scantling acquisition if that gets over the finish line because you don't have to give up anything. It's a low-risk, potential-reward kind of deal. And it helps an offense that I think is going to need to outscore people because the defense stinks. Like if Deshaun Elliott's Steelers defense was giving up the most passing yards in the NFL, if Deshaun Elliott's Pittsburgh Steelers defense is among the worst pass defenses in the league, one of the worst scoring defenses in the league, one of the worst yardage yielding defenses in the league, why would I think Kyle Duggar will fix that? So if they were to make a move for another wide receiver, if they got a Rashid Shaheed, if they got a Jacoby Myers, even though I wouldn't personally give up like a third-round draft pick for those dudes, I would say that those acquisitions would move the needle. It's 2025. The Steelers would then be saying, hey, we just need to outscore people. I would not mind that. But adding bit players, adding depth pieces, adding guys that are replaceable in New England to your defense, it just doesn't do it for me. Their trash is supposed to be your treasure? Right. By the way, the Patriots defense, which I gave the statistics on in the last segment, that ranks higher than the Steelers in every defensive statistical category. How many players can the average fan here in Pittsburgh list off that Patriots defense? Probably Christian Gonzalez because the Steelers could have had him. He's been very good. The Steelers took Broderick Jones instead. Maybe Harold Landry, formerly at Tennessee, and then they paid Milton Williams a whole bunch of cash this offseason. You could probably name Spillane, too, because he was here and he's flourished elsewhere. But it's a largely no-name defense. Tells me that Vrabel and company know what they're doing on that side of the ball, a lot more than the Steelers do. And they gave you Kyle Duggar for a 6th-round pick. Doesn't get me all that excited. 412-928-9370. All right, back to the Penguins. So they lose last night in a shootout, but I think that's a game that they lose in regulation each of the last 3 years with Mike Sullivan at the helm. Without a Ben Kindle. I thought the entire game shifted in the third period on one Ben Kindle shift. He was all over the ice. He possessed the puck. The Penguins had it in the offensive zone for 2+ minutes. And it tilted the ice for the rest of the game. The Penguins were awful for 50 minutes. There's no way around that. They're an older team, mostly. They played 3 games in 4 nights. They played their second game in back-to-back. The Flyers were rested. That's a schedule advantage for Philly. And it looked like it. The Penguins' power play, which has been great this season, looked as bad as it has all year long. And that's probably an understatement. But Ben Kindle shifted the game in the third period. Crosby got the equalizer, and you steal a point. If you're going to be a playoff team, you got to find a way to steal points when you're not playing well. Penguins didn't play well, and they got a point. If it weren't the Flyers, I think everyone would agree with me on that. Because it's the Flyers, it stings because you hate to lose to them. But if you're going to make the postseason and shock the world and surprise everybody, then you need to find a way to accrue points at times when you're not playing good hockey. And the Penguins didn't just play poor hockey, they played terrible hockey for most of the night. Artur Shilovs deserves a ton of credit for getting them that point. He stopped 32 of 34 shots. I thought his second goal allowed was a softie, but he more than made up for it by stonewalling the Flyers time and time again. They got to do something about him in the shootout, though. 5 of 6 skaters have scored on him in the shootout, and he's looked out to lunch on each and every one of those 5 goals allowed. I mean, he is not a good shootout goaltender at all. And so I say, if you are a team that makes the postseason, you have to find a way to stack points in games where you're not at your best. If you're going to be a postseason team, you also are eventually going to need to not lose every damn shootout. Both things can be true. I mentioned the power play being bad. They were 0 for 4, including a failed 4-on-3 in overtime. I thought Carlson in 5-on-5 situations was terrible. I thought he was worse on the power play. That was as poor a game as he's played all season. He looked like last year's Erik Karlsson. Chris Letang had a turnover that led to that second Philadelphia Flyers goal. I didn't think Crosby was particularly at his best last night, and yet he still scored, and they got the point. Malkin, careless with the puck, took one bad penalty and then a necessary one in overtime. And I'll tell you who stinks is Matt Dumba. 2 penalties against. Every time he was on the ice, good things were happening for Philly. But that said, you ain't going to win them all. And to get a point when you stink, you put it in your back pocket, and you move on to play Minnesota on Thursday. Your thoughts on Penguins Flyers from last night, 412-928-9370. Penguins have a big-time decision to make on one Ben Kindle. We'll get into that coming up next. We've got some calls coming in on the Steelers, which we'll get to when we return at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 4 of the World Series was exciting. The Toronto Blue Jays ended up getting to Shohei Ohtani. Blue Jays scored 6 in a 6-2 final score. That makes the series tied 2 games apiece. The Dodgers will host their final game of the series tonight. And then after that, Toronto will have the next 2 if the Game 7 is necessary. But the Blue Jays have guaranteed they'll play at least one more game at home in the series. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Quite a mess heading out of the South Hills this morning on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Crews on the scene of one accident. This is near West Warrington Avenue. Appears that has just been cleared, but heavy leftover delays before that Liberty Tubes off-ramp. We also have a second one being tended to at the intersection with Woodruff Street. Watch for delays past there. Parkway West, you are heavy right around Carnegie and then jammed approaching Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 getting heavy around the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike is also the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including college and pro football games, the baseball playoffs, and pro hockey. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the local details on all offers.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Penguins lose in a shootout to the hated Flyers last night. A texter writes in, they lost in overtime, not a shootout. To which I replied, did you turn it off before they waved the goal off? And they reply, that must be it. I was starting to worry about myself. Thanks. I wonder how many TVs across Western PA were turned off in disgust when that puck beat Shilovs in OT, only to wake up to find out, boy, did you miss a Donnybrook? You missed a brouhaha. The fisticuffs. Trevor Zegras went all Philadelphia Flyer on Noel Acciari, shoving him from behind, punching him in the face, ripped his helmet off. It was a melee between OT and the shootout. And Sidney Crosby got tossed because he jumped onto the ice when he wasn't supposed to be out there. He couldn't partake in the shootout. And the same thing with Zegras. Zegras, the best shootout guy in the league, and Sidney Crosby's obviously Sidney Crosby. So if you turned off your television in disgust, you missed a whole hell of a lot. I hate the Flyers because it always devolves into Flyer stuff. They're Flyer scum. Year in, year out, the names change. But if you're wearing that orange, you're an ass. Good on the Penguins to battle back and get a point. Ben Kindle has now played in 9 games. That means the Penguins got to make a decision. He can either stay up here at the NHL level for the remainder of the season, or he has to be sent down to Major Junior. It's an archaic, idiotic rule for the NHL. If you are a teenager, you get your tryout. If you play more than 9 games, you can't go to the AHL. You got to go down to Major Junior. So they now have a decision to make on Ben Kindle. I'm guessing he stays up. He was a big-time catalyst for why they got a point even at all last night. He's been really good, I think. He had a bad game against the Blues. But other than that, he's been really good. He bounced back in a big way last night, as I've mentioned. I think he remains. Brunick also was bad against the Blues. He got sat down, and Owen Pickering was called up, and he played. Brunick's only played 7 games. So they've got 2 more games on him before they got to make the decision. I didn't like benching him last night. I don't know that they would call it a benching, but again, he didn't play well against St. Louis. I like getting a Rook right back out there and see if he can bounce back like Kindle did. I get the feeling that they might send him to Major Junior. I hope that's not the case. I'd play him, I'd play Brunick, I'd play Kindle most nights. And I would play Dumba very little because he committed 2 penalties last night, and every time he was on the ice, the Penguins seemingly got hemmed in their own zone. 412-928-9370. Mike in Fort Wayne. Good morning.
Hey, man. Good morning. I just have a sick feeling in my stomach after that press conference yesterday. And I'm with you. I don't think this guy's going to make much of a difference. I think if it was the best safety in the league, I don't think it would make a difference because... Yeah,
they arguably had that guy. His name was Mika Fitzpatrick, and they didn't use him right.
Right. Because he was helping out on the middle of the field because it's wide open all the time. He was cheating in the middle of the field all the time. That's what happened to him. But when they asked Tomlin yesterday about the scheme, questioning the scheme, right there, you're like, man, that answer saying that basically there's nothing wrong with the scheme. The players just got to play it. I'm like, oh, man.
His solution, Mike, is work harder, play better.
Well, he doesn't have a plan B, Crowley.
Correct.
He does not. And
Correct.
Here's where he lost me. Mike Tomlin, where he really lost me was this going back. When he brought in Sean Spence, that told me the guy doesn't have a plan B. It's just plug and play and hope the guys can play my scheme. But we don't have guys like James Harrison or Ryan Shazier that can mask the deficiencies.
No, and Troy Polamalu did that when Tomlin took over the defense as well. Thank you for the call, Mike. You can chime in at 412-928-9370. We're going to get into some of Mike Tomlin's comments from the press conference in the 7 o'clock hour. But just so that I stay on what Mike wanted to talk about here, Tomlin made it seem like the defense played well against the Packers, save for the 33-yard pass where I think that Juan Thornhill's still suspended in midair, and the 59-yarder, which is the play that Deshaun Elliott got hurt. He made it seem like it was 2 big plays that accounted for 100 of their 400-plus yards, and apart from that, the defense played well. How about the fact that the quarterback completed 20 consecutive passes, Mike? He didn't reference that postgame. He didn't reference it yesterday. It wasn't just 2 big plays. It wasn't just not getting off the field on 3rd downs. You literally let a quarterback do something that only Brett Favre had done in a Packers uniform. A quarterback had a historic day against you, throwing for over 350, 20 consecutive passes, no turnovers, you didn't sack him once. That had never been done before in the history of the league. But no, Mike, it was just 2 plays. Texter, Crowley, you're going off this week. I love it. Keep going. Thank you. Your encouragement means a lot, and it will spur me on. Spur is the word I was looking for there. Coming up next, what is with all the media now coming to the defense of Terrell Austin? I love Tim Benz. He wrote a column in the Trib defending Terrell Austin, in a way. Pony and Muller yesterday, in a way, defending Terrell Austin. I don't get it. We'll get to that next. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. We're back real quick. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Rain could arrive in Pittsburgh as early as 3 this afternoon, but rain rates will be low through sundown before we start to see things picking up. Overall, you should be expecting at least an inch of rain to fall beginning this afternoon and lasting through Friday morning. Temperatures are back in the mid-30s this morning with highs hitting the mid-50s. Winds will be out of the east at up to 15 miles an hour this afternoon. Halloween night is looking damp, windy, and cool. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, and Woodruff Street. Appears to be in the final stages of clearing. Now we have an accident in Forward Township reported on Route 51, Hayden Boulevard, at the intersection with Guffey Road. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. A second delay approaching the 31st Street Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Evaluate the job that Terrell Austin's done to this point.
You know, I've known Terrell a long time. He's very capable, very thorough. I've largely been pleased with his work, but certainly he and I are not pleased with where we are right now from a defensive unit perspective, and so we're just going to keep working.
Like you said that you don't necessarily want to fundamentally change the scheme in some of these instances, specifically third down, but do you look at taking over sole play calling for defense or making adjustments?
No, that's not on the table as we sit here today. We just got to keep doing what we're doing and do it better.
Mike Tomlin asked a couple of pointed questions by Brooke Pryor of ESPN about his defensive coordinator, Terrell Austin. He said he is generally pleased with the work that Terrell Austin has done. Also, Tomlin says he has no plans of taking over the defensive play calling duties. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I listened to the beginning of the PM team yesterday. I do all the time because those guys are great. Pony's getting his nipples pierced tonight, by the way, at Mike's Beer Bar. More on that later on in the show. All kind of juicy gift baskets that you could win at Mike's Beer Bar tonight from 6 o'clock until 8. But Pony and Muller were talking about Terrell Austin. And a lot of folks, myself included, have called for the firing of Terrell Austin. And they said, guys, don't you know it's going to make no difference? I largely agree with that point. Tim Benz, in his column this morning, Breakfast with Benz, on the Trib's website, said that he is tired of continuing this conversation year in and year out of scapegoating everybody other than Mike Tomlin. And I understand where he's coming from, too. Would firing Teryl Austin make that big of a difference? Probably not. Mike Tomlin's the game planner. Mike Tomlin's the schemer. The defense is his baby, after all. Would Teryl Austin be a scapegoat? Yes and no. And here's why it's partially no. Keith Butler told the PM team after the Steelers unceremoniously parted ways with him that he didn't get to call the defensive plays. He also said the same thing to Jerry Dulac. Now, it's my understanding that Mike Tomlin actually does not call the defensive plays now. That is Teryl Austin. Players have told Nick Farabaugh that it's Teryl Austin. He brought that up on the station yesterday. Chris Carter, our friend who joins us every Friday, he's, of course, from the Post-Gazette. He said he's had conversations with players that Teryl Austin is calling the defensive plays. There's that famous viral moment from a few years ago where Minkah Fitzpatrick was out, injured, and barking at Teryl Austin late in the game situation because he didn't like the defensive play call that Teryl Austin was making. Teryl Austin's calling this defense, guys. Now, Mike Tomlin might, in his ear during the game, say, hey, let's bring heat here. Hey, let's drop 8 into coverage here. Hey, you know what I saw? I think maybe we should bring a corner. Like, he's going to make suggestions. Well, they might not be suggestions, more or less commands, but he's not play in and play out calling the defense. Now, this is in no way me saying Tomlin gets a free pass here. But Teryl Austin shouldn't get a free pass either. If you're calling the defensive plays, and the defense is dead last in the NFL against the pass, and one of the worst total defenses in the NFL, and in the mid-20s in points allowed, then you are in some way responsible. Mike Tomlin is number 1A responsible guy. 1B is Teryl Austin. He calls the plays. If Andy Reid, who we know is the grand poobah of all things offense in Kansas City, if his offense was struggling, and Matt Nagy or whoever else it would be is calling the plays and it's not working out, I bet you Andy Reid would want to take the play calling duties over again. It's something that he's gone back and forth with doing in his NFL career. Like the offensive coordinator who calls the plays, if Patrick Mahomes and company weren't scoring, would probably get blamed. Because while it's the scheme of Andy Reid, it's about flow. It's about the feel for the game. It's about understanding down and distance. It's about understanding the opponent's weaknesses and when to exploit those over the course of a game. The play caller has a lot to do with it, folks. I cannot absolve Tomlin. I would never absolve Tomlin. It's mostly his defense. He's the one keeping Teryl Austin employed right now, so the buck is always going to stop with him. And I don't know that we should expect great changes for this defense so long as Mike Tomlin is the head coach. However, that does not mean that a guy whose title is defensive coordinator deserves to skate by here. He absolutely does not. We heard it at the top of the hour. Mike Tomlin's largely satisfied with the job that Teryl Austin's done. It's a cumulative poor resume here from Teryl Austin. It's not just this year. This year's the worst Steelers defense statistically in the history of the franchise. That's a fact. We gave those statistics yesterday. They're 30th in the league in total defense. Worst they've been prior to that, 28th in the league. So that's this year. But 2022, his first year on the job, highest paid defense in the NFL all 4 years. They were 13th in yards, 10th in points. That's well better than they are right now. Shoot, if they were that average this year, they might be 6-1. But that's still not good enough when you're the highest paid defense in the NFL. I think if you're the highest paid defense in the NFL, bare minimum, you got to be a top 5 defense in the league. 2022, they weren't. 2023, they were 21st in yards and 6th in points. Last year, 12th in yards and 8th in points, but we all have eyes. We watched how this defense collapsed down the stretch. Those numbers are fraudulent, and even if they weren't, that's still not good enough as the highest paid defense in the NFL. And this year it's 30th in yards and 22nd in points. It's unacceptable. And it's mostly Mike Tomlin's fault. But the guy who calls the defensive plays doesn't deserve to be here today. I tweeted out statistics of Matt Canada's offense the year that he was let go midseason. And the defensive ranks this year are actually worse than Matt Canada's offensive ranks were in 2023. Total yards this year, Steelers defense is 30th. Total offensive yards in 2023, they were 25th. Pass yards per game, the Steelers defense 32nd. That offense was 25th. Rush yards per game, this defense is 18th. That offense was 13th. And that offense had Kenny Pickett under center and was one of the younger units in the league. This defense is the highest paid in the league. They've just added another player for $5-ish million. You've got stars all over the place. Yet, we can't say that Teryl Austin is somehow culpable for this? Again, he's not the main issue, but he's part of the issue. 412-928-9370. John in Wexford next up. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning, Adam. You're spot on as always. It doesn't matter if they get rid of Austin. Let's just be honest. If they did, they'd promote an assistant, and Tomlin would be in further control of what's going on defensively. So that rules that out. Has Austin been good? No. The defense has to be better, but can they be better, even though they're the highest paid in the league? Nothing is going to change until Mike Tomlin leaves. We've said this 1,000 times, and he's not going to leave until he wants to leave, which I believe will be after he is here 25 years, which breaks Noel's record. He's obviously going to become the winningest head coach. And Art Rooney II is an attorney, not a football guy. And basically, we've got Nero fiddling while Rome burns.
Well, John, it's tough to disagree with a single thing you said there. As long as Mike Tomlin runs the defense, we're not going to get the results that we want. But that doesn't mean
100%.
that Teryl Austin deserves to keep his job.
I agree. But again, if let's say they get rid of him, let's say a horrible performance, the Colts run over them, they get beat badly at home, and they get rid of Austin. Okay, fine. What's going to change? An assistant gets promoted. They will have less input than what Austin would have because Tomlin will take over further at that point. It's just a cyclical thing. Nothing will change until Tomlin leaves.
I don't disagree with any of that, John, and I thank you for the call, but I still think he deserves to go. I'm a big believer in accountability. His title is defensive coordinator. The defense is one of the worst in the league, and relative to expectations, the worst in the league. Someone's got to pay with their job. It ain't going to be the head coach midseason. It ain't going to be the head coach at the end of the year. But if they have any hope of this turning around, of which I have none, they need to do something dramatic. Trading for Kyle Duggar ain't dramatic enough. Getting rid of the defensive coordinator to send a message, while it probably wouldn't yield the results that we're all looking for, is at least worth the shot. He deserves to go. 412-928-9370. Ron in Penn Township. Hello, Ron.
Hey, Adam. How are you, buddy?
I'm Pete.
Hey, I'm going to keep this sweet and short. Teryl Austin is a bouncy house. The minute Tomlin fires him, he gets exposed as being the guy that's actually behind this stuff. All Teryl Austin does is deflect Tomlin's inconsistencies and deficiencies. That's it. Tomlin fires him, then the dart goes to Tomlin. He is the bullseye. So that's where it's at, and it ain't going to change until he leaves.
I don't disagree with any of that. That's why Teryl Austin's not going to be let go. Because then there is no meat shield between Tomlin and the media, Tomlin and the fan base. Mostly the national media. Oh, boy, Teryl Austin. It's Mike Tomlin's defense. Doesn't mean Teryl Austin's doing a good job. That's why I think he needs to be fired. But Mike Tomlin does not want the bullseye totally on him. I'm with the caller on that. If Mike Tomlin were the competitor that he purports to be, he should want to take over full play calling duties, shouldn't he? Like if Andy Reid had ceded his play calling duties to his offensive coordinator and the offense was struggling, Andy Reid would rip that guy of the play calling duties and take over himself because he would want to engineer victory. That's what winners do. Mike Tomlin was asked by Brooke Pryor, are you going to start calling the defensive plays? And he said no. Do you think that Terrell Austin would be a scapegoat if fired? Do you think he deserves to be fired? What did you make of Tomlin's defense of Terrell Austin? 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin asked, do you need to make dramatic changes to the defense? His answer and your calls when we come back. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost in a shootout yesterday, but they still got the loser point, so they've got 16 now. They are still tied at the top of the entire Eastern Conference. They have 16 points. Two other teams have that total as well through this point in the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There were Dodgers heroes galore in Monday night's 18-inning Game 3 marathon. Shohei Ohtani, of course, Freddie Freeman, and Will Klein. After spending most of the year in AAA, the 25-year-old hurled 4 scoreless one-hit innings. He threw 72 pitches in the longest stint of his 2-year pro career. Afterwards, in the locker room, living legend Sandy Koufax shook his hand. Klein's reaction? Surreal. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with Precision Pointing. So if you're procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, Precision Pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Spend less time shopping and more time on the job site with bulk savings on select pro-trusted drywall and concrete mixes from Lowe's. You save big, and you're always ready for the next job.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents plaguing the Wednesday morning rush, and this report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Forward Township at the intersection of Route 51, Hayden Boulevard, and Guffey Road. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. A second delay past the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. And Route 51 with multi-light delays on the northbound side approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We certainly need to be better in third down than we've been, but it doesn't necessarily mean dramatic changes in terms of schematics and things of that nature. If you look at those two plays, on the 60-yard play, the quarterback was hit as he let it go. It's details that are usually the difference when it's a millisecond. And on the other play, the 35-yard play, he got outside the pocket on us and extended, and we certainly got to do a better job of keeping him constricted in the pocket, man, and getting two guys at the catch point down the grass. And that's one thing that we didn't do in either circumstance. We play a lot of man-free concepts. It usually gives us an opportunity to get two guys at the ball down the grass. We didn't in those instances, and it produced field-flipping, drive-producing, touchdown drive-producing plays that really kind of changed the texture of the ball game.
It'd be nice if the national media were paying attention to this. The Steelers' defense ranks among the worst in the NFL. And the way I've been putting it is, relative to expectations, you can make the argument the Steelers' defense is the worst in the NFL. And yet you heard it right there from Mike Tomlin. We don't need to make dramatic changes. It was two plays. It was the 3rd and 5 pass to Tucker Kraft, where Deshaun Elliott made a terrible play on the football and then subsequently got hurt, unfortunately for him. And it was the 33-yard pass down the middle of the field where Juan Thornhill is still, I believe, suspended in midair at Acrisure Stadium. Tomlin blamed two breakdowns, two plays that accounted for over 100 yards or nearly 100 yards. That's what happened. Milliseconds, the difference between that being a losing performance and a winning performance. That is absurd. They gave up 16 catches to Jamar Chase from Joe Flacco just the week before, where he had the best game he's had this season, one of the best games he's had in the entirety of his career. That's more than just a play or two, isn't it? And against Green Bay, they gave up 20 consecutive completions. And yet he's going to highlight 2 as the difference in the football game? It's absurd. And a texter, he writes in, this is a great point. Austin is not being kept around because Tomlin needs a meat shield. Tomlin is an egomaniac. He actually believes that this defense is great and is a player or 2 away from winning the last couple of ball games. Okay, if Tomlin really thinks Austin is doing well and that this is a good defense, that is alarming. If Tomlin doesn't want Terrell Austin to be let go because he's using him as a meat shield, that's also alarming. I'm not sure which one is worse. They're both bad. 412-928-9370. I just tweeted this out. This is Mike Tomlin's defense, but Terrell Austin needs to go. Both things can be true. That's where I sit on this. How do you feel? 412-928-9370. Chris from Allison Park is on the line. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
What's up, Chris? You're on the air.
Yeah, hey, the 2 names that don't get mentioned enough, I think, are Rooney, because, you know, it might be Tomlin's defense, but it is Rooney's team. If he's okay with the state of affairs, then we're stuck. I mean, he could come in and say, we're putting in a named defensive coordinator. He's going to control the defense. Bottom line, end of story.
Yep.
The other name that we don't talk about often is T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt's playing like a good starting linebacker. We need him to be a game wrecker, and he hasn't been that for almost a full season now, right?
He has 4 sacks in his last 11 games to that point, Chris. He has been below average relative to his salary and expectation level for the last 11 games, including having 0 statistics in the playoff game. We bring him up a lot on the show. We bring Art Rooney II up a lot on the show. And thank you so much for the call, Chris, 412-928-9370. They actually made a ton of changes this offseason from a personnel standpoint. They traded one of their better players in Minkah Fitzpatrick for 2 guys and one who they thought would be a better defensive player. And he's been better. He's been more splashy than Minkah has been. But if they care enough to make changes, then they're misdiagnosing the issue. And the issue is no matter who's wearing the jerseys, the defense is underachieving. And that points back to Mike Tomlin. And until they acknowledge that Mike Tomlin's the problem, it doesn't matter who's out there playing, the defense is going to underperform. That doesn't mean Terrell Austin's doing a good job, though. He calls the defensive plays. If you call the defensive plays and you're this bad defensively, you need to be stripped of those duties at the very least, and you probably deserve to be fired. They need to send a message. But Mike Tomlin says there's going to be no dramatic changes. Not to schematics, and clearly not to the defensive coordinator. So, hey, the beat goes on. Just throw another player at it. Kyle Duggar. You send a 6th-round pick to New England, you get another safety in here. That's just another personnel change. That's all they did this offseason was personnel change, and what good has it done them? They're actually worse this year defensively than they were last year. Carl in Fort Myers is on the air. Hi, Carl.
Hey, Adam. Great show.
Hey, thanks, man.
This is like an 18-year-old getting a new car from a parent, Omar Khan. And unfortunately, the 18-year-old keeps wrecking the car. What are we going to do? We need to take the license away.
And how do you propose that happens?
We need to fire Tomlin. It's getting old.
It's been old, and it ain't going to change, Carl. And that sucks.
You're correct.
That's why.
You're correct.
I mean, to an extent, it's scapegoating Terrell Austin, me wanting him to get let go, because he's not the biggest problem with the defense, but I do think he is a problem, and I want to see someone pay for this. This is a human instinct from me. I want a pound of flesh. I want somebody to pay for what we're witnessing. They gave up 30-plus points to Joe Flacco. They got outscored 29-6 or whatever it was in the second half against the Packers on Sunday night. They gave up 30-plus points to the Jets. They gave up 30-plus points at home to the Seahawks. They almost blew the game defensively against the Vikings. If not for a couple of turnovers in the red zone, they'd have got blown out of the stadium by the Patriots. And Mike Tomlin says, it's just a play here or there. There's not going to be any dramatic changes. I need a dramatic change. I need, not literally, a head on a spike. How can you just sit here, Art, and watch this defense and just keep on keeping on? And maybe this makes me a bad guy. Somebody's got to pay for this. And it ain't going to be the head coach, certainly not during the season, so it's got to be the defensive coordinator. And he does have something to do with it. 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on Terrell Austin coming up next. It is 7:30. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. When we come back, in addition to your calls on Terrell Austin at 412-928-9370, wait until you hear what Mike Tomlin said about the offense. Is there trouble brewing in Rodgers-Tomlin paradise? It's a Fan Morning Show. Now a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have acquired Kyle Duggar, a safety from the New England Patriots, in a deal. The Steelers sent back a 6th-round pick. The Patriots also sent a 7th-round pick back to the Steelers. So it's Kyle Duggar and a 7th-round pick to the Steelers for the Steelers' 6th-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at SchultzFord.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle, come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online. SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
At Giant Eagle, we're working hard to bring more ways to save to every aisle. Because every dollar and every moment counts. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better, so you can bring home the best. Because it matters.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season?
That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. Because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I certainly agree with that. I don't think I like how we responded to the explosion plays, field flipping plays, drive producing conversion third downs that happened in the third quarter. I didn't think our offense responded very well to the non-call on the first third down of the half. And, you don't always have control over what happens to you in game. Rest assured, some things are going to happen. There's ebb and flow over the course of 60 minutes. But in that instance, as a collective, we feel like we didn't respond in the appropriate or the desired way. We didn't smile in the face of it. We didn't produce the type of plays that counteract those things and get the balance back in our favor. We're certainly being critical of ourselves, and we're utilizing that as fuel as we prepare for our next opportunity. You're always a little bit concerned when you're settling for field goals when you're playing good people. It seems like touchdowns is how it gets done in our business at this level. And so it was a little bit less than comfortable at halftime settling for 3 field goals. I think those drives were stopped by penalties and negative plays on 1st and 10, put us in some 2nd and long circumstances. We didn't perform very well in 2nd and long, not only in the first half of the game, but in the totality of the game. It produced a lot of 3rd and longs in the game. That's low percentage conversion rates for us. That's low percentage conversion rates for everyone, to be quite honest with you. We were in more 3rd and longs in that game than we're comfortable with, and I think we suffered the consequences of that.
Mike Tomlin says the Steelers did not respond well after that offsides penalty wasn't called, the subsequent incomplete pass to Roman Wilson, and then the Steelers had to punt. And then, he didn't mention this, they gave up the 59-yard pass play on 3rd and 5 with that following defensive drive. So it wasn't just the offense that didn't respond. It was also the defense, which to me is a mark of a fragile group, and that falls on the head coach. If you've got a fragile group that can't deal with adversity, if they blink in the face of adversity instead of smiling in the face of adversity, when that's all the head coach ever talks about, that's on him. But who do you think he was talking about? Who was most demonstrative in their displeasure after that call was not made? Aaron Rodgers. So I don't think it's a giant leap to think that Tomlin was saying Rodgers didn't handle that well. I had no problem, by the way, with Rodgers being pissed off. Some calls in the NFL, they happen so fast that the referees are bound to miss it. You can call holding on every play. A blade of grass can determine the outcome of a play and thus a football game. That was a pretty easy one to see. Dude jumps offside right in the middle of your offensive line. You got to call that 100 times out of 100, 1,000 out of 1,000, and 1,000,000 out of 1,000,000. And that's such a big part of Aaron Rodgers' game is the cadence, drawing teams offside, snapping the ball when there's an extra guy on the field. That's a weapon for him. That's an arrow in his quiver. And they took that away from him. So he was pissed off. I don't blame him. Sounds like Tomlin didn't like his response. Then the second clip you heard there was Mike Tomlin leading off his press conference, once again talking about how the offense settled for field goals, didn't score touchdowns, and put the loss first and foremost on the offense. That is ludicrous. The defense gave up 20 consecutive completions. They've given up 369 or more yards in 6 of the 7 games they've played this season. Their explosive play differential on the year is minus 21. That's mostly because the defense is giving up a ton of explosive plays. They didn't force a turnover for now, the third straight game. They haven't forced a turnover since they were overseas, and yet it's the offense's fault. The offense is 11th in the league in scoring, just 0.9 points away from being a top 10 scoring offense in the NFL. The offense the last 2 weeks is averaging 28 points per game, and they're 0-2. And the first thing out of Mike Tomlin's mouth in the press conference wasn't talking about that defense that gave up a historic 20 consecutive completions. No, it was that the offense was settling for field goals. What a stinking joke. And if he keeps doing this, Aaron Rodgers ain't going to be all that happy. You better get Marquez Valdez-Scantling in here ASAP. Get Rodgers a buddy. And I know that Rodgers took accountability after the game and said you have to score touchdowns and kind of echoed the messaging that Mike Tomlin's put out there. That's what a leader's supposed to do. A quarterback. When you're kicking field goals instead of getting touchdowns, even when you score 25 points, you're supposed to take accountability. Ben did that all the time. It's one of the things I actually liked about Ben Roethlisberger. He could throw for 350 yards, the team would lose, and he would say, I got to be better. That's what a leader does. A leader acknowledges his or her shortcomings. Mike Tomlin said the defense was a millisecond away from getting a stop on each of the 2 biggest plays the Packers made in the game. That's a total lack of accountability. Mike Tomlin wants to know why this team is 0-2 in the last 2, giving up over 30 points per game. He needs to look in the mirror. It's his fault. He's the defensive mastermind. It's Terrell Austin's fault. He calls the defensive plays. Chris Carter and Nick Farabaugh have been fighting people on social media talking about how Terrell Austin does, in fact, call the plays. People have called them Tomlin apologists because of it. No, they're players who have come out and said it is Terrell Austin calling the plays on Sundays. That in no way is a defense of Mike Tomlin. I don't think. Because Mike Tomlin allows the guy to continue to call defensive plays. And Mike Tomlin says there's no dramatic changes coming. Mike Tomlin should be taking accountability for his defense stinking, and then he should take full accountability by taking away, at the very least, Terrell Austin's play calling duties and doing it himself. If I have a bad show, and some would argue there's a lot of bad shows, even though we won a Marconi, I'm going to prep harder the next time. I'm going to go above and beyond to be better prepared the following show. And I'm going to take it upon myself to get it done. I'm not going to say, Doran, you need to be better. I'm not going to say, Harry, you need to be better. I'm going to take it upon myself to make the show an award-winning radio show. Mike Tomlin's defense stinks, but he's got somebody else calling the plays. Be a man and take the responsibilities for yourself. You call the plays. Joseph in Austin, Texas, listening on the Odyssey app. I have a lot of friends in Austin, Texas, Joseph. Joseph, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? You're on the air.
Afternoon. Well, good morning. I I hear yesterday when he said that sometimes kids don't listen, and you guys were talking about how you're trying to potty train. It just feels like Tomlin is a dad that kids just don't respect on his team, and they're not unified.
Well,
I see what's happening in New England with Vrabel his first year, and it's a completely different team from when they were 4-13 last year.
It's a largely no-name defense that's outperforming the Steelers' high-paid defense in New England. And to your point about Mike Tomlin talking about reprimanding his kids, Cam Hayward said that they didn't show enough fight. This after Kirk Herbstreit called the Steelers quitters, basically, in the second half of that playoff game against Baltimore. All that falls on a head coach. If your team quits and that is coming from inside the house, Cam Hayward, the leader of this defense, is saying it, I think, yeah, leadership comes in the locker room from the players. You got to have good locker room leadership, player-led leadership, but it's also a culture set from on high. Chris in Connellsville. Hello.
Hey, guys. A couple points. Number one, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tomlin's saying they can't settle for field goals. Isn't he the one that makes the decision to send the field goal unit out onto the field?
Yeah, and I think one of the things with Chris Boswell, too, I'll let you finish in a second, is he's so automatic that the Steelers oftentimes don't even consider going for it on reasonable fourth downs because they know they've got 3 points in their back pocket. The Steelers go for it less than any team in the NFL, and on the flip side, their opponents are going for it an absolute ton. Mike Tomlin says don't live in your fears, and he constantly lives in his fears.
Exactly. The second thing I was going to make is some of these media people that are in these pressers need to grow a pair. And whenever Tomlin says that he is pleased with what Tara Austin's doing and with the defense, I would say, hold on a second, Mike. What exactly are you pleased with? You have the highest paid defense at your disposal, and you're worst in the league in the defense. Tell us what you're pleased with, please.
Fair enough, Chris, but to what end? What's it going to do?
Well, I understand that, and but at least hold them accountable. I mean, you can't just let them give you a word salad and say, "Okay, we're fine with that answer." No, tell us, what are you pleased with?
Well, I ain't happy with the answers. Nobody is from yesterday, and I appreciate the call, Chris. Here's what would happen, Mike. You say you're satisfied with Terrell Austin. What about his performance has been satisfying to you? And he would give you some nonsense about, well, you can't make a great guacamole if your avocados are ripe. And then the national media would pick up on it, and Rich Eisen would be like, oh, you hear what he said about avocados? Hey, that's what happens. He's going to give you a one-word answer, or he's going to get snarky, or he's going to make up some analogy that everyone in the national media is going to go, oh, that's cute. Mike Tomlin, again, the wordsmith. He's talking about avocados. It's not the media's fault this defense sucks. It's his. And a little bit Terrell Austin's. 412-928-9370. Tomlin making all kind of excuses for his defense, yet throws the offense under the bus. It doesn't sit well with me. How's it sit with you? Give us a ring, 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. And your chance to win a signed ball from Pittsburgh's next great up-and-coming athlete? Tell you more about that. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 4 of the World Series ended in a 6-2 win for the Toronto Blue Jays, evening that series now at 2 games apiece. The Blue Jays got to Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani gave up 4 runs in that game out of the 6 total that the Blue Jays scored. Blue Jays have now guaranteed themselves at least one more home game. Game 5 of the series, the last home game that the Dodgers will have in the World Series, is going to be played tonight. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound 28, crews have cleared an earlier accident reopening the ramp from Freeport Road. Just watch for some leftover delays. Once you do get by there, you're jammed again. Approaching the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks and slow past Millvale to the north side. Parkway North, you're jamming up back around Camp Horn Road down toward Bellevue Westview. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
How long have you had sharp pains in your heel or that burning sensation on the bottom of your feet? Do you want to lose weight and exercise, but cannot because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many people come to the Good Feet store and talk about these same issues. The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers.
The pain in my foot was so bad I could not walk for any length of time. I walked in the Good Feet store in pain, and I walked out pain-free.
Good Feet arch supports fit in all your own shoes. Ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
No shots, no surgery, and no medication. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
When you walk through our doors, you're not a case, you're family.
At LGKG, we take time to listen, to care, and to fight for what matters most, you.
AV-rated super lawyers, taking your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I did say that if the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
But
that's how confident I am.
But you're not going to do that.
Why not? I followed through on my bet to produce the show. Why wouldn't I follow through on this one?
Andrew Filipponi follows through tonight. The nipples are getting pierced at 7:30 at Mike's Beer Bar. The event begins at 6 p.m. It goes until 8. Pony pierces cancer. Proceeds benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Tickets are $33. That includes appetizers and a commemorative T-shirt. Piercing provided by the Gilded Violet Piercing will take place at 7:30, as I've mentioned. Cash raffle. All the proceeds go to charity. And here's what you could win in the cash raffle. How about a signed Mason Heinzel football? That kid's a phenom. You see what he did against NC State, putting up 53 points. You could also win 2 tickets to a Pirate game with the PM team to watch Paul Skeens. 2 floor seats to see Bryan Adams at PPG Paints Arena on November 2nd. $50 gift card to Rally House. Autographed Clint Hurdleism's book. $100 gift card to Definitely You. Sports memorabilia and apparel store. Don Kelly signed baseball. Could win Sweet Treats, Sarah's Chocolates, and other treats. Wiggle Bourbon and Steelers Glass. A foursome at Cedarbrook Golf. $200 gift certificate to Hickory Heights. $100 gift card to Oliver Flowers. $100 gift card to Lamont. Ton of great raffle prizes tonight. So come, have a beverage, pay $33, get your free app and a T-shirt, and watch your favorite radio host get his nipples pierced. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Harry and I will be there with bells on. Harry, are you going to be able to bring yourself to watch Pony get his nipples pierced?
Yeah, I'll man up and do it. I mean, it's just, you're just sticking a pin in a
nipple.
In a fleshy thing,
I got my belly button pierced because I lost a bet like a decade ago, and it did not feel good, and I couldn't watch it. But I would imagine that the pain of getting your nipples pierced far outweighs the belly button piercing. And it just looks gross.
At least it's not the undercarriage, at least he's not getting his junk pierced. I guess that's the way to look at it.
I would think apart from getting your junk pierced, there's not a more painful part of the body to get pierced than your nipples.
Because they're so sensitive.
They are sensitive.
At least males have vestigial ones. I don't know. Does that make it any better?
I'm just shocked that you used the word vestigial. And for that, I give you a round of applause.
I'm a hero.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette is going to join us for his weekly segment. The Steelers made a trade last night. It doesn't much move the needle for me. Does it move the needle for Ray? How will Kyle Dugger be utilized? Is there anything else coming down the pike as far as the Steelers trade is concerned? And how does he feel as we start to turn our attention to the Indianapolis Colts about this game against the AFC's best on Sunday? That's all on the way with Ray. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 54 today, low of 36. That's why you got to get in the bar and watch our guy get his nipples pierced. It's going to be raining. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Pittsburgh, You might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 jammed inbound between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass down toward Millvale. Pretty well stop and go from there to the north side. Parkway North stacking around the bend at Bellevue, Westview. It remains slow all the way down past Venture Street, and the crosstown is also jammed as you come off the Veterans Bridge. Parkway East, that is stacked back at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think we're always open for business, particularly as we get close to the trade deadline. We're always buyers. We're always trying to position ourselves to be the best that we can be this year. But that not only applies to the secondary that you asked about, I'm sure that applies to all 3 phases of the game.
Mike Tomlin, foreshadowing. We're buyers. Could add to the defense, and that they do. Kyle Duggar, and a 7th-round pick in exchange for a 6th-round pick. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joins us now to discuss. Ray is brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years. LGKG.com. Good morning to you, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning, Adam. I'm doing well.
I'm happy to hear that. I understand that you won't be at the nipple piercing tonight, unfortunately.
No, and Harry said he's going to be there, but he's a little bit squeamish, so I don't know. I don't have any piercings. Is there like blood involved, or?
I would imagine that the nipple bleeds. Harry, do nipples bleed? Of course they do.
Nipples bleed, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Of course they bleed, because haven't you ever seen people, now that I'm thinking about it, do a marathon, and they'll be like at the 23-mile mark, and they're just bleeding down their shirts because their nipples are chafing? Nobody wanted to respond to that? That's fine. Ray, the Steelers trade for Kyle Duggar. Can he, A, jump on a moving train, and B, how do you think they'll utilize him?
Yeah, well, listen, he's 6'1", 216. He certainly fits that mold of a run-stopping strong safety that they need with Deshaun Elliott out. And it's interesting. I was looking at his turnover production. It was earlier in his career, Adam, but he's got 9 career interceptions. 2 have been returned for touchdowns, and he's got, a few strips, forced fumbles as well. So at one point, he was a playmaking safety as well. And it's just interesting how things work around the NFL. We saw Jabril Peppers come here early in the season. He kind of fell out of favor in New England just because Mike Vrabel's there now and he's got a new defense, or he just wants his safeties to play in a different manner. And the same thing happened to Kyle Duggar. Now, Duggar's 29 years old. He's not a young guy, but...
Oh, he's young for them.
Well, yeah. But also, Adam, if you look around that safety room, Chuck Clark was 3 steps behind Tucker Kraft on that touchdown late in the game. Peppers, they haven't used him much. Thornhill is kind of who he is. I mean, I do think Duggar, if he could pick up the defense quickly, is probably going to have a chance to be a starter, because I do think Elliott is going to be out for a while. It's great news that it's not season ending.
Yeah.
But I still think he's going to be out for a while.
Peppers played 13 snaps on Sunday night against the Packers. Last year, they bring in Mike Williams at the deadline. He has 9 catches for 135 yards in 8 games, so a smidge over 1 catch a game. They brought in Preston Smith, and he played about 14% of the snaps. Do you think that Duggar's going to play defensively this week? With Peppers, his first action was on special teams. How long do you think it takes, I guess, for him to fold into this thing?
But didn't Peppers in that New England game actually play a lot and he forced a fumble? So maybe it happens. Maybe it happens the following week in Los Angeles. What I do know, Adam, is they have a big need at safety. I don't think like Chuck Clark or Peppers, based on what I've seen in the last 6 weeks or so, I don't know if they're going to trust either of those guys to be full-time starting strong safeties. Now, maybe they divvy up the labor, here on Sunday just because Duggar is new and he's learning the defense. But, I think you'll see a number of different guys in the mix this week. But I do think eventually, as I said, if he could pick up the defense, I think they have designs on him likely being a starter down the road.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette's joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I think the number one thing Deshaun Elliott brings to the table is his violence, the way he comes downhill. He's one of the better box safeties in the NFL. He's instrumental in the run defense. But then secondly, the communication, which isn't good anyway, seems to go to hell in a handbasket with him not out there. Now you're going to throw another safety into the mix. And I wonder how much Jalen Ramsey is going to be playing free safety. And they got a whole bunch of moving parts. And then you take on Shane Steichen. I'm not liking how this is adding up, Ray.
No, if you listen to Mike Tomlin yesterday, he did mention how when you have guys moving around, it does affect the communication. And can Jalen Ramsey do it? Sure, Jalen Ramsey can do it, but do you want to limit just him to playing free safety? Because they have used him in the slot. They have used him in outside. And I don't think that maybe he could call the signals and get everyone lined up if it's in the slot, but that's not traditionally how it works. So, yeah, there's a big void there with Elliott out just in terms of getting those guys lined up right. And let's be honest, Adam, even when Elliott was out there, they weren't getting lined up right all the time.
Exactly right, which is my concern. Ray Fittipaldo joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So it was reported on Monday night by a couple of national outlets that the Steelers were signing Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Then Tomlin comes out and basically refutes that. Then Jerry Dulac, your colleague, reports yesterday that if the Steelers are getting something done with a wide receiver, it wouldn't happen until next week. What the hell's going on? What's your understanding of this situation, Ray?
Yeah, I think he was released. I don't know if it was with an injury settlement or what happened there, but I think he's still getting over an injury. So I think the plans are likely that he does come, but Adam, I can tell you when he does come, he's going to jump on the practice squad. They're not just going to sign him to the 53-man roster. So I still think that's a possibility. But like if people have visions of MVS like stepping in and being a big part of things right away, I don't think that's going to happen at all. They're going to kind of onboard him with the practice squad. They'll see if he can carve out a niche. If he can, they'll probably activate him. But yeah, he's not going to jump in and play right away whenever, if ever, he does come.
If he does, is that the last move they'll make at wide receiver? Was this trade for Kyle Dugger the last move you think the Steelers will make before the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear with Elliott's injury, their first priority this week was to get a safety. So I think now Omar can probably concentrate a little bit more on making a deal for a receiver if that is indeed something that they deem necessary. You know, the first half was good against the Packers. They kind of stalled and settled for field goals, as Tomlin mentioned. I actually think they're okay offensively. I think they have a number of weapons. It's not conventional. Like, it's not like, oh, they can line up with 3 and 4 wides and be a dangerous team. That's not the way they're built. But if you just look at the scoring and compare them to other teams around the league, they're actually getting it done. You know, they're not even middle of the pack. You know, they're really kind of like a top 12, top 13 scoring offense.
They're 11th in scoring offense right now.
Yeah.
They're only 0.9 points away, Ray, from being a top 10 scoring offense in the league.
Yeah, so while other teams around the league are maybe doing it like at 3 and 4 wide sets, they're different, but they've actually been very productive. So I don't know if it's a front burner issue for them, but you know, Omar, if there's a chance that he could help this team and give away a low draft pick again or a mid-round pick if it's a special player, I think he'll try to do it.
You mentioned the Steelers' unconventional ways on offense. A big part of that has been their extra offensive lineman package. Sayamalu may or may not play this weekend. We'll find out more today and in the coming days at practice. If he can't go, Spencer Anderson's going to play left guard. How do you think that affects their big old offensive line package?
Well, because they only dressed a few extra offensive line, Ryan McCollum performed those duties against the Packers. I think he's only in there for a few plays. Yeah. So you do have McCollum, who's a guard and a center. He can do it. They also have a big guy by the name of Andrus Peat, who's got a lot of experience as a starter in this league. And he certainly, if you activate him, if Sayamalu was down, he's a big dude, and he could certainly perform those duties as well. So I think they're okay. You know, Pete might be up this week. If he is, I would expect him to maybe get those duties. But I think McCollum is a vet too. If they asked him to do it, that'd be just fine too.
Ray Fittipaldo with us here on the Fan Morning Show. Ray, Terrell Austin has come under a ton of fire, including a couple of questions asked of Mike Tomlin about Terrell Austin in the press conference yesterday. And there's all kinds of fighting on social media. You correct me if I'm wrong in this. So Keith Butler came on our station and talked to the PM guys and said he didn't call the defensive plays. He also said the same thing to Jerry Dulac. But it is my understanding that Terrell Austin calls the defensive plays. Is that what's going on?
Listen, Mike has his hands in the defense.
Of course.
I can't sit here and tell you like Mike is calling every single play or that Terrell is calling every single play. But when it comes to the game plan, Mike is deeply involved. And I think when there are gotta have it situations in games, Mike is weighing in. So yeah. I don't know the breakdown. I'm not I'm not privy to the details of how it's being worked out.
And they like it that way. They don't want anybody to know their operation.
Yeah, but I think everyone knows that ever since Dick LeBeau left on, Mike has had a big hand in the defense, and I can tell you that's certainly continuing this season as it always has.
That being said, Terrell Austin still has a big say, no? I mean, he is the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's working under the guidelines that Mike wants him to work under. He's designing things in the manner Mike wants, but yeah, I mean, he's got to put it together. He's got to coach these guys up. I mean, there's only so much Mike can do, but yeah, certainly he's coordinating the defense. And, you know, if you're going to criticize Mike, you certainly have the right to criticize Terrell as well.
Ray, my pap used to say that football's a funny sport with a weird-shaped ball. That's about the only thing I think the Steelers have going for them on Sunday, that weird things tend to happen in the NFL, because I look at the matchup, And as bad as the Steelers rank statistically in pretty much every category on defense, I think it's going to look worse when we're looking at those statistics on Monday. How do they slow down this elite offense that the Colts are bringing to town with a head coach who has always seemed to have Mike Tomlin's number?
Yeah, I mean, they're a juggernaut. Who thought they would have been a juggernaut with Daniel Jones at quarterback? I was looking at the NFL stats yesterday. 33.8 points per game. That's a full 3 points more than any other team in the NFL. They scored 30 or more 6 out of 8 games. So, yeah, the Steelers defense has to step up at them, and maybe they will. But I know one thing. If the Steelers don't score 27, 30, 33 points in this game, they're not going to win because that Colts offense is going to find a way with Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, Pierce, all those guys. They got some great weapons over there on offense.
Ray, this was wonderful. You're a wonderful man. I'm sorry we won't see you at the nipple piercing, but we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, Adam. See you.
See you, buddy. That is Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette, one of the best. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. On the text line, somebody said Julius Caesar had his nipples pierced. And back in the Roman Empire, it was actually looked at as a sign of masculinity, Harry, the nipple piercings. Does this mean that Mulsey is going to stab Pony in the back? Time will tell. Coming up next, for the last 2+ days, I have been rattling off damning statistics about this Steelers defense. I've been made aware of one that might be the most damning yet, and the Steelers offense can actually help the Steelers defense. We'll get to that when we come back, but right now it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins lost in a shootout yesterday to the Philadelphia Flyers. The Penguins, however, got a loser point. They have 16 points. They are still at the top of the Eastern Conference, tied with 2 other teams with 16 points. They have 7 wins, 2 losses, and 2 overtime losses through this point in the season. Penguins are off today. They travel now to Minnesota to play the Minnesota Wild, a game that begins tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Fine Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Our penalty lap track is festooned with Halloween decor, and the players running this week have ghosted their playoff hopes. Take the Falcons. This whole team is an enigma. The Panthers were crushed, and the Giants have quite the hill to climb before you could even say scataboo. Elsewhere, the Bengals and Cowboys defenses are scary bad. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie and then stacked from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty well stop and go to the north side. While the Parkway North, that stacks up at the bend at Bellevue. Westview slow all the way down past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
They definitely did. They ran the ball in the third quarter with 16-7. We had 2 drives in the third quarter. We ran the ball once.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that at least 1 or 2 of those were called runs that Aaron had a side adjustment throw on that didn't work. But to your point, and one of the things that I can't stand is that when we have the lead that we have, when we're built the way that we're built, and Isaac was hurt at that point, so we did have to change some things, but we should have a very good, strong power running game installed in that week's game plan versus this team, and we didn't go to it all. For Jaylen Warren to only have 1 running touch in the third quarter, in the entire third quarter, and we had to lead the entire third quarter That's a failure through coaching. That's a failure through game planning. We came out through 3 straight passes to start the third quarter, and that's not winning football with the team that we have.
That's Trey Essex, who joins us every Tuesday at 8. I asked him if the Steelers got away from running the ball too quickly on Sunday night against the Packers, and that was his answer. And I agree with that. You can make the argument the same thing happened against Cincinnati. I can entertain that argument, but they still scored 31 points, which should be enough to win most weeks. A damning statistic that Matt Williamson tweeted out not long ago. The Steelers' defense in the first quarter of games is only giving up roughly 3 points per quarter. That's really good. In the second quarter, the Steelers' defense has been statistically pretty damn good. In the third quarter, the Steelers' defense is giving up 3.9 points. That's good for 8th in the NFL. In the fourth quarter, they're giving up darn near 12 points per quarter. That's dead last in the NFL. Every other team is under 11 points surrendered in the fourth, and 28 teams are under 10. So the Steelers have by far, the worst fourth quarter defense in the NFL. I think this is all pretty explainable. They're 12th in the first quarter, 10th in the second quarter, 8th in the third quarter. I think by the fourth quarter, they're totally gassed. And I'm not putting this on the offense. It's their own fault. The Steelers are 31st in the NFL in time of possession. I think that's mostly on the defense. The defense is one of the worst third down defenses in the league. They're one of the worst fourth down defenses in the league. They can't get off the field, and they haven't forced a turnover in the last 3 weeks. Last time they forced a turnover was in Dublin. So they're not forcing punts. They're not getting you off the field on third downs or fourth downs, and they're not taking the football away to give it back to the offense. It makes sense that this defense that's aged, right? Jalen Ramsey on the wrong side of 30. Same thing with Hayward. Same thing with Watt. It makes sense that they'd come out and play decent football early. But eventually, they're just on the field too long. And the dam breaks. And while this is the defense's fault, I think the offense needs to be part of the solution here. I'm not putting it on the offense. But I think in order for the Steelers to play better defense later in games, the offense is going to have to keep the football longer. It's a tale as old as time. I mean, it's cliched. How you beat Tom Brady? Oh, you keep him off the field. I go back to the 2011 game between the Steelers and Patriots. The Steelers held the ball for 39 minutes, scored a whole bunch of points, beat the Patriots. Ben Roethlisberger threw the ball like 50 times for 300 and some odd yards. You can monopolize the football. You can keep the football by throwing it. You can keep the football by running it. But keeping the football helps your defense out big time, especially one that can't get off the field on its own. I think the Steelers, through quick passing, I think the Steelers, through running the football more frequently and staying married to it longer, need to keep the football in their possession to protect this defense. The defense is wilting late in games because it's just too old. It's fatigued. And this defense is not going to get better as the season goes on if they're going to have to be on the field for 30-plus minutes a game. They're on the field for 33 minutes a game. Worst in the NFL. 33 minutes a game. That adds up. The opposition has run so many more plays than the Steelers have run. It adds up. It's a cumulative effect. Guys get hurt, and if they don't get hurt, they get banged up. And if they don't get banged up, they get fatigued. And I think the defense is going to get worse and worse as the season goes on, unless the offense can help them out by keeping the ball. And they found something in their running game the last 4 weeks with that jumbo package. Even if Spencer Anderson's your left guard this week, we heard a couple of the options they'll have, Andrews Peat being one of them from Ray Fittipaldo in the last segment. I think you roll that out there, and I think you run, and you run, and you run some more. And when they stack the box, you throw it sideways. and you keep the ball and you don't snap it until there's 1 second left on the play clock, and you do everything you can to keep this defense off the field, because it's going to get way worse if things don't change in the time of possession category. But that statistic is damning. 12th in the league in first quarter points allowed, then 10th in the second, 8th in the third, and by the fourth quarter, it's hell in a handbasket. I don't think that they're magically going to get better on third downs defensively. I don't think they're magically going to get better on fourth downs defensively. But what they can do is control the clock more on the offensive side of the ball. And I hope that Mike Tomlin, Arthur Smith, and the Brain Trust can see this. Because as bad as the Steelers' defense is now, it's going to look worse on Sunday. And the statistics when we come in on Monday morning are going to look worse. And I think as long as they're on the field for 33 minutes a game, those numbers are going to keep going down the tube. But help is on the way, I suppose. Kyle Duggar from the New England Patriots. Steelers give up a 6th-round pick. They also get a 7th-round pick in return. Kyle Duggar's a box safety. We have a Patriots expert joining us next to give us the skinny, the lowdown on one Kyle Duggar. Why did he fall out of favor in New England? Is he still any good? Can he play center field at all for this team? Christopher Price from the Boston Globe has been covering the team for 21 years. He's going to jump on with us when we come back. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
World Series Game 4 was yesterday, and it was won by the Toronto Blue Jays. They ended up scoring 4 against Shohei Ohtani and winning that game 6-2. Blue Jays have secured at least one more home game in the World Series. The last game hosted by the Dodgers will be Game 5, which is scheduled for tonight. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get you great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice and said that Gina was able to sell their home in one day on 2 separate occasions. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com. BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help Help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant.
Here we go!
Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I think we're always open for business, particularly as we get close to the trade deadline. We're always buyers. We're always trying to position ourselves to be the best that we can be this year. But that not only applies to the secondary that you asked about, I'm sure that applies to all 3 phases of the game.
Mike Tomlin yesterday saying they're open for business, and then Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan last night. They get Kyle Dugger from the New England Patriots in exchange for a 6th-round pick. They also get a 7th-round pick in return. And it feels like every few weeks now we're talking to Christopher Price from the Boston Globe about a former Patriots safety. He joins us now. He's covered the team for 21 years, one of the very best reporters in the industry, and you can follow him on Twitter at CPriceGlobe. Hey, thank you for making time for us today, Christopher. Appreciate it as always.
I figure it's only a matter of time before the Steelers trade for Del Pettis, Jalen Hawkins. We're going to be revisiting this month after month after month. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing great. I mean, at some point they might even try to get Rodney Harrison out of retirement at this rate with all these guys going down. So I asked this question about Jabril Peppers. I'll ask the same one here about Kyle Dugger. I mean, did he fall out of favor by things that were happening off the field, or is this a scheme fit kind of deal?
It was more of a scheme fit kind of deal. He's an interesting guy. He's an interesting backstory here. First of all, he's an old 29 because he came out of Lenoir-Rhyne a little bit later on. I think he was 23 or 24 when he left, or when he declared for the draft. And so he's an older player, and he plays hard. And so that's why I say he's an old 29. He went through, over the last year, he suffered a pretty serious ankle injury last season, and he kept playing through it when he probably should have stopped because he wanted to be a good teammate, and everything was, the ship was sinking last year. The Patriots went 4-13, and he wanted to be out there on the field and set a good example. He was a captain. He's a veteran. And he probably should have not played for the bulk of the season. So he had off-season ankle surgery, and he spent most of the offseason rehabbing that. And then when you pile on the fact that it was a new defensive scheme and they wanted him to do a little bit more deep safety work than box safety work to kind of, maybe show off some versatility, it was just not a scheme fit. So there are multiple things there when you consider his time in New England. I'll say this, man. He's a pro's pro. It was awkward this spring and summer talking to him because it was clear he had fallen out of favor, but he answered every question. He was a good teammate. He was, he's good in the locker room. So there's a lot to like about him in terms of intangibles, but you just need to know that, again, he's kind of an old 29 and coming off a pretty serious ankle injury.
Well, he's young for the Steelers defense. If he's on the south side of 30, so that's pretty good as far as they're concerned relative to everybody else. So you say he didn't play all that well at free safety because he's kind of miscast in that role. The Steelers are collecting box safeties now. How is he at that particular duty?
He's good. Yeah. He's good. Again, this is a guy who was, up until last year, I don't want to say was the centerpiece, but was a guy they relied on an awful lot. And I think he still has some good football left in him. I don't think he is the guy he was 2 or 3 years ago in terms of being that big physical box safety. He's not going to get you, 100 tackles or something like that. But, you can put him in there as part of a larger scheme. You don't want to rely on him to be a star, but as a piece of the puzzle, I think he's got a lot left in him if you're looking for another kind of box safety in terms of, if you want to set up a rotation.
Christopher Price from the Boston Globe joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, giving us the lowdown on Kyle Dugger. Jabril Peppers only played 13 snaps, by the way, in the last game. I think he's better than the guys that have been playing, but they haven't played him anyhow. You mentioned that Kyle Dugger is a pro's pro. Do you think he's a guy that could pick up a defense pretty quickly as well?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I do. And again, I think just part of it here in New England was a scheme fit. This is a guy he's been around, he's been in the NFL an awful long time, relatively long time, when compared to some other guys out there. This is a good locker room guy. This is a high character guy. He's going to do a ton of, not that fans are going to care about this from an on-field perspective, but he's going to do charity work. He's going to be, a nice guy in the locker room. He's going to be a good fit for what you want to get done defensively. So again, he's not going to be a Pro Bowler, but if you're asking him to be a part of a safety rotation, I think he could be a good piece of the puzzle.
I'd be remiss, Chris, if I didn't ask you about this. Patriots sitting there at 6-2, first place in the AFC East. People around here pretty ticked off that hadn't been that long and they found their franchise quarterback. A, is Drake May the real deal? And B, do you think the Patriots have what it takes to hold off the Bills for division supremacy?
I think Drake May is the real deal. I am of the opinion that the Bills are going to get hot between now and the end of the season, and so I think Buffalo is going to capture that thing by like a game. But look, I think this New England redevelopment project is a lot farther along than any one of us would have thought that it could have been at this point in the year. I had them at 7 wins this past season. I had them at I fully cop to the fact that they are ahead of the curve. And look, a lot of that is a really relatively easy schedule. I think the metrics suggest that this is one of the easiest schedules in the National Football League since 1978, so you take that into account. But there are pieces around Drake May, too, at the same time offensively. Diggs is, I think, far exceeded expectations. The offensive line is much better. And ever since, they ended up losing in the second half to the Steelers, they've managed to hold on to the football. And so it's all kind of come together very, very nicely for them. Put together a 5-game winning streak. First 5-game winning streak they've had since 2021, and it's the first time this past week they scored 30. First time since 2020 they put back-to-back weeks together where they've scored 30-plus points. So I am of the opinion that they have the arrow pointed in the right direction. They're going to make the postseason, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to overtake the Bills for the division supremacy quite yet.
People love to hear that around here. Christopher Price, the Boston Globe, covered the team for 21 years. He's the best around at covering that team. Chris, we appreciate it as always, man. Thanks a lot. Maybe we'll chat before a playoff matchup if the Steelers get there.
Love it. Sounds good, man. Take care. We'll talk soon.
You too. Thanks a lot. Christopher Price, Boston Globe, does a great job. He says that Kyle Duggar is a pro's pro and that Kyle Duggar should be able to pick up a defense really quickly. So I'm just going to put this out there right now. If Kyle Duggar, maybe not necessarily this week, though he hasn't missed practice yet. He'll be there practicing today, you would have to think. If Kyle Duggar is not the Steelers' leading safety in terms of snaps when the Steelers play the Los Angeles Chargers, it sounds like it's going to have a hell of a lot more to do with the Pittsburgh Steelers and their stupid moving train philosophy than it does a guy actually getting up to speed. He sounds like a sharp guy and a pro's pro. And he's a good box safety. Maybe I'm starting to warm to the move. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that? Plus, we go around the NFL coming up next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost in a shootout yesterday to the Philadelphia Flyers, but that still got them 1 point toward the standings. They now have 16 total points on the season. That is tied for the best in the Eastern Conference right now. Two other teams have 16 points. Penguins are off today. Tomorrow they start a game at night with the Minnesota Wild. They'll be playing on the road in that game as well, just like the game from Philly. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of delays to slow you down this morning. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepare to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team, LGKG.com. Parkway North, you are heavy from the bend at Bellevue West, you down past Venture Street, and then across the Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown where you're jammed approaching Center Avenue. Parkway West, you are stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound delays at I-79, and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 4.99 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. That music means it's time to go around the NFL, but I have lied to you. We're not going to go around the NFL. You can still keep the music going, Harry. Nah, turn it off. That doesn't feel right without it. I'm getting crushed because I crushed Tomlin earlier for blaming the offense more than he's blamed the defense after these last two losses. And then a couple of segments ago, I said the Steelers need to run the ball and possess the ball more to help out the defense. And people are saying now that I'm blaming the offense for the defense's failures. I'm not. I have no faith that the Steelers' defense is just all of a sudden a snap of your fingers going to get better at getting off the field. They're one of the worst defenses in the NFL on third downs. They're one of the worst defenses in the NFL at fourth downs. They haven't forced a turnover in 3 straight games. They're not getting off the field. And I don't think that's going to change. Not even with the addition of Kyle Duggar. So, what can you do to help the defense? You stay on the field longer. And I'm getting crushed. This is, again, from Matt Williamson. Pittsburgh opponents have produced 40 more first downs, 493 more passing yards. They've run 95 more offensive plays and averaged 98 more yards per game than the Steelers. I got people texting in saying that doesn't matter. That the time of possession, the defense being on the field that long, doesn't have anything to do with why the Steelers' defense statistically is the worst in the NFL in the fourth quarter. And if you don't think that has a cumulative effect, I think you're smoking crack. Of course it does, especially when your best players are Cam Hayward, who's like 70, and T.J. Watt, who's on the wrong side of 30, and Jalen Ramsey, who's on the wrong side of 30. These aren't robots. The longer you're out there getting hit by giant men, the more tired you're going to be. And just, again, to cement the point, it's mostly on the defense. But I think the offense has run the ball effectively. They need to run it more to keep the defense off the field. Anthony in Oakland next up. Good morning, Anthony.
Crowley, watching this team and observing this team for many years, it has less to do with fatigue, what's happening to the Steeler defense, and more to do with scheme. If you noticed that game the other day, the first half looked exactly what we had seen around here for a long time. The score was low. The Steelers were getting off the field. It looked, hey, this is a chance. The offense scoring 25 points a game is what we wanted. Well, what happened? The Green Bay made adjustments at halftime and smoked them. That's what's going on here. The fact is, there's no adjustments on the defensive side. Watt, who just wants to stay stationary, he doesn't move around like the top rushers in the league anymore. He just wants to stay right there. He can be schemed away. Highsmith looks like he's lost 2 steps, and the young player they won't play, who they don't win that New England game if it weren't for Hervik. He was the one who caused the fumble.
Yeah, and he played 24 snaps against the Packers. Anthony, this is why you're one of, if not our favorite caller, because I do think fatigue plays a role, but I think the longer you're on the field, the more plays you got to run, and the more the offense has time to adjust because they're seeing everything you got. You throw the kitchen sink at them. I thought that's what happened against Cincinnati. I mean, they did adjust against Cincinnati. It's just nothing worked, and it's because you're on the field for so damn long. Everything you've done, they've seen, and they can scheme it up. So I think those things work hand in hand. And I don't see it changing, so the offense needs to hold the ball longer. That's my point.
Yes. The offense could do. They could stop the errors that they're causing and pushing themselves back. But look, this was a time, and you watched this team, and I watched this team, and the late grand Stan Savard watched this team. We know on third down that was the killer down when you played the Steeler defense. You weren't going to get any more. They're not only getting killed on third down, they're getting killed on fourth down.
Yep.
That just shows they have no respect for the Steeler. Because back in the day, you and I both know they would have punted. They have no fear of this team. It's all Tomlin and his rigidness. And it's going to cost them again this year. Thanks, Crowley.
Thank you. Good call there from Anthony in Oakland. The Packers on fourth down on Sunday night. Where is the fourth down? They went 1 for 1. The Steelers also went 1 for 1. That means that the Steelers' opponents have gone for it on fourth down 18 times. The Steelers have gone for it on fourth down 4 times. So the opposition never living in their fears. The Steelers constantly living in their fears. Doug Whaley joins us coming up next for the final hour of the show. It is a Wednesday with Whaley. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 54, low of 36, 75% chance of rain. That means you want to hang out inside. Maybe watch a guy get his nipples pierced tonight on the north side. More details on that in the following hour as well. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 5 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Yo, Adam, around here, you got to watch for porch pirates.
Not with Guardian Protection. Buy one camera, get the second free, front porch and back deck cover.
That's double protection for your food deliveries and your holiday packages.
Don't wait. This BOGO deal's here for a limited time.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras.
That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply. Guardian Protection, keeping you in safe.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Green Tree to Carnegie and then from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East delays at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. The Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue, Westview, and then again past Venture Street. North Shore Expressway, that is stacking up just past the West End Bridge, past the Fort Duquesne Bridge, and over toward the Route 28 off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. The Steelers coming off of 2 straight losses. Doug, very critical of the Steelers, as he should be. On Channel 11 after the game, we'll get into some of Doug's comments, and we'll expand on them a little bit. We'll have a great discussion about the state of the franchise over the course of the next hour. But, Doug, you're always a big part of the team around here at Odyssey Pittsburgh. You show up to the karaoke event at Mike's Beer Bar every year. will you be making an appearance tonight at the nipple piercing?
That's a negative. I will not be watching another man get his nipples pierced. I mean, I know it's for charity and everything, but I'll just give you the $33 and just write my name in there.
I have thought about that myself.
Yeah.
But I want a steak on a stone. So I'm going to go down there. I'm going to
True.
eat a steak.
Mm-hmm.
Might have a beverage or two. But I can't watch that.
No.
I can't watch.
Even if I was there, I'd turn my back.
Doug, you're a real man.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might pass out if I watched.
I don't know if I'd pass out. I'll say it like this. Just not my type of party.
Mm-hmm. You know, Julius Caesar had his nipples pierced.
I didn't know that.
It was a sign of manhood back in Roman times. So perhaps Pony's trying to channel his inner Julius Caesar.
Maybe so. Maybe we'll get him a little toga to put on. That's what he should wear while he's getting his nipples pierced.
He should walk out there in a toga.
Yeah, and we just all yell, "Hail Caesar!"
Hail Pony! You ever do the toga thing back in college?
I did not.
Me neither.
No.
We never did the theme party stuff.
No.
The theme was
Let's
we're
have a
drinking
party.
beer. Exactly
That's
right.
it. You need a theme, then you're just not a good partier.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I want to use this as the jumping off point for our conversation, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin asked about changes being made to the defense, and he said, we don't need to make dramatic changes.
We certainly need to be better in third down than we've been, but it doesn't necessarily mean dramatic changes in terms of schematics and things of that nature. If you look at those two plays, on the 60-yard play, the quarterback was hit as he let it go. It's details that are usually the difference when it's a millisecond. And on the other play, the 35-yard play, he got outside the pocket on us and extended, and we certainly got to do a better job of keeping him constricted in the pocket, man, and getting two guys at the catch point down the grass. And that's one thing that we didn't do in either circumstance. We play a lot of man-free concepts. It usually gives us an opportunity to get two guys at the ball down the grass. We didn't in those instances, and it produced field flipping, drive producing, touchdown drive producing plays that really kind of change the texture of the ball game.
You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Colts and the Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You can't count on much. You can always count on the Steelers giving up third down conversions.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin talking about a millisecond here, a millisecond there. Ain't that pro sports? Like, you either get a guy on the ground or you don't get a guy on the ground. He makes it seem, Doug, like those two plays were the difference in the football game. You know, a game where they gave up 20 consecutive completions. It wasn't just two plays. It was their defense being bad like it was for the second consecutive week.
And he's referencing it's a game of inches. And yes, it's a game of inches, but what I hear him saying, because he does say a lot, and for me to read between the lines, we're not changing scheme because we had them in the right position. They didn't execute. So it's a backhanded slap to the players saying they need to step up and be a little better. But he's also giving them a compliment. They were a millisecond away from making the play. So they're there. They just got to take that next step to make the play. I'm with you. 20 straight completions. Is that a millisecond away? 20 seconds, a millisecond away for 20 straight completions mean maybe you need to put them in a better position so they're not a millisecond away, or confuse the quarterback so he's not out there throwing 7-on-7 in practice. And we're talking practice, man.
I mean, Doug, that's why I don't see this getting any better. The last 15 games, the Steelers' defense is giving up, on average, 26 points per game. That's who they are. And now it's 4 out of 7 games this year where they're giving up more than 30 points. They're routinely outgained. They've given up over 369 yards in 6 of the 7 games that they've played. I mean, every way you slice it defensively, it's not just this season as the sample size. And if Mike Tomlin's saying they're not going to do anything dramatic to change, I don't know why anybody, himself included, would think that anything is going to change.
Exactly. And I'm surprised no one didn't throw his line back at him like, hey, continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. Isn't that insanity? Well, you're saying you're insane then right now, because if you're not going to change, and even if he would have said, hey, listen, we have to look at everything and not dramatically change the foundation of the defense, maybe evolve, tweak it here or there, find out. It's called self-scout. They had a bye week already. That's what I would ask them. In your bye week, What did you self-scout? What did you do to see what is going on and what is the major issues and how teams are consistently exploiting this defense? Answer that question for me. That's the type of questions I want to know from him, because he can, when you ask him layup questions like this, he knows how to wordsmith his way out of a question and say a lot but not say anything.
Right.
And right there, he didn't say anything that we already didn't know.
Among all the frustrating things that we've seen from the Steelers defense this year, I think this might be the most frustrating and damning to me. We knew going into the game that Tucker Kraft was going to be their A1 weapon.
He's the leading receiver.
He goes 7 for 143 and 2 touchdowns. We knew before the Jets game they might be targeting that Garrett Wilson cat. He goes 7 for 95 and a touchdown. Who's the best player on Seattle's offense? Jackson Smith-Njigba, 8 for 103. For New England, Hunter Henry, 8 for 90 and 2 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson, easier said than done, hell of a player.
Right.
He goes 10 for 126. And then Jamar Chase goes 16 for whatever the hell he went for, 894 yards. It was an all-time Bengals receiving record. The best player for the opposition should be the primary focus every week. I'm guessing in the meeting rooms it is. And they haven't made a single offense this year, Doug, play with their right hand tied behind their back.
And I don't know, unless they go the Michael Jordan route. Michael's going to get his. Let him get his, and we're going to try to shut down everybody else. Well, guess what? They haven't done that either.
Right. That'd be fine, too, if Jordan Addison ain't breaking for an 80-yard catch and run in Dublin.
Absolutely.
And the list goes on and on. T. Higgins also got his. Their third receiver, Yoshi Voss, got his.
Right.
If you want to eat, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet when you're playing the Steelers defense.
Speaking of which, did you ever go to those Chinese all-you-can-eat buffets in college?
I have never been to one. I have a great friend of mine who swears by them.
Oh,
there's one not far from here, actually.
I can't do it now just because the sodium and the MSG, you just get bloated. But when I was young and didn't have a lot of money, that was a way to get your fill. Anyway, I digress. Sorry about that.
Well, my stomach, as you said that, literally just rumbled. You and me today, Chinese buffet? Harry's paying?
Harry's paying? I'm in.
All right, we're going. You're right. It's not just, let's not take the primary guy away. Let's take everything else away. They haven't even done that.
Right.
They're not taking anything away.
No. And that's one of the reasons, and like I said, and I stood on the table last week and said, put Jalen Ramsey, before the Cincinnati game.
Yeah.
Put him, let's do it. I was wrong. He is not a shutdown corner anymore. He is not. So, okay, he's very good at making splash plays as a Swiss Army knife. Okay, well then let's do that, but make sure what he's doing, helping double team the number one receiver. Let's do it that way. And then again, other guys have to step up. And that's one of the things that I'm seeing is no one is really stepping up. And when you really think about it and you look at the root of it, name me a leader in that locker room. Name me a leader. Name me a guy like James Harrison. When things like this are going down, he's grabbing his own teammates in the face and say, let's have some pride. We are the Pittsburgh Steelers. We don't have people come into our house and we have to go on a silent count. That's not. And guess what? The offense is scoring points. The Steelers are known as a tough, physical, defensive presence in the NFL. And when they had it rolling, every team that came in here, win, lose, or draw, walked out and said, damn, that was a fight.
Yes.
Are people saying that now?
Absolutely not. They're 11-9 in their last 20 home games. So people are coming in here almost winning at a 50% clip. But your point about leadership is a good one. James Harrison lost his mind on Joe Hayden on his podcast the other day. I don't know if you heard that.
No,
I'm guessing that's
Absolutely.
what you're referencing.
Yeah.
He even called Joe Hayden someone who came from a line of losers.
Yes.
Because he played for the Cleveland Browns. You ask who the leaders are. It's supposedly Cam, but here's what he had to say after the game. I know this got under your skin.
Adversity a lot better, man. I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were, the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there, but you got to keep fighting. I just think there's a lot of ball and, not enough fight on our side.
Not enough fight on our side.
And I want to know, what do you mean by a lot of ball? I think ball was a replacement for another word that he really want to say. A lot of BS and not enough fight. There's a lot of words talking and a lot of, oh, we got to do this, or we're going to do this, standard's a standard, blah, 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 blah. But when you look out there, there's no fight. And Pittsburgh people, if they go out there and lose that game, but it's a tough physical game, people will be like, yeah, that sucks we lost, but we kicked their butts. They came in here, and, yeah, they were better than us that day, but they didn't out-physical us. There was fight. They showed fight. And this is on the backs of a nationally televised, a second nationally televised, when they were in the playoffs. And we're talking playoffs. And they got called out for quitting.
And that's the thing. When it's Kirk Herbstreit, that's one thing. Yeah. This call is coming from inside the house.
Exactly.
That's damning.
That is very damning. So that's where I'm saying, where is that person that's going to say enough is enough? Let's have some pride. And like James Harrison, it's Sunday night. Your kids are watching. They see that back of the jersey and it's planted on the ground, or it's chasing a guy and it's the guy's 10 yards in front of him. Have some pride.
Aaron Rodgers did not want to do the jersey exchange with Jordan Love following the game because he figured it would be a bad look, and I totally understand that. They are going to ultimately do the jersey exchange. First of all, those Steelers jerseys are abhorrent. Mm-hmm. But the jersey he's going to get from Jordan Love ain't going to have a single stain on it, Doug. No. Not a single stain. Mm-hmm. Not one time was he planted in that beautiful Acrisure Stadium turf, which, by the way, the Steelers, Pitt's too good to be playing on the Steelers turf right now. Let me tell you that. Doug, when we come back, the Steelers did make an addition to this defense. To what end? What does it mean? We'll get into that when we return. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
World Series Game 4 was yesterday. The Toronto Blue Jays got to Shohei Ohtani, who ended up giving up 4 runs in his start. The Toronto Blue Jays won that game 6-2. Series is even now 2 games apiece going into Game 5, which is going to be played tonight. And the Blue Jays, with that win yesterday, have also guaranteed they'll have at least one more home game before the series is over. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Green Bay's Jordan Love and Tyler Kraft earned game balls for their performances against Pittsburgh. Buffalo's James Cook and Indy's Michael Pittman also lit it up on defense. While his team lost, Cleveland's Myles Garrett had 5 sacks, while the Packers' Rashawn Gary had a pair, but won style points for his celebration moves. And Matt LaFleur outcoached Mike Tomlin and his former quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it, Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com. Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of accidents to deal with late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. One on the inbound side of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard approaching Bousman Street. That's causing delays back toward Nobles Lane. And West Mifflin crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Lewis Run and Clairton Roads, and as well one as you head in toward the west end on West Carson Street at Glenmar. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Right there. I got the odds.
I certainly agree with that. I don't think I like how we responded to the explosion plays, field flipping plays, drive producing conversion third downs that happened in the third quarter. I didn't think our offense responded very well to the non-call on the first third down of the half. And, you don't always have control over what happens to you in game. Rest assured, some things are going to happen. There's ebb and flow over the course of 60 minutes. But in that instance, as a collective, we feel like we didn't respond in the appropriate or the desired way. We didn't smile in the face of it. We didn't produce the type of plays that counteract those things and get the balance back in our favor. We're certainly being critical of ourselves, and we're utilizing that as fuel as we prepare for our next opportunity.
Mike Tomlin saying that the offense didn't respond to adversity. We already referenced Cam Hayward and heard from Cam Hayward saying that there was not enough fight from his group. So Cam and Tomlin both see it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But this reminds me of that meme. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. If you're the head coach and your team's not responding to adversity, when you say things all the time like you can't blink, you got to smile in the face of adversity. And when you're Cam Hayward and you get up there and you're the only leader that really talked, because TJ Watt, it was like 7 3-second clips.
Mm-hmm.
For Jalen Ramsey, same kind of deal. I mean, okay, that's your leader on defense, and that's the leader of this football organization. If you're not responding to adversity, you got to look in the mirror, Doug.
Got to look in the mirror. And I would say, well, LaFleur has been in the league maybe 6-7 years. What's that, like a third of the time the head coach is Tomlin? He had his team ready to respond to adversity when Broderick Jones, they didn't call that false start or illegal motion.
Great point.
So what's going on? You have to, like you said, Tomlin has to be the first person to look in the mirror and say, what are we doing that's helping us win, and what are we doing that's not? And whatever we're doing that's not, we just can't say, we just got to play better. That's a hope. What's the plan to put you in positions to play better? What are the tactical positions that you're going to, or tactical evidence in ways you're going to put these players in position? And if it's not the player, if it's not the tactics, then it's the players, then and he is a major influence or major decision maker in bringing in the players, then you're going to have to reevaluate that. Unfortunately, you got to reevaluate that on the offseason. So this is starting to really look like they may have to tear it down to the studs. And I'm not saying Tomlin's not going to get fired, but look at everything they do and every process they have in place, from player procurement to coaching strategies to everything. Because right now it's not working and it's not getting better.
It's not fixable. No. Not with the people that they have, not with the schemes that they have, not with the mentality that they have. And you talk about adversity. The Packers are on the road, although at times it sounded like a home game.
Mm-hmm.
They're down 16-7.
Mm-hmm.
And they come back and win by double digits. That's responding. That's smiling in the face of adversity. The Bengals had a quarterback come in and play 8 days after you signed him. They're down 10-0. It looked like the dam was going to break. They withstood it. They won the football game.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two examples right there of a team that is dealing with adversity and battling through it. And I would say those are bigger holes to dig out of than, oh, no, they didn't call an offside penalty and we don't get a free play.
Correct. And that's where I was talking, and I brought this up on the Final Word of Channel 11, is the team starts to take the characteristics of the head coach. And when you talk about Mike Tomlin, I'm not going to discredit him as a coach and what he's achieved. But when you look at his press conference, he's a great orator. He's got great one-liners. But right now, just like his press conferences, and I'm not saying him or his past coaching, but his press conferences and the team he's put on, neither of them have substance at all. There's no substance in that, especially on the defense. Now, offensively, I'll say they're putting up points. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But his baby, a defensive coach, there is no substance to him right now, especially in face of adversity and when you need them most.
They're paper champions.
Yes.
They spent all offseason pounding their chest. Historic defense. DK Metcalf said it's the best defense he's ever seen. Juan Thornhill said it could be the best defense of all time. Peyton Wilson said he's among the best coverage linebackers in the sport. Mike Tomlin on the Pivot podcast said they can cover any team in football man-to-man, and that includes, but with no disrespect, the Cincinnati Bengals. And this after giving up 299 yards in a playoff game, getting called to the carpet by Kirk Herbstreit for all to hear that they quit. And they had the gall to tell us how great they were going to be before they played a game?
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, Doug.
No,
and somebody needs to bear responsibility, but there's no accountability.
There it is.
You talked about it, man, before the season even started. Okay, at least Mike Tomlin's putting the target on his back. Nothing's going to happen. No. He can say all that stuff and they can woefully underperform. Doug, they'd be underperforming if they were average. They're one of the worst defenses in the league. He did put the bullseye on his back. It's a problem, though, because nobody's going to do anything about it. And by nobody, I mean the owner of the football team.
And that, to me, is where, obviously, people are starting to point the finger. Like, wait a minute. it is, and Tomlin says it's a production-based business.
I know.
And right now, the production of his side of the ball, which he's supposed to be the mastermind of, is dreadful. So what's going to happen if this continues? So my thinking is, and here it is, when we look at the Steelers the last couple years, and it's playing out this year, they are an above-average team that can beat average to below-average teams. But when they go up against a good quarterback or a good team, they are consistently outcoached, outplayed, outphysicaled, and beat all the time. When is the last time they beat a legitimate contending team?
Really? If you take the division matchups against the Ravens away, and the last two went their favor, and they weren't particularly close, if you take the Ravens out of it.
Was it Bills?
That was the start of the season a couple of years ago. They beat Washington on the road last year.
Rookie quarterback.
Washington got better as the season went on. You got worse.
Yep.
But that was a pretty good win. They're few and far between, Doug.
You can say, well, Denver and the Knicks. I mean, Bo Nix, that was early in the season, and they were dreadful.
I didn't think the Broncos were going to win more than 3 games after watching them. But you know what they did? They ascended. And they got better.
Right. And that's another thing that even the last probably 5 or 6 years, you can maybe count 1 year where the Steelers were ascending and playing their best football in December and January. And that's when you need to be playing your best football. And that's why
And Mason Rudolph was the quarterback of all people.
Exactly. So that's where I would have said from the preseason, you have an older roster. You have historically been not coming into the latter part of this season playing good football. What's your mindset, and how are you going to rectify that situation, especially, like I said, with a roster predominantly stocked with people over 30 on the defensive side of the ball?
Their biggest additions, Doug, are on the defensive side, all over 30, or rookies.
Yeah.
Rookies hit the rookie wall. It's a real thing. Happens every year in the NFL. And older players, especially when you're on the field for 33 minutes a game, that's going to be diminishing returns.
No doubt.
And the returns haven't been good enough so far. I do want to talk about the accountability aspect coming up next, because sort of stumbled into this. Last time they finished strong, it's when they fired the offensive coordinator and they said, we're going to ride the hot-handed quarterback. Those were seismic changes to make. Can they make a seismic change? Is there a panic button that they can hit? We'll get to that. I promised we'd talk about Kyle Dugger's edition. We will, with Doug Whaley, who's with us until 10. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost in a shootout yesterday to the Philadelphia Flyers. Penguins did get a point, though, from that game, and right now they have 16. They are tied with 2 other teams with the best point total so far among teams in the Eastern Conference. Penguins' next game is tomorrow night against the Minnesota Wild. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Derrick Henry is a strong candidate to reach the 100-yard mark for the 3rd time this season and gets a makeshift D, allowing 5.01 yards per carry and 117.6 rush yards per game just to the running back position. Give me Henry to crack a hundo at +125. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Other sports books just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the fan cash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
At Giant Eagle, we believe in better. And that includes finding more ways to help you save. Because finding a good deal is everyone's deal. Because every dollar and every moment counts. Because value you can count on is priceless. On sale this season at Giant Eagle, you'll find lower prices at the end of the year on favorites like Honeycrisp apples, Oreo cookies, eggs, and more. Giant Eagle, because it matters. Limited time only through 12/31/25. Prices and participation may vary.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Segment brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. You can reach out on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I just admitted something that I've never admitted before.
Self-evaluation is the key to life, and that's maybe one of the issues that everybody in Steeler country has a problem with, the lack of self-awareness of the head coach and their football team.
Well, I've got self-awareness.
Oh, yes, you do. After that comment, I think you do.
I don't like Pearl Jam. Is that a weird thing? Harry, are you a Pearl Jam fan? Is that like sacrilege?
No.
I think if you're a middle-aged white guy specifically, you have to love Pearl Jam. Do you like Pearl Jam?
I'll listen to them. I'm not going to go pay and go see them, but yeah, if it's on, I'll listen to them.
Yeah.
But it's not something I'm like, oh, I love Pearl Jam.
A lot of people are. Very.
Oh, I got a lot of friends that are, yes.
I swear by it.
Yeah, I had a late friend, Kevin McKeever. That was his jam. I mean, no pun intended.
Yeah.
That was it. That his sun set and rose around Pearl Jam. Loved him. Eddie was
They got a cult
demigod.
following. And they're
absolutely.
above and beyond that because they're popular in the mainstream too. But the people who love Pearl Jam love Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Eddie Vedder came out recently with a solo album that I actually really did enjoy. But nobody's here for this, Doug, and it's my fault. And you tried to transition out of it, and I wouldn't allow that to happen. We talked about the lack of accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin runs the defense. He game plans when it's a crucial situation in a game, a third down or a red zone. He might not be calling the plays, but he's saying, hey, you need to heat up Jordan Love here, or hey, we should drop 8 here, blah, blah, blah. That being said, Teryl Austin has the title of defensive coordinator, and he does call a lot of the plays. He definitely helps with the game plan. I think he needs to go, Doug, because you can't keep doing this and nobody pay for it.
Oh.
Now, it's not going to happen midseason.
No.
I really don't think so. My prediction, and I think it's going to be right on the money here, is the defense is going to underperform. His contract's up at the end of the year, and he's going to walk.
And you said the key thing, the money.
Mm-hmm.
They are not going to, well, they did it once, but they're not going to make a habit of paying people not to work. And especially when you have a guy on the side of the ball that the head coach has his fingers in everything. So he's going to protect his guy, which he should, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But he's also going to say at the end of the year, I got to stay one step ahead of the posse. I got to make a change and bring somebody else in.
Well, he's either protecting his guy or he truly believes that the defense isn't that far off. And I'm not sure which one of those is worse. Probably the latter, not the former.
Right. And that goes to the self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And we all have high hopes, but we going to see.
Yeah, I don't have high hopes either. I mean, last time we talked about it on the air, and then it happened with Matt Canada, that the minority owners were pissed off, and they were willing to pay the freight for the rest of Matt Canada's contract. Not hearing any such rumblings right now, despite the fact that statistically this defense is actually worse than what Matt Canada's offense was in 2023.
Yeah, and I know this much. I'm not going to put a nipple-piercing bet on it, but if they miss the playoffs and the defense continues to go like this, those minority owners are going to stand on the table and say, you got to make some changes, and that is number one, the defensive coordinator. And I love TA. He's a great guy and everything. I don't know how much his hands are tied behind his back or if they're not, if it's a collaborative effect. Like him and Mike Tomlin work well together and they come up with it. Or Mike's like, hey, this is here's the script you have. Here are the plays you got to call. You call them, and every once in a while I'll jump in.
Yeah.
We just don't know that. But either way, if this continues, he's going to be the fall guy.
Oh, he's definitely going to be the fall guy.
No doubt about it.
Despite the fact that Mike Tomlin, in both press conferences since the loss to the Packers, has blamed the offense not scoring touchdowns, which, hey, in a vacuum, score touchdowns. Totally get it. That's not the reason they lost the game.
That's not the reason they lost the game, but also he's got a part in that as well. Start going for it on fourth down. Be aggressive. All right? If you're in the red zone, I'd like to see him start saying, when we're in the red zone and we're playing a quarterback like Love, we are going to put the gas pedal to the floor.
Yes.
And anytime we're in the plus territory, it's four-down territory because we can't win against a quarterback like Jordan Love by kicking field goals. If he came out and said that, he's I'm changing from now on. When we play teams like that, we're going forward. Even if they missed and didn't make or convert those fourth downs, people would understand.
It sets the tone.
Yes, sets the tone. And guess what? That starts to permeate through the locker room. Oh, the coach is going to be on. Now we have to be more aggressive. We have to get our coaches back and start converting on those. And those millisecond plays away that we're away, let's start being a millisecond ahead and making those plays because our coach is putting it on us.
The first drive of the game, the Steelers had a penalty that took them from 2nd and 5 to 2nd and 15.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to get it all back right there, baby.
No.
You make a play, you make another play, then you go for it on fourth down.
Exactly.
If you have to nickel and dime it, you can't because people are texting, it was 4th and 15. Of course you're going to kick the field goal. You need to be thinking about fourth down on second down, on third down. That is such an advantage when teams are playing for fourth down instead of just playing for getting it all on third down.
And that's the difference between an offensive-minded coach and a defensive-minded coach from an old-school background.
Yeah.
That's it.
And the Steelers, this is another damning statistic. That's been this entire week's worth of shows. 18 times the opposition has gone for it on fourth down against the Steelers. 4 times the Steelers have gone for it on fourth down.
Yes.
Yikes. Yes. To your point about go out there and acknowledge, because the first step towards fixing a problem is acknowledging that you have one. You need to acknowledge that you're bad defensively and play offensively like it.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin, to his credit, is a long time ago, when Ben threw the 6 touchdowns in back-to-back weeks against the Ravens and Colts, that Colts offense was dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Tomlin said after the game, they won 51-34. Ben threw 6 touchdowns. They went for it on a 4th down and scored a touchdown to put the game away on a 4th down. Mike Tomlin said we knew we'd have to score a lot of points to win. I loved it then.
Right.
It doesn't happen anymore. And this is the best quarterback you've had since Ben.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to acknowledge we need to win because of our offense while the defense improves.
Right.
But he doesn't acknowledge that the defense is this big of a problem.
And you know as well as I do, we would both sit in here, and if they were aggressive on offense and ended up losing because they didn't convert 4th down, be like, hey, they didn't get it done, but I love the way they are approaching the game. This is something different. And this, especially with the team we have, with a defense that can't hold up later in games, put it on the offense. That's fine. And if they don't happen, hey, you're not going to win on it. It's the National Football League. They get played too, those other teams. They got players that get paid. That's fine. But it's the mindset. And that permeates, like I said, in the locker room. And then that helps you later on in the year when you need to be playing well. Coach has such faith in us. We are going to play better. That's when you put the onus back on the players because, hey, I'm giving you the tools and the faith and the way we play football, so you guys make me right. All right, I'm going to make my coach right because he's given us a chance to go out there and ball.
I love it. And meanwhile, you've got Rodgers a couple of times already this year where he clearly wanted to go for it on 4th down and it got taken away from him.
That's going to be interesting later in the year how that relationship starts to either deteriorate or get closer. I don't know what's going to happen. If it, more in this, where he's like, you brought me in here to take this team to the next level.
Yes.
Give me the ball. Put the ball in my hands. If you consistently stop and not allow him to do what he does, it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
The defense is among the worst in football. The reason they're 4-3 is because of Aaron Rodgers in this offense. Yet the first criticism coming out of Mike Tomlin's mouth in both press conferences following that game were about the offense. Yikes. Texter, enough with the gaslighting. We know it's the head coach. Well, thanks for using your word of the day, toilet paper, today. Yeah, we know it's the head coach too, but someone got to pay, and it ain't going to be the head coach. They need to make a change somewhere to send a message. I'd fire the defensive coordinator. All right, coming up next, I've been teasing this for like an hour. Kyle Duggar, newest Steelers safety. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kyle Duggar of the New England Patriots, now no longer. He just got traded from the Patriots to the Pittsburgh Steelers in an exchange that also saw both teams swap picks. So the Patriots send over Duggar and a 7th-round pick the Steelers the Steelers send over a 6th-round pick to the Patriots. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. October is here. Shoot, it's almost November. It's cold, particularly in the mornings, and that chilly air is seeping into your home. If you have old, stuck, or cracked windows, what's that mean? Your energy bills are going up, up, up. You can eliminate annoying drafts and lower your energy bills once and for all with top-quality replacement windows from Window Nation. Window Nation has the best replacement windows out there. Their installation crews finish the job in 1 day or less. They won't ruin your routine. Window Nation also offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows, so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. And this month, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free. There's no limit to how many windows you replace, and your total price includes 1-day installation. I met with some of the big wigs at Window Nation the other day. They are passionate about saving you money. You make no payments for 2 years, no monthly payments, no down payments, no interest until 2027. That's a huge deal with the holidays coming up. Lower your energy bills, make no payments for 2 years, no monthly payments, no down payments, no interest until 2027. Get started on your free estimate before October 31st to save big on your replacement windows. Schedule a fast free estimate now with the pros at Window Nation. 866-90Nation or online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some accidents in your way. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Crews dealing with an accident in the Shady Side section of the city. This is on Forbes Avenue near South Neville Street. Also an accident being cleared in West Mifflin on Lewis Run Road at the intersection with Route 885 Clareton Road. Parkway West, you are jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting.
Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Kyle Duggar's a Steeler. We like he?
Immediate help? No. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's coming in and trying to get on a moving train, which, unless you're a 40-year-old quarterback that plays for Zach Taylor, you can't do.
That's right. Or Baker Mayfield, and you're playing with Sean McVay.
Right. You got a guy that is 29, coming off an ankle injury. Will he help? I think so. He's a physical presence, but how quickly can he get incorporated in a defense that has communication issues for the last 3 years? I don't know. You tell me.
It's not going to happen quick, I don't think, and I don't think it has much to do with him.
No.
We had a Patriots expert on earlier. He said this dude's a pro's pro. He's a really smart guy. He should have no problem picking up the defense, but he's not going to play a lot early.
No.
Because that's not how they do business. They brought in the Packers edge rusher last year, Preston Smith.
Mm-hmm.
He only played 14% of the snaps down the stretch. They brought in Mike Williams. He had 9 catches and 135 yards. That's more than their MO. They still haven't got Peppers up on the moving train. He played 13 snaps on Sunday night.
So I think it's more insurance, and you also got to look at it as insurance, but also having a body in there that has been a vet that hopefully if they have another injury, then they can press him into action by spoon-feeding him the defense while he's here.
And this all points back to something we talked about in the offseason leading into the season. If you draft and develop well, you don't need to go out and
have a transfer portal team.
And that's what they do, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they do. All right. Good talk.
Good talk. Always a pleasure.
Have I persuaded you to see the nipple piercing tonight?
No. But I am going on record. I think, and it's going to be a typical Steeler game, they're going to come back and beat the Colts.
We just spent 55 minutes crushing them.
We are crushing them, and that's what Tomlin does. Just gives you enough to keep you coming back. Like, and we're going to be next week. We're going to be like, they can do it. Let's look down the road. They can do it. I think they're going to. I think they're going to come out and win.
48-12. Colts win. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Thank you, Doug. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions today. High of 54, low of 36, 75% chance of rain. Starkey will brighten your day. Next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project, from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend and let's get building together.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer documents. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Novel buyers qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Exciting news for men. Steel City Medical Center is officially trained and certified from the inventor of the P-Shot. That's right, the P-Shot. Call today to regain your confidence behind closed doors. Steel City Medical Center.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kick off with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews in the final stages of clearing an earlier accident in the Shady Side section of the city, 4700 block of Forbes Avenue near South Neville. Do have reports of an accident on the outbound Parkway West near the Green Tree off-ramp, so watch for slowdowns there. Inbound, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is jammed as you head past Shaler Waterworks toward Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked, today you did and did big, and what didn't. Bad call. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Verizon, the official 5G at the Pittsburgh Steelers, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant. The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers make a trade acquiring safety Kyle Duggar from the New England Patriots, a former starter, the former 37th pick in the draft years ago. It was the COVID draft 2020 when the picture of Bill Belichick's dog was sitting in his chair. That was the selection that the Patriots made, was Kyle Duggar, the safety who was relegated to mostly just a relief role and coming off the bench for some packages for New England. Steelers acquire him, and there was an exchange of a late-round pick swap, and New England is also eating up a ton of his money because he had 2 years left on his deal after this season, but that has been cut, and Duggar will now be a free agent at the end of the season. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Wednesday. Pomp and Joe.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! We got Flyers, Penguins, back! It's back, Bob!
We got a lot to talk about. Joe Starkey's fired up. It started when he couldn't find his headsets. Now he found them. There's gratification in the air. Good morning, Austin. Joe, did you break your streak of not drinking coffee today?
Hell no.
You are bouncing off the walls.
Because we're going to talk, obviously, a lot of Steelers. Let's just get right to it. Are you okay, Limits?
I'm doing great.
Good?
Yes,
yeah.
I am
Is that
wonderful.
A Pirates hat on?
It is the fan hat.
Fan hat, okay.
Yeah.
I just saw the black and yellow. That's all. Black and gold.
Black and yellow, black and yellow. To celebrate our big event today, our big fan event at Mike's Beer Bar.
That's
Tony Pierce's cancer is tonight, Bob. The nipples will be pierced. Yeah, he was all worried about that. I thought the prep happened last night, maybe into today, so he may be not in a good state of mind. But it's like taking a shot. I reminded him. It's like taking a shot. You close your eyes and then realize you're going to have some dangling earrings out of your nipples.
Yes, sir. The top special at Mike's tonight is Pony's nipples on a platter. Right, Bob?
Yeah.
$4.99. $4.99. I don't know if I'm staying for that aspect of it. Are you?
I got to work, so I get off, and we have to tape something. There's no time for me to get. If I went over there, I would.
You helped us win a Marconi, and now you're not going to be there for the nipple piercing?
I'm along for the ride on this whole thing, so you get all the credit. You too, not me. I'm part-time pump.
Part-time. You look great today.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
What's on your hat, Bob? It appears to be a parrot.
It's a parrot. It's part of the logo of the Abaco Club, which is where you should play.
Where's that?
Down in the Bahamas, and it's a beautiful club. It's where Tiger Woods has his annual soiree.
I'd like that. I was looking at potential trips.
You don't want to know how much it costs, though.
I don't care because you're treating. Let's start with Wednesday's is six-pack time, right, Bob? There's a million things going on. Thank you, Limits, for starting us. Ron's already 11 deep in Fort Myers. The least we can do is try and catch up, Bob. Let's make this a 12-pack. And I want to start with the Penguins because that was entertaining. There's so many different takes from it. The one that stands, well, there's two that stand out above all. There's two that stand out above all. All hell broke loose in right after the shootout, right? At the end of the shootout. Or no?
No, it was
before the shootout at the end of overtime.
Yes.
And that's part of the point here, Bob. I'm a little overexcited this morning.
That's okay. We like that.
The Flyers
Joe Starkey
became they're the Flyers again. Okay,
Rick Tocchet's their head coach.
That's exactly right. And it's easy to hate their guts. And Zegras is a punk for what he did, but good. He's a lovable punk. He's a Flyer punk. You want to hate the Flyers. The Flyers are supposed to have punks. And the Penguins and the Flyers are supposed to do what they did at the end of overtime yesterday. That's what Flyers-Penguins should look like. There's some new blood in this thing. And let's hate Zegras. Let's hate the Flyers. Great. That's what it's supposed to be. All hell's supposed to break loose. Unfortunately, Bob, the referees blew it. All we talked about yesterday in regard to this game was the frozen frenzy, right? About how we were going to be watching 8 million games last night on ESPN. Tons and tons of hockey, and they built up to it with ads during everything for a month, like the frozen frenzy. Every team's in action. So we get to the frozen frenzy. We have all hell break loose at the end of overtime. And what do?
Split screen.
Well, that
bothered me.
That bothered me, too. They don't let Sidney Crosby participate in the shootout.
Or Zegras, for that matter.
Or Zegras. But Sidney Crosby, what are you doing? Just overlook whatever might have happened. Say that we'll let the league take care of it. We didn't see anything. Maybe the linesman could say I was too busy tackling Parker Wotherspoon to notice anything. They keep Sidney Crosby out of the shootout on the frozen frenzy night. Bob, what are they doing? And what are your thoughts on everything I said? I don't even remember what I said.
I thought the same thing. I said you're gonna call this 32 teams in action or whatever it is. Every team's playing. We're gonna go and take you everywhere. This is frozen called frenzy. Well,
everybody but your biggest star in action.
You're right, and that's the thing. I don't know what he did. Did he?
He came off the bench.
Okay,
I mean, there's no doubt about
that. It was
that.
at the end of regulation, and everybody's piling on one another. Whatever.
The end of overtime, even.
Or overtime. So, yeah, I didn't think that was a good call. I would have kept both of them in the game. I would have.
Me too.
Now, Zegras, on the other hand, what he did was a punk move. There's no question about that. And he better watch who he picks on.
And God bless him for that, right, Bob?
His head off, and
you
the
know what I'm saying? I know.
But he had no business taking his helmet off the way he did.
I know.
And then he hides behind everybody. He's done the Michael Jackson moonwalk, getting away from people.
Yes, he's a villain.
Well, guess what? They have long memories in hockey.
Yes.
So don't be surprised if he gets lit up like a Christmas tree when they play next.
And isn't that the beauty of it, Bob? That's my point.
Yeah, there were so many components of that game. The offside that denied them a goal, which was a great call. All of that stuff.
Two disallowed goals in overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a wildly entertaining hockey game, and that's what Penguins Flyers is supposed to look like. That's why the great Herb Brooks, after the Penguins won Game 1 in that crazy playoff series all those years ago, the year 2000, I think, somebody asked him after the game, because the Penguins won by blowout in Game 1, and the Flyers started stirring all the stuff at the end of the game. You didn't have to dump that, did you, Limits?
I did not.
Yeah, stirring stuff at the end of the game. And starting fights and beating people up. And then somebody asked Herb Brooks after Game 1. He was sitting up at the podium. What'd you think of that? What do you think of the Flyers? He didn't say anything. He just looked at us, turned to his side, and feigned to spit on the ground, Bob. That's what he thought of the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah.
That, my friends, is the beauty of this. It's good to hate the Flyers again, Bob. You want people to hate in sports. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's how rivalries. It's a hate. Let's clarify that. A healthy hate.
Healthy hate. It's a sports hate. It's a sports hate. Yes.
You hate this guy. This guy hates you. Sidney Crosby gets booed vociferously when he comes on the ice in Philly. To me, that's always a sign of respect. I've talked to him about that. He says, "What are you going to do? It's they know I'm here. Yeah, they do, and they don't want you there." And the officials made sure you weren't there for the shootout, which is just ridiculous.
Now, he clearly came off the bench.
It doesn't matter.
They were outnumbered, number one. Yowie reported, too, that the Penguins thought that the doors were already open. The Zambonis were ready to come out. Like, what do you – and they're outnumbered on the ice, and the linesman is pinning – I think it was Wotherspoon. He pinned him to the ice like it was wrestling. So, okay, technically, Sid gets deserved, I guess, a misconduct. I guess technically – but you have to just in the moment be thinking clearly there and say, okay, you know what? It was a melee. We don't know what the hell happened. We'll let the league sort it out. In the meantime, Sid, you're in the shootout. Zegras, you're in the shootout. The frozen frenzy's what we came here for, not to watch linesmen pin Parker Wotherspoon to the ice and not to watch Sidney Crosby not participate in the shootout.
Yeah, the game was over at that point. You go into a shootout, which means you don't have any more skating going on. So at that point, he probably thought the game's over. Everyone's coming onto the ice.
Right.
So I thought the whole thing was ridiculous.
Stupidity.
It is. And that's the NHL shooting themselves in the foot when they should have just – and they could have done that. They took forever to try to figure this out. They could have had communication with New York, say, hey, leave those guys in the game. They'll be assessed to misconduct or whatever. And they didn't do it.
They're idiots.
What did you think of the Malkin goal that was disallowed?
I mean,
it's in the rules. I read the rules. I'm back and look at it. It is in the rules.
Sheloff skated to the bench like he was Harry Callis in a marathon. What took him so long to get to the bench? He played great, but my God.
I had no idea that was a rule.
That is a rule.
Like
it's not a penalty. It's not anything that would result in too many men on the ice, which a lot of people thought.
But also, Malkin's got to kind of read the play. I mean,
well, he jumped way too soon.
Way
too obvious.
soon. The guy wasn't even halfway to the bench.
So I didn't have a problem with that call because I looked and saw it in the book. Okay,
right.
I don't necessarily. Yeah, I think it's fine. They just didn't do it right, and they got caught.
Yeah, and they got caught. Meantime, let's have another one. Oh, Limitless Wonder. Thank you, Bob. The Penguins sit here tied for first place in the Metro. What are we? A little over an eighth into the season.
Yeah.
But some people talk about Thanksgiving as being the magic time to be in playoff position in the NHL. They're tied for first with the Devils, who have a game in hand. They're plus 10. That's the best goal differential in the East. It's the best in the East right now, Bob. They got another point last night, even though they got outplayed for a large portion of the game again. It's freakish how they keep coming up with points and wins in games where they're outplayed for a large degree. Do they have staying power? Is this going to be a story? You are the only person I know of in this town who predicted the Penguins to go to the playoffs. What did you know that nobody else knew, Bob? And are they for real?
I guess I was thinking about what happened in Washington with Carberry coming in there and turning them around the way he did. He didn't do it with a whole bunch of different personnel changes. There were some young guys brought up. I just thought with the high-end talent they have, the whole thing was goaltending. And I still believe in their goaltending. Even Jari, I thought he's always better than what he's shown, even though, again, it'll come down to postseason if they get there, what he does there. But I thought if they got the kind of goaltending, they would have an infusion of young guys who may fire up the old guys and that sort of thing. And I think Dan Muse, I talked to a lot of people who just sung his praises all over college hockey, wherever he was, that he was one of those guys who can bring guys together. And you, outside of last night where I thought they got very sloppy, they're playing a structurally sound game for the most part. They are. You're not seeing wild turnovers, 4-on-2s, 3-on-1s.
Well, the other night they had 31 giveaways, though.
Well, I'm
Yet
saying
they win the game.
But that's going to happen from time to time.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, you don't see that as rampant as it was in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So
you predicted this, Bob.
Yeah, I may be wrong, too. It's a long season, as you said.
No, I want you to take credit and take the compliment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Staying power is a tough thing because that means consistently doing it. And they have a lot of guys who've not been through this grind. And one of them is Ben Kindle, who's reached his limit of 9 games.
That's the next thing on our thing.
And the other
Limits,
thing is
crack
Harrison,
a beer.
Brunick.
There we go.
I stole your beer before. I'm sorry.
You jumped. You're like Malkin. You jumped off the bench, and I wasn't even over there yet.
And you're like Sheila. It took forever to get to your point.
Stop that. I don't want to hear him anymore. Bob, what did you just say? Oh, Ben Kindle has played his 9th game. They got a decision to make before Thursday.
Decisions.
There's no decision here. What's he going to do? They're good so far,
and
he's important. Keep him. There's no decision here, is there?
No, not for him. Brunick, I think, is a different case. I think while I'd like to see him stay, and I think he in the same way won't necessarily benefit from going back to his junior team, I do think if you play him, you're always going to use 8 defensemen throughout the course of the year. There are going to be injuries. Yeah. He doesn't have to play every single game.
I'd like to see him with Sid at some point. That's what I'd like to see.
You're talking about Kindle?
Yes.
I'm talking about Brunick.
Oh.
But, yeah, Kindle has to be in the top 6 eventually. He is made for that. He's not made to be a grinder, although maybe that'll help him along the way to understand that there's a two-way of playing here.
Yeah.
But the fact that his locker's next to Sid, the fact that I think just having him up here the entire season to see what this is like, access to all the things he needs, and sitting next to Sidney Crosby will help him. Going to juniors won't.
Next. Very well said, Bob, I might add. The Steelers made a trade. They've acquired Kyle Duggar, safety from the New England Patriots. They seem to be collecting out of favor, perhaps washed up Patriots safeties. I don't know that that's the best business to be in right now, but they did bring him in a couple of years ago. He was good, and then he sustained an ankle injury, and now he's not good. So what do you make of this?
A desperation move by a team that needs help, and they have Jabril Peppers.
Do they? I haven't noticed him.
Well, special teams is all, but my point is, you're right. This is a guy he's had a good career in the sense that he's had, I think, 9 interceptions. He's been one of those guys that can move around, but he also commands a lot of money. And that's the other thing New England was trying to get rid of, I think, beyond this year. He's going to be a free agent after this year, which wasn't originally his contract. They're going to pay most of this contract for this year, so Steelers aren't tied to anyone longer term with him. I guess it's a desperation move to try to help out a secondary that is not very good right now.
That's what it is. And if the Patriots, who very well could be in competition with the Steelers for a playoff spot, Bob, we don't know that. The Bills and Ravens could still win these 2 divisions. Do you think they're going to unload a player? And this is somebody else in the AFC North going to start crying about the Patriots the way that Mike Tomlin cried about Flacco? Why are you giving the Steelers help at safety if you're going to be competing with them for a playoff spot?
Well, he hasn't been a consistent player with them, so
that's the thing.
That's one thing.
So
maybe they
kidding.
I know, but whether or not he makes a difference, I don't know.
Well, my point was, do you think that the Patriots, knowing they could be in competition with the Steelers for a playoff spot, would give them a player that they think is good?
No.
Me neither. Let me read you what The Athletic said. Duggar was an ascending player, but he became too inconsistent in recent years and fell out of favor with new coach Mike Vrabel. In 2025, he's played a career low 43% of New England's defensive snaps. Basically, they go on to say he used to be fast, but he had an ankle injury a couple years ago and isn't fast anymore. So that's somewhat problematic. And then they say that he hits people he sounds like Deshaun Elliott in a way. He hits people, but he doesn't make a lot of splash plays. His last interception was in 2023. His last fumble recovery in 2022. This sounds like the worst of Minka. The guy goes years without a turnover, Bob?
Do you think they have seller's remorse when it comes to Minka?
No.
Well, before you say no, the one thing he did do was he may not have been making, and I think maybe he was a victim of all those interceptions he made when he first got here. That level of play could not sustain itself. But he's a guy who, at least took care of the middle of the field to the point where you didn't see a whole bunch of stuff down the middle of the field.
That's arguable.
It is arguable,
also
but I'm just asking, I'm asking that.
You remember what Joe Burrow did to them in Cincinnati last year?
I remember what Joe Burrow did to a lot of teams, yeah. But my point is, I don't know if you look back at that trade, and I thought Jonnu Smith would be more involved than what he is too, and that's not happening.
I still think this version of Ramsey is a better player than that version of Minka that we saw last. But I get your point though, that they seem to be lacking a quarterback of the secondary, a center fielder type, but he wasn't that anymore anyway. I don't think.
Well, they had communication issues with, and now they have communications without him. So,
right.
So somebody's not communicating.
Right. And the whole Deshaun Elliott thing, I'm very confused about. He went on injured reserve. Am I right about that? Tomlin made it sound like it was just a week-to-week thing.
I don't think it's officially that yet. I saw that from Rappaport, who suggested that would happen.
That would happen, okay.
That would make sense only because of what you saw that injury. It didn't. I guess he's lucky his ACL is intact. It's a hyperextension. That's a lot better diagnosis than the other way around.
But with him, Bob, I like his heart and I like his hit, but he can't cover people either.
No,
he misses tackles too.
Oh boy, they had a lot of missed tackles. Slay missed a lot of tackles.
The fact that
what do they do at cornerback moving forward?
I don't know. I guess did you give Corey Trice a shot? Is he ready to go? Do you play Eccles more? Eccles
might play more.
Is that the good news or the bad
I'm just
news?
saying. I think that's how many moves can you make with the personnel?
I don't know. Eccles strikes me as a guy who hit a couple pinch hit homers, but then you put him in your starting outfield and he gets exposed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Slay appears to be a bust. Joey Porter Jr., I'm like the rest of us, still waiting, right?
Yeah, and this is the wrong week to try to experiment with things when you got a team like
picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue, Bob, right?
Yeah.
Next. All right, Bob. Here's the other situation with the Steelers, and I wrote about this for the Post-Gazette. on top of all of their other issues defensively, they're not trying? Are we to believe that? Cam Hayward the other day, do we have that clip still, Limits, about him talking about their lack of fight against the Packers? Bob, this was a game where the Steelers were coming. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers defense we're talking about. We're coming off a humiliating effort against the Bengals and had extra time to prepare and presumably extra motivation because of that game and because this was a Sunday night Aaron Rodgers game against his old team at home. Mm-hmm. If there were ever a night where we wouldn't want to be talking about effort, then this would have been the night. And yet this is what we got from Cam Hayward after the game.
Adversity a lot better, man. I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were, the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there, but you got to keep fighting. I just think there's a lot of ball and, not enough fight on our side.
Not enough fight on our side? Now, here's how I feel about that at first blush. I've been in a lot of these locker rooms over the years in different sports, and effort is always like a lowest common denominator excuse, oftentimes used as a deflection by a player because he doesn't want to say our coaches got out schemed, for example. He doesn't want to say they're just better than us. We don't have enough talent. So a lot of times it's a default to go
back. I hear it too.
However, in this case, you have to be way more careful with your words because nobody wants to hear that. And on top of that, you had more people talking about it yesterday, the day after. You had Joey Porter Jr. talking about effort, and then you have Juan Thornhill, Bob, who I think is still frozen in midair on that pass from the other night, saying this, Brooke Pryor quoting him saying, if I'm being completely honest, I don't feel like the effort was there. We have to have that conversation, Thornhill said. We got to let everybody know that effort should not be something we should be paying attention to. You always need to play hard. That sounds like a peewee football speech. That's about the last thing anybody wanted to hear from that game the other night, and it's embarrassing. They're indicting themselves, and they're inciting fans. I hate to say that, but they are inciting fans by telling them we didn't have the effort in that game. Do you think people who aren't paid millions of dollars to play football want to hear that from multiple players? Man, Bob, are the problems even bigger than we think? Because it wasn't long ago. And it makes me wonder, A, if they have too many fat cats on defense who have already made their money, and B, if they're quitting on Mike Tomlin, which I flatly accused them of in the playoff game last year, this defense, and so did Kirk Herbstreit, with millions of people watching on television, accused them of quitting during a playoff game. Listen to this.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
We're still talking about it, Bob. Your thoughts?
No, that's as damning as it gets. You don't want to hear that at all, especially in a playoff game. But I think what this comes down to, and perhaps what Cam Hayward was referring to, is when they have big plays against them. All of a sudden, it's almost like, oh, man, here we go again. They're not digging in and trying to make up for that play with something better. They're just, okay, it happens to us. It's going to happen again. And it seems like it goes over and over. I still remember the play against Seattle with Kenneth Walker untouched for 20 yards on a 3rd and 20 when they could have settled for a field goal. Instead, he just walks into the end zone.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's not a good look. It's a reflection on coaching. It's a reflection on individuals who
It's a reflection on leadership.
Leadership, as we're going to say, the guys who made the money are supposed to be the leaders. Internally, a lot of coaches will tell you they can go so far. It's the players and the accountability within the locker room, player to player, that also has a role in this. So they're missing something there. And last week we saw on a Sunday night game, they had everything going their way. 16-7 at halftime, getting the ball the second half to start. They could have run the ball with fight, and they came out passing, and it didn't work, and it opened the door for other things against them. So, there are a lot of things about that game I hated to see, and this is the wrong week to try to use Indianapolis as a remedy because be careful what you see with that team.
It's just the last thing that fans in this town want to hear. We're not trying hard enough. Are you blanking kidding me that that's coming from within the locker room? That's not Kirk Herbstreit saying it. That's Cam Hayward and Thornhill and Porter and others. It's pathetic is what it is. 412-928-9370, 928-9370. And it truly is, Bob, the very last thing that fans want to hear from the team that they pay their own hard-earned money to go watch. It's unbelievable. And if it's not true, if it's just like a default excuse to go to, a convenient excuse, they got to watch their words better. Because, again, nobody, absolutely nobody, wants to hear that your effort was lacking, especially coming off that game against the Bengals. This is a town where Joe Green once lived, Jack Lambert, James Harrison, and I know he eventually quit on the Steelers, but you get the point. Kevin Green. And listen to James Harrison. And these guys are going to be here Sunday. If I'm Mike Tomlin, and he, of course, disagreed that there was a lack of effort, although if you watch Darius Slay on the goal line on the one touchdown, Bob, that was a business decision.
Yeah, he didn't want to get involved in that one.
That was one where if I'm pointing to a lack of fight, that's Exhibit A. James Harrison was on his podcast Limits with Joe Hayden the other day. If I'm Tomlin, I think I might have James Harrison and some of his old buddies like the Farrier Pigeon give a little pregame speech on Sunday. I might do that.
They do it in college all the time.
Yeah.
Bring guys in.
This is how James Harrison feels about what he saw the other night, and I imagine he's not alone.
On the Debo and Joe show.
They're not playing at a high level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like something they have to perform better. They have to put
Bro, how you don't get up for Sunday Night Football if you can't get up for nothing else? Ain't nothing else on but you at home in front of your family, your kids.
I would not
make that name on your back mean something. Make them 3 stars on your chest mean something.
Debo. It wasn't me not performing. I'm just trying to let you know. That's why I'm like you said. I could be like your counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everything's still gonna be okay.
Joe, you came from a line of losers.
Damn, now you being disrespectful.
I love that line back. You came from a line of losers.
Of course, that's Joe Hayden with James Harrison from their podcast. I would just you could just play that. Just play James Harrison saying that.
I would have him in the locker room. I would with the same try to dig in, James, to that same feeling you felt during that podcast. Bring it in there and look those guys straight in the eye. I think that's a good idea. Actually,
it feels like a lot of fat cats. It feels like some guys who are making, at least one we saw the other night, making business decisions. And you have to ask about the leadership within the room and the leadership of Mike Tomlin. I mean, are they playing hard for him?
You know, if you look back, Joe, if you really want to go back to regular season, dating back to last year, they're 4-8 in their last 12 regular season games.
Yeah. And then all the defensive numbers are just horrific.
Yeah, and that's what really is, you have an offense, and this goes back to a couple of weeks ago when you suggested it, and you're probably going to be right. When you have a team that struggles defensively, why not load up on offense? Try to just cover it up with as much scoring as you can. And you have a quarterback who it looks like can do that. And that'll be the decision they make at a trade deadline. What are they going to do next, if anything? And that's coming up next Tuesday. Is that the day?
Yeah. Oh, I think November 4th is. I don't know if it's Tuesday. Limits, is it Tuesday?
It's election day, and you wonder what they will elect to do.
It is.
You're the beat writer.
Next Tuesday.
Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, more Steelers stuff, little World Series stuff as we try to get all the way to a 12-pack in Tyron early this morning.
He's up to 14. We're going to have to do extra
He's
work.
got an update.
He's double-fisting it now.
We can get there. Here's the other thing, Bob, that we're going to get into is Jeremy Fowler reporting who he thinks the Steelers will acquire before the trade deadline. Let's talk about that a little bit coming up next on Pomp and Joe, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob,
yes,
have
Joe.
a message for the populace.
I have a message, and this is a good message because it's this time of the year. And when it comes to upgrading your home, if you want to do it, this is a good time to do it. Why not go with America's most trusted home remodeler? And that would be West Shore Home. They can help with a variety of home projects, from tub to shower conversions, full bathroom remodels, window and front door entry, door replacements, and even full house flooring. All of that is available to you. They have you covered for your remodeling needs all the time. And the best part, their work is backed by more than 60,000 five-star reviews. Think about that, 60,000 of them. That's because every single project is completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. I'm going to say that again. They're teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors, and that means the work is done right the first time. This is one of many ways they make home remodeling really easy. Plus, right now they have some exclusive savings for our listeners. Anybody that goes on to westshorehome.com/fan to schedule your free consultation, you're going to save an extra $500 on that project. That's westshorehome.com/fan to lock in those exclusive savings. Scheduling is quick, and they can have someone to your house as early as tomorrow. So, when you need a hand when it comes to upgrading your home, West Shore Home is the place to call. Remodeling reimagined.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers win last night in a shootout against the Penguins, 3-2. Artur Shilov's 32 saves on 34 attempts, but ended up taking the loss in the shootout. Justin Brazeau scored his 6th goal of the year. Sidney Crosby his 8th, but only Evgeny Malkin scored in the shootout, one that Sidney Crosby was not even eligible to play because of a misconduct coming off the bench in overtime, as the Flyers were able to win it. And the Penguins at 7-2-2 on the year will play the Minnesota Wild tomorrow night on the road at 8. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And right now, Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Now, this Thursday, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. I've got one. His name is Lamar, and he's apparently back, and it's a do-or-die game for the Ravens, as will pretty much all of their games be from now on. And it's against Miami. And while they've improved a little bit, I'm thinking he's a pretty good player to pick for the first or last TD of the game, so you can win your share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania, opt-in, must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Michael Carter. The 65-year-old won a silver medal in the shot put at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. He also captured 3 Super Bowl rings as an All-Pro nose tackle with the 49ers. He is the only high school shot putter to ever break 80 feet. Carter's daughter, Michelle, took Olympic gold in the shot at the 2016 Rio Games. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan without pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We're in the middle of a 12-pack here in honor of our old friend Ron Cook. Plus, it's the way we start the show every Wednesday, Bob, and I think it's going marvelously so far. Do you?
Yes, I do. We're off to a hot start. We can only hope the Steelers do the same on Sunday night.
Man, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Limits, may I have a crack? Thank you. A new Quinnipiac poll, Bob, found that about half of NFL fans say the league is doing enough to protect players from serious injuries. And in addition to that, and related to that, 60% of those people polled support an extended season. Do you want to see more football, or do we have enough?
I like when football season is here. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. But I think if I'm a player, I'm not necessarily interested in that unless the pay goes up radically high. It's already approaching those levels in so many ways. But I think it is fine the way it is. We know it's going to go to 18 games. There is talk about a 20-game schedule.
Yeah.
That would, at the point, here's why I wouldn't want it. Number one, they can tell me all they want about injuries maybe reducing. It seems like the prolific quarterbacks are always out of action. When you get late in the season, you're going to have, all these backups going head-to-head. I don't want to see that kind of football. It becomes sort of just a, watered-down version of what you would expect when you have the elite guys in there. So I think you got to be careful what you wish for there. I think it's fine the way it is.
Next. I do too, by the way. It's enough. I love football as much as the next person, but by the end of the season, I'm ready for it to end. And I also think it waters down the quality of the league the more games you play. It's enough. Jeremy Fowler reporting that the Steelers, he thinks, and this isn't necessarily based on, hard and fast reporting. It's more of an opinion of his that they're going to trade for Jakobi Meyers. Would you like to see that, Bob?
Yes, that was the one guy when you asked about all these wide receivers available. He makes the most sense to me. And I still think they need more bodies over there. They really do. Roman Wilson should get more play based on what he did last week, which was his best game statistically. But you're still going to need even more help over there. And what would happen if DK Metcalf got injured? If you don't have any insurance behind him, then what do you do?
Good question. And I would love to see Myers here. I mean, just last season, he was a 1,000-yard receiver. He plays inside. He plays outside. He's a versatile player. He's dependable. He's known as a very high IQ player, ability to make adjustments, things like that. I think which makes him perfect, I think, for Aaron Rodgers. A versatile, dependable, high IQ weapon with dependable hands, by the way, too. I love the idea.
He's currently playing, which is something that we don't see about some of the people they bring in here. They're either out of work, looking for an opportunity. There's a lot of talk about Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and I don't know if they officially did anything on that or not. There was a lot of talk about it, but to me, he would be a guy you put on a practice squad and just use in case you need him. But he's not going to make that much of a difference. I'd rather have a guy like Jakobi Meyers who's playing now, and you know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
It gives you an immediate impact on that position.
Next. This I just saw from Ian Rappaport about Kyle Duggar's contract, the latest questionable safety from the New England Patriots. The Steelers seem to be collecting such players. They're gonna pay a large portion of his salary this season, Bob. And then the final 2 years of this dude's $58 million deal, a 4-year deal, it was extended through 27 by the Patriots, has been, quote, wiped out. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good deal in the end. So they're getting a guy for free. That's what you call a low-risk move. I don't know if he's any good, but they're getting him for free.
Yeah, and that's why it makes sense if you're going to, for the immediate help. He may not be what you ultimately need, but at least he's a body they could put in there who has some experience. And when he was at his best, he was a pretty good player. He wouldn't have gotten $58 million if he wasn't. Yeah, but it makes it so that there's really little risk when it comes to future allocations with his money. It's not going to be there. And for him to be a free agent, I mean, see, that's the thing about contracts that we often don't talk about. When we talk players get all this money and it blah, blah, blah. But a lot of players have no control over what happens.
Right.
If ownership wants to just say, you know what, we signed that, but we're going to move on from you, and therefore we're going to cancel those, or we're not going to do them. Players don't have much recourse there, which is why the guaranteed money has to be higher if you're a player.
All right, Bob. That was our 12-pack. You performed wonderfully, I thought, there. Cloudy today.
With each and every beer gone by.
Yeah. I thought you got better and better as the game went on. Cloudy today with a high of Cole Holcomb, 55. And a low of Jordan Dangerfield. Remember him, Bob? Number 37.
Yes, I do. Special teams guru, somebody who was doing that kind of stuff.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And now it's time to get to Starkey's Card of the Week. You can listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about this, the Card of the Week. From the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, our friend Jeff Patton, General Patton, we like to call him. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. That's your chance to win. Bob, do you have a guess on this week's pick? Who might it be? I'm going to say Sidney Crosby for his 1,700th NHL point.
That's the one it'll end up being, and rightfully so for what he was. And then he's already on to 1,800 with 1,701 after that and 1,702 last night. So
yeah.
For a different reason, I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman. Just because of
that's a good pick. Wonder Twin, how about you?
It could be this every week, but how do you take away from Shohei Ohtani pitching last night?
You're right about that.
What was he on base 8 times?
Nine times limit.
Insane.
Well, we pick him every week, so we have to change the deck a little bit.
This was his most remarkable performance, though, over the last.
Yeah, and then all he did the next night was pitch, and despite a mistake last night, he was pretty darn good. General, how are you, and what do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm going to change it up a little bit this week. We're going to go with an Ohtani rookie pitching. Last week it was an Ohtani rookie hitting. After he literally has cards in both formats. This one's as a pitcher. But how do you get on base 9 times in one game?
It's ridiculous.
Well,
you play 18 innings for one thing, but still.
I would walk him every time if that were the case. Barry Bonds had the same treatment when he was playing.
And then get on base 9 times and then follow it up the next night by getting your team into the 7th inning on the mound. It's a pretty good combo. But I'll tell you what we're going to do to change it up.
Please.
I'm going to throw in a Vladimir Guerrero rookie, too, because he's hitting missiles.
I like 7 home runs and one last night.
Phenomenal. And we'll throw in a Sid card, too, because who doesn't love Sid? We've loved on him for 20 years, and it's still not enough.
Thank you, General. You're the nicest man who ever lived.
Thank you, Jeff.
You guys have a great day. Take care.
Do the same.
He is a nice man, isn't he, Bob?
Yes. And he provided us with some nice hoodies to wear.
I think pretty soon.
Card Castle edition.
Yeah, we'll be out there pretty soon, I think, doing another show. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, that was very interesting. All the stuff in there. So much more than I ever could have imagined.
I went home that day with a framed Jack Youngblood, Fred Dreyer photo, a giant framed photo, those classic L.A. Rams defensemen in those old blue and white uniforms, and it hangs today in my man cave. How do you like that, Bob?
I think that's a good choice.
Would you like to know what other photos are framed in the man cave?
Sure.
Wrong. The Civic Arena is one. Used to be my workplace.
I have a piece of the roof of the Civic Arena autographed by Mario.
Well, you outdid me there. Clearly.
Well, since you brought Civic Arena, that's the only thing I have from there, but it's pretty cool.
I'm being honest. You outdid me there. A piece of the roof autographed by Mario. Bob.
It was all part of the foundation, you know. He puts a lot of this stuff up for bids, and you can buy them to make money for breast cancer research, for also Austin's Playroom, for cancer in general. He's done such a good job. He and Nancy,
oh my gosh,
Drew, all the people over there. They do a great job in the Mario Lemieux Foundation.
I'll say. And Bob, I think that building is one of the most unique, one of the coolest, I guess pun intended, venues that there's ever been in American sports.
I loved it.
I mean, and that's what the photo is. It's a shot above the skyline, looking down at this spaceship-looking venue. I mean, it was phenomenal. Did you ever go in there when it was open?
No, but I wanted the one night where they had the Pittsburgh Triangles playing, the tennis team with Vitas Gerulaitis.
Yeah.
They had it open the one night. I wanted to go up there, and I got stuck doing something else, and I didn't go. I would have loved to have seen that, but it took forever to open.
Yeah.
In today's world where they have these things, they bring fields in and out by using trays. They have, I mean, the technology has made it so easy. You can do it with just a push of a button. Back then, it took a long time to open up a roof.
You going to see Paul McCartney next Tuesday?
No, wish I was.
Is that next Tuesday or the Tuesday after? I can't remember now. I think it's next Tuesday. What's one of those?
They do a lot of concerts up there. It's unbelievable how many PPG Paints arenas.
No, this is one of the biggest in the history of the city, I would say.
I know that.
Why aren't you going, Bob?
Work.
Calling sick?
Work.
What if I got you a ticket?
I think I'm developing some sort of cough. It's heading down. I don't know. I can't even breathe right. I think I'm going to have to take a sick day.
Man, I can't wait to see that. And then I have a framed photo autographed of Thurman Thomas in the man cave.
Wow, that's your Buffalo Bills. You should have a lot. You have Jim Kelly.
No, but I have Bob McAdoo.
Bob McAdoo.
And then in the other corner is James Worthy going in for a one-handed dunk. And that also I got from the General. How about that, Bob? Huh?
That's a good one. By the way, did you happen to watch, because I did, the Knicks in Minnesota last night?
No, but I watched the Warriors.
Or Milwaukee, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The Warriors are good.
They're very good.
Giannis took about 6 steps. I'm looking at this over and over and over again. I have no idea how they not call traveling on this play.
Bob, they haven't called traveling in that league since 1978.
Well, the Euro step is one thing, but this is the whole continent step. I mean, he went all over. 6 steps, nothing called. How could you miss that?
What's up in your man cave? What do you have, Bob? Tell the people.
Oh.
And I'm surprised I've never been invited there, and neither has Limits.
Nope, I have not.
But tell us anyway, Bob.
You have a way of creating opportunity through radio.
A little show party would be nice, Bob, even for hors d'oeuvres.
I work at nights. I told you that.
Call in sick or give us the keys to your house.
You don't work on Saturday.
You don't work on Saturday.
Yeah, but that's family time.
We're your family.
Aren't we your family?
Are we not family?
We all we got, I guess. Huh?
We all we got. What's up in there, Bob? Tell us some of the things in there.
I have a lot of bobbleheads. I love bobbleheads, so I have that. I
want to know about cool stuff.
I have
like
a Tiger Woods autographed Augusta National flag.
You told me that one. Yep. That is incredible.
That's probably the one. I have Arnold Palmer. We have a couple of pictures where he did banquets with him. He signed them to me, which are very special because he's the one guy, more than anybody, who I respected in terms of how he handled things. A lot of hockey stuff.
Anything from Sid?
Yes.
What?
A portrait that was made, and he signed it. And it's a friend of mine who does really good artwork, Alex Peterson. So, I mean, things that
anything
that you get
Jack
over the
Lambert?
years. No Jack Lambert, but I do have Alan Faneca, Jerome Bettis, Hines Ward, a lot of those guys, contemporary guys, Troy Polamalu stuff. It's just by going through, being what we do in sports, you want those kind of moments. I remember a lot of the plays that were associated with those, so.
That's special, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have people in, that's what you want them to talk about. You remember this story? It generates conversation.
Andrew Lindbergh has entered the fray.
Yes, he has.
I just wanted to let you know, Joe.
Yes.
I've been in the Pomp basement.
What?
That's right.
Yeah.
How did he get in there, Bob?
Delivering food years ago. I got an invite. He offered me a drink.
No.
He couldn't have been nicer. Didn't know me from Adam.
And I have a lot of stuff at that bar. I still have things that, if you ever want to come in for another drink, Andrew, stop by anytime. You guys can do the same. I may not be there, but you can come in and just sit there.
Give us the keys.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Bob.
It's a great place.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. What did you drink, by the way?
I was on the clock, so I kindly rejected you.
And that is the politically correct statement to make. What did you drink?
I didn't. It was after work. He actually said, "Come on by after you're done. We'll still be here."
Wow. It was a party?
I wish I had more time to do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
You could.
Like nights.
This was
That's a choice, Bob.
The girls were still in high school, so this was a while ago.
What a nice, heartwarming story, Bob.
Sounds to me like Andrew wants to come back for more, and that's fine. I'll give you guys, you come in anytime. If I'm not there, see, I want to be there, though.
We'll be there
I can
Friday
explain.
around 6:30. One of these nights, Bob, a little show party would be nice, I think. Even for an hour, Limits and I will stop by on the way somewhere else. Right, Limits?
100%.
It might be better if I'm not there and Lisa can entertain you.
That would be wonderful.
That would be great.
I'd like to see that Tiger Woods
Yeah, I told you, a lot of
flag.
people have offered me money for it. I'm not parting with that. I just, my respect for what he was able to do as a golfer, just like Arnold. And that's my number one passion, golf. It always was. So that's good. That's good stuff.
What time is it, Bob?
It's time for a Joe Starkey Read the Program.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Cabali, the big boy. What does he think about Cam Hayward's talk on effort? What does he think about Kyle Duggar and the Indianapolis Colts coming to town with the number 1 ranked offense in all of football, and who the Steelers should get at the trade deadline? Let's talk to the big boy about all of that and more next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Toronto wins 6-2 to tie the World Series at 2 games apiece as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. homered off Shohei Ohtani, who ended up taking the loss, won 6 innings. He pitched into the 7th, and at that time allowed 2 runs, but 2 inherited runners came around to score. He struck out 6, walked 1. Shane Bieber, former Cleveland Guardian, receives the victory as the Blue Jays broke it open with 4 in the 7th inning. That was the difference for Toronto to win it. And tonight is Game 5 at 8. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
Tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
At Shooters Golf in Wexford, golf season is never over. Our 16 outdoor heated bays let you tee off in comfort all year long. Looking for a fun night out? Shooters is the perfect place for guys' night, girls' night, even a date night. Pair your game with great food, cold drinks, and catch every big play on over 30 TVs throughout the facility. Don't miss our bay specials. Half price every Tuesday from 10 to 4, Sundays after 6 p.m. Shooters Golf in Wexford is more than golf. It's your go-to destination for sports, food, friends, and fun. Book your heated bay today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
The cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. The Rights and Claims Department of Flint Cooper has helped victims secure financial support they need to pay for their care and ensure their family's future. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. Time is running out for you to file a claim, so don't wait. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
1 o'clock, Steelers and Colts this Sunday. Fan game day with Donnie Football, Mark Caballi, Jason Mackey begins at 10. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Caballi joins us next.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's time for the big boy, Bob. One of our
It's time,
highlights
ladies
of the
and
week.
gentlemen, for Mr. Mark Caballi. And there he is, right in the middle of the screen, where he deserves to be. He is that valley of humility between two mountains of conceit.
I have no idea what that means.
That means you're a nice guy.
Very nice guy. And there he is on YouTube. And you should watch on YouTube out there. Go to our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing. Or just go through, you can go through our website to get there, 937thefan.com. Mark Caballi of the Pat McAfee Show. All right, there's many places. You all right? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm just curious to see if you were getting your nipples pierced tonight, or is that just a one-man show?
Not me. I can't imagine having woken up today knowing I would get my nipples pierced. I don't know how Pony's getting through the day here, Bob.
No, I don't know either. That would be something that would make me feel very uncomfortable. I'm sure he'd... What?
I hope it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Are you going, Mark?
I wanted to, but now I cannot make it. I have to take the kid to a dance.
Call in sick. It's free steak.
I would go. You wanna drive me?
Where are you going to be? I'll pick you
Southside
up.
facility.
I might pick you up. Let's talk about that later. But first, let's talk about Jeremy Fowler saying Jacoby Myers very much on the Steelers' radar. Is that what you're hearing? Would that be a good addition?
Well, any addition would be good. I mean, I'm sure they're looking. I haven't heard anything specifically on him, to be honest with you, right now. But it would make sense because he's on a one-year deal. Half the season's gone. Not a lot of money. It all depends on what you get back for him. But at this point, you're just looking to add some sort of veteran wide receiver just in case. I mean, I like what Calvin Austin does. I'm liking where Roman Wilson is going. But what if somebody gets hurt? What if DK goes down? You need a veteran type of guy. So I'm sure Omar is all over every receiver that's out there. But yeah, I think so, because you look at what they want in free agents, and even with Duggar, they just got a one-year deal. I mean, you have no commitment to him past this year. Help him now or rent a player. So it would make sense. I mean, I don't think it would cost that much either, as in draft capital.
Yeah, a lot of people are out there putting Brian Thomas Jr. and all these bigger names. I just don't see that as a possibility. For money reasons, because there are long-term monies involved. This is a good, both, just like Duggar, it's just not much risk involved other than, just the cost of having him the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Duggar's no risk. I mean, Omar might need to win GM of the year just for getting this guy for free, basically. I mean, they basically said, here, take a starting safety. I mean, it's basically what it was.
Wait a second. Is he a starting quality safety? I can't believe
he's better than what they have.
Yeah, but I can't believe New England would trade a starting safety
to a team that they may be competing with for a playoff spot. I don't know about this.
He just signed $58 million deal. He's not a Vrabel guy. Vrabel's
but why give him away to a team that you could be competing to a playoff spot with if you think he's good? They obviously must not think he's very good.
Well, Vrabel has moved on from people this year that you're like scratching your head with too. So I mean, the Peppers one to a lesser degree. It's like, why are you getting rid of this guy? He didn't fit what they were doing there. So,
right, and
honestly, he's better than what they have. He's better. I
hope he is. There's no guarantee of that. Plus, Peppers, they bring in Peppers. Look at their evaluation of him. They don't think he can play. Neither did the Patriots. Why isn't Peppers in there more?
Well, I mean, obviously he's more of a box safety, very limited coverage type of guy. I know Duggar's similar to that, but if you're losing a guy like Elliott and you're 8 weeks into the season and you're giving up a 6th-round pick and have to pay him a couple bucks, not much, I think it's a no-win, no-lose situation. I think it was a pretty good get at this time of the year.
And they were desperate, quite frankly. I mean, what else do they have at that point? They got to get people in here who can at least have some experience doing this. But that's not the end-all cure-all, Mark. They have a lot of problems, and it may go beyond personnel. When you saw that game last week, coupled with the one against Joe Flacco and the Bengals, I scratched my head trying to figure out what they can do personnel-wise because there's not much wiggle room there. It has to be each guy playing better, and it has to be a better scheme also.
Yeah. I mean, what do they say? They made their bed, they got to lie in it. They picked these guys for a reason, and they thought they were good, and there's no really any place to go. There is no quick fix, easy fix on that roster right now. You can throw out James Pierre, you can throw out Corey Trice, you can throw out any name you want. Are they going to be better than what they have right now? Probably not. I mean, it's a really boring answer, but they got to play better. Period. Now, can they play better? No, that's where the coaching comes in. That they got to put them in better situations to be able to succeed. But
what would those situations be, though? What would those situations be? They tried to blitz last week and they didn't get home. And when you don't get home, Jordan Love's very good against blitzes.
I mean, the first thing you got to do is somehow prevent those easy throws. It was from the slant from Chase. It was in the flat from Kraft. That then prevents the pass rush to even getting anywhere near the quarterback whatsoever. I mean, if you're going to give up a big play, so be it. But I would much rather play a little bit of more press man up close. And if you get beat, you get beat. But if you don't, you have a better chance of getting to the quarterback. And I don't think they're willing to do that.
Mark Kaboly of the Pat McAfee Show. So let's talk about some specific players. Let's start with T.J. Watt. What's the problem here?
Well, I don't think he wants to move from his left outside linebacker position. That was something that he was open to last year. Then I just don't think he's comfortable there anymore. So he's staying. He's pretty much stagnant where he's been playing for the most of the season. And once again, it gets back to it's hard to get to the quarterback in 2.5 seconds. You have to be in 3rd and longs. You have to be in ultimate passing situations. But he got to start playing better too as well. This wasn't Trent Williams as a right tackle the other day. I don't even know the guy's name. So he needs to start playing better as well. It's not like he's getting double teamed. They're not even running away from him anymore. There's just a lot going on right now, and it's just not him. It's the whole front seven.
No doubt. But let's focus on the $41 million man for a second here. Mark Kaboly, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. I saw on Ben's podcast, he watched the way that the Packers used Micah and creatively and said, why don't the Steelers use TJ like that? Maybe he doesn't want to. Okay, so TJ doesn't want to. So? Is he the coach? Is he the coach?
They tried. And I don't think he felt comfortable enough. This was a couple weeks ago when he said, man, it just doesn't feel right for me right there.
So Myles Garrett can move all around the formation. Micah Parsons can do it, but TJ needs to be stationary against the same guy the whole game. Like Ben said, why aren't you moving him around and attacking their weakest defenders with him?
And especially because it's not working right now, him just being over there.
Maybe he needs to get comfortable with it.
Wasn't that the plan for like 3 years in a row now, Joe?
Yes.
I mean, it's up there. You keep hearing, we got to be gap sound. We got to be or communications issues and moving TJ around. That's like the three things we hear every single year, and every single year it doesn't happen. And I think it does have to do with a lot of the comfortability I know it does, where he just doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, for what it's worth, that's just what it is.
It sounds to me like he doesn't even want to make it work or try to make it work then, right?
I think that they tried a lot in the preseason and over the off season in the training camp. Even early in the season, Bob, they did it some.
I remember that, but I thought they should have stuck to it because I think potentially the more you do it, at least for no other reason, you give the other team something to think about. Where is he going to be? Yeah. We have to locate him. Players always talk about there are players you have to scheme for. Aaron Rodgers said you scheme for Myles Garrett, you scheme for Micah Parsons, and we have a guy that we know has to be schemed for, and that's TJ Watt. I think the scheming would be a lot more difficult for other teams to figure out if he's moving. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's fine, but why not put Nick Herbig in that position then? Wouldn't he be very similar to be able to move from the left to the right to the middle to whatever?
That's fine.
But I guess he would have to get on the field more than 30% of the snaps as well. So
but he could be one of those guys.
I think that's the guy that I think he's the guy that might be more suited for that spot than TJ, to be honest with you.
Well, then put him in that spot. Put him in the game, because the other guy I want to ask you about is the $60 million, whatever the hell money he signed for. Where is Alex Highsmith? Where is he?
He's on the other side.
You could have fooled me.
I mean, okay, we could play this game. Who are you happy with on the defense? We could probably say this about everybody.
Yeah, I'm unhappy with Chuck Clark too, but they didn't sign him to a $41 million a year contract.
What about Cam Hayward? What about Patrick Queen?
Fine.
I think
the defense is, but the question for now is, where's Alex Highsmith? What has happened to him? I think it was a bad contract.
Oh, I don't know. I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I like Highsmith. I think he's just falling in that same situation where Watt is. I mean, you're just not putting in that position of quarterbacks holding on to the ball. But this isn't not something new, though. The entire league has been getting rid of the ball quicker and quicker every single year. And you look, for the most part, other than Myles Garrett last week, I mean, the sacks are down. But so it's not the only team that they do it against, but you got to start finding different ways. How many times did this defensive line or front seven knock balls down at the line of scrimmage last year? I don't know if I can count them on one hand this year.
But here's Alex Highsmith. Like I told you last week, 14.5 sacks, and then they signed him to that deal. He has 14.5 sacks since that day over 3 seasons. He forced 5 fumbles that year. He's only forced 3 since that day.
That's a big part of it, too, and they thrive on those sorts of things. And if they don't get them, then you have to make sure you're solid in every other way. So
yeah, they haven't had a turnover since,
but just because you don't have a turnover doesn't mean you can't play sound defense. You still can create 3 and outs. And it seems like these drives get longer, and then real quick drives, too. They had a 3-play drive that resulted in a touchdown the other day. So I understand that. I mean, you need the sacks, you need the big plays, you need the turnovers. But when you don't get them, there's still work to be done, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you got to play good third down defense, which, I mean, when you catch the ball past the sticks, it's pretty hard to force them to punt, So that's number one. That's number one, I think. I mean, more than anything else, the third down conversions are not very Steelers friendly right now on defense, and some of the bonehead plays and some of the big plays as well down the field, the Thornhill plays, it's just been a disaster over the past 6 of the last 8 quarters. You hope it's not, if you're the Steelers' sake, you hope it's just not a season-long thing moving forward now. You hope they can get past this. But 6 of the past 8 quarters have been awful.
What do you make of Cam talking about lack of fight? I mean, that's one thing if it's isolated to Cam and maybe just a default he goes to and says, yeah, we didn't try hard enough, whatever. It's easier than saying we were out-schemed or we don't have enough talent. But then Thornhill comes back yesterday and says lack of effort. Joey Porter, lack of effort. What is going on? Do these guys know what that's going to be translated to when fans hear that?
No, they probably mean effort in a different way. I'm not quite sure.
Well, what do you mean they mean effort in a different way? They mean they mean effort. Well, what do you? Don't be Mike Tomlin.
They might mean
effort. They mean we weren't trying hard enough. They mean Darius Slay at the goal line making a business decision not to hit somebody so he can save himself. That's what they mean, I think.
I mean, the effort could be just not making plays. I mean, those are younger guys that maybe have different meanings of different words. I don't know. I use effort as the guy just lacking, right? Taking it easy. That's how I take effort.
Yeah, that's what they meant. That's what they meant. At least Juan Thornhill couldn't have been clearer. He said we can't be sitting here talking about effort. And if that's the problem, then you got to start asking, Mark, in my opinion, are there too many fat cats who got their money on defense? And are they laying down on Mike Tomlin here, like Kirk Herbstreit suggested in the playoff game? Why don't we play that for Caballi? Play that tape for Caballi of Kirk Herbstreit in last year's playoff game when the Steelers defense was giving up first-half touchdown drives of 95, 90, and 85 yards with tens of millions of people watching. This is what Herbstreit told people, and this is basically what the Steelers are now telling people within their room. Are you ready, big boy? Here we go.
From Amazon.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
Herbstreit can say it all he wants, Mark. When Cam Hayward, Thornhill, Porter, and guys inside the room are saying it, doesn't that become more concerning?
This is my thought. In my experience, Joe, over the years, when you hear multiple players say things similar, it comes from the head coach. They're just relaying what they heard.
Well, why didn't he say it yesterday when he was presented with the opportunity? He shot it down.
He does not want to make it sound like he's taking shots at the defense.
Or he doesn't want to make it sound or that they're quitting on him.
I don't, quitting's that's up there with losing the locker room. I don't even know if you're quitting. I mean, I would never use that word of a professional athlete because
they're using it. I'm not.
I know, but I don't know. I just would never use a word to say somebody's quit who's out there. They're maybe not efforting enough. I don't know, Joe. It's just not. I just think what he said about. What was the exact quote that Hayward used?
Not enough fight.
Not enough fight.
Not enough.
And Tomlin was asked about that yesterday, and he tried to explain it, dealing with the adversity.
He didn't hear what Hayward said, though, right?
No, he claimed he didn't.
No,
he didn't see George Pickens
walk in late to the Chiefs game.
No, the words written on his face.
Oh yeah,
his eye black.
Missed that one, and then. Did you know he came late to the Kansas City game? No, I don't.
Any accuracy to the report that Pickens was late on Christmas Day to the game against the Chiefs?
Man, that's a few days back. I really don't know I have the answer to that, to be quite honest with you. I got a lot going on in pregame. I can't answer that definitively.
Mike, did you know Ben didn't show up for the Super Bowl? I don't remember that. No, it was a good game. Did we have our quarterback? I don't know.
What's he been around 18 years? That could be the first time I've ever heard in my life him stumped. He didn't know what to say.
That was Benzie from the top rope after Bert said no more questions.
He did not know what to say. He was totally flabbergasted, as Ron Cook would say.
I would have been surprised, and I was surprised to hear that day because normally he is on top of all of these kinds of things, at least for the press conference.
That was Benzie, Bob, and Benzie will do that late in games, won't he?
From the top rope.
He'll hit you over the head with his crutches right now, right?
Listen,
is Benzie on crutches?
He's been on crutches for 3.5 years now. I'm like, Benzie, you're really milking this, aren't you?
I saw him at the hockey game the other night, and I was surprised that he had that. But, yeah, he's been on it for quite some time. So
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Wait, it was a basketball injury.
It was,
maybe?
yeah, he was playing something. I don't know if it was basketball or something else.
He had surgery, and you know how the doctor says use crutches for 6 weeks. Benji's using crutches for 6 weeks, where normal people would throw them away after a week.
Did you ever have crutches on all your Achilles injuries? All 8 of them?
What are you suggesting that he's?
I was supposed.
There's no fight in Benzie. Is that what you're expecting? Is that what you're saying?
Benzie
There's no
quit?
fight. You say
I'm
with
saying
what?
Benzie's follows the rules.
Bob, we have to go.
Let me ask Mark one thing.
Yeah.
If you took all the names one by one on the Steelers defense right now, are there any playing above and beyond what you expect them to play above and beyond at this point? Because I still think there's a lot of these guys that have to bring up their performances, really. And quite frankly, it's stunning that last Sunday night, I agree with James Harrison that did not happen, because I thought that was the night that they could do that, especially with a 9-point lead entering the third quarter.
Now, if you had asked me this maybe a game and a half ago, I would have said Patrick Queen. Right now, no, not one.
Hold on a second. Bill M tweets the show and says, Mark is breathing so heavily over the radio, it's actually hard to drive. Could Limits please adjust his microphone? Is that possible, Limits?
That means I would have to pod down Kabali after every single answer he
All
gives.
I got to say is, hey, what's this guy's name again?
Darth Vader? Oh, wait.
Bill M.
Hey, Bill, maybe you should worry about driving and not texting.
I love you.
Oh, shots fired back.
Yeah, Bill M.
Maybe he's doing. Do you like voice texting while you drive? At least
like
that's
on trolls or whatever. People that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Was that a question for Mark,
Yes.
Bob? Why don't you ask him again? He seems
no
to be
voice
frozen.
texting. You know how you have it on your car where you can actually hit the. You don't even have to pick up your phone to make a text. I don't like texting at all while driving, but if I'm at a stoplight and I can figure out how to voice text something,
That's
I will.
illegal, Bob.
Voice texting, hands off.
No, you're right. That's legal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just don't like handling a phone while you're driving. It's ridiculous.
Bob in the car's making fun of my deviated septum. Thanks, Bob.
Oh, my God. You didn't tell us you had a
What did I
deviated
do?
septum.
Not you, whoever the guy is
Bill
on the
M.
damn.
Well, why didn't you
what's
say that in the first place?
You know, people think they're funny.
Now, are you going to get that corrected, the deviated septum?
That's probably not number 19 on the list of things we need corrected with me.
You should try Mulsey's Blue Chews.
I heard wow,
He's good. That breathing, that breathing that Mike talked about, that breathing's going to get heavier if he goes on Blue Chew.
Limits, are you on Blue Chews yet?
No, but I think Mulsey is giving everybody something to talk about in their group chat.
I thought
right,
he's
Mark?
giving them free samples. Everybody's walking around here very
Is
fast.
he giving some free
Yeah.
samples? Bob, I remember
Running
you were
through the
eating them like
hallways.
candy.
I
All
thought
right,
it was
Mark.
candy. That's
You'll-
why. I just like, what a surprise.
There was a surprise, huh, Bob?
I'm sorry that this turned into this. A deviated septum.
I'm glad I'm the butt of your jokes.
Well, you're not, but Bill said that.
Hey,
It was a joke.
How about this? Aiden Hutchinson got paid today, Mark. $45 million a year for the next 4 years.
Oh, my. How come he didn't demand 47 to surpass Micah?
I don't know, but that team, that's another one of those teams on the Steelers schedule. You know, them, the Bills, Ravens twice. You got next 2 weeks coming up. There are a
Man,
lot
this
of tough
feels
games.
Mark. This feels like a pride game. You're gonna have the Super Bowl 40 guys there. You have everybody on earth, including the Steelers themselves, ripping the Steelers. This feels almost like, I don't know, a watershed game in the Tomlin era. Is this thing just going to explode and bust apart, or are they going to come together? What's your feel on this?
Wow. I thought it was going to come together last week, honestly, against the Packers. I thought all their ill wills that we saw against the Bengals would have been fixed. But obviously that only happened for a half, so it's hard to say right now. But they've had a lot of success against the Colts in Pittsburgh over the years. And if they come out and play that poorly again, then that's an awful sign for the rest of the season, the coaching staff, this group as a whole. So I would think they would play better, but the Colts are a slouch, man. Jonathan Taylor, that offensive line, man, you got to be on your P's and Q's or he can gash you. So it's going to be a good game.
Especially you're coming off a game with so many missed tackles. I mean, that's the one thing that at the very least you have to make sure it doesn't happen against this guy because he has so many yards after contact.
Penalties, stupid penalties, missed tackles, out of position. I mean, that second half could have been. Can you even remember a second half worse than that in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers, at least in the Tomlin era?
Yeah, that was just the way it happened, too. 3 straight touchdown drives, and they had the lead, and they had the ball coming out of halftime.
And that was with their wounded pride from the Bengals game and extra days to prepare. I mean, that was beyond alarming.
Well, hey, give them some credit. They looked good in the first half.
Who cares?
Well, I'm saying that's it, though.
I mean, yeah, I guess they did. So did the Houston Oilers when they led the Bills 35-3. But people only remember the second half, right? I mean,
I remember Greg Brown making the calls. I remember.
Yeah. Brown was back doing that.
Do you remember who the Bills quarterback was, big boy? Wrong. Frank Reich.
Frank Reich. Yeah.
And did you remember that Frank Reich also led the greatest comeback in college football history at the time? How unbelievable
University
is that?
of Maryland.
So, yeah, I mean, just for that reason alone, those two, that's how he defined a career.
He was throwing the ball to Anthony McFarland Jr. that day, Bob.
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. He's like all the coaches that leave here. Nobody picks him up.
He's up there with Chris Rainey and Dre Archer.
Oh, names from the past.
The flag team.
Joe, did you see that Harry Callis asked a question in the Jerry Dulac mailbag today?
What?
I don't know if it was our Harry Callis, but somebody named Harry Callis asked a question.
Let's hear about that next. And what?
Harry Callis doesn't even know who Jerry Dulac is. There ain't no way.
That was Pony disguised as Harry Callis, right?
You think so?
I think so.
Maybe.
He infiltrates that chat, him and his nipples. All right, Bob. Mark, are you sticking around?
I don't know. Ask the boss, Austin Bechtold.
Yes, Mark will be here for the next segment.
The first segment went so well. I bet you're looking forward to the second one.
Ask Bill in the car. Maybe
Bill
maybe
M.
You should ask him.
Yeah.
Jim Furyk reportedly asked a question in this chat as well.
Bob, he had an unorthodox swing, didn't he? Or he has one?
Yeah, really. But he knew how to get back to where he had to go at Impact.
Yeah.
Regardless of what that looked like. Very good player. Made a lot of money by not winning very much.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township.
Like
Visit
TJ
them.
Watt.
What?
Sounds like TJ Watt. A lot of money without winning very much.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Bob, for as great as TJ Watt has been, he's in grave danger of being this era's Dick Butkus, like a legendary great defensive player who never wins a playoff game. That was Dick Butkus.
Yeah, that's something that I thought, by bringing all the guys they brought in this year, they were trying to get to that point with these two guys, specifically Cam and TJ.
Isn't it alarming? Maybe I'll ask Kabali coming back. The evaluation process, like Mike Tomlin cut his teeth in the NFL as a defensive backs coach. And the amount of misevaluations on both college players and NFL players in the secondary, Darius Slay being the latest one, and maybe Joey Porter Jr. too, is so alarming. It really is. It's like, how can that be? How can you sit there and watch tape of Darius Slay and then go out and sign him and have him be this?
Especially for $10 million. I thought that was a big contract for 1 year for a guy who clearly is on the decline.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, it's time for a message for the populace.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Joe. And once again, I'm here to tell you about West Shore Home, because when it comes time to upgrading your home, everyone wants to do that. If you're in the house for a long time, you know what it's all about. You got to make changes. So why not go to America's most trusted home remodeler? And that's West Shore Home. They can help with a variety of home projects, from tub to shower conversions, full bathroom remodels, window and front entry door replacements, and even full house flooring. They do it all. And they have you covered for your remodeling needs no matter what it is. The best part, their work is backed by more than 60,000 five-star reviews. Go check it out. That's because every single project is completed by their team of highly trained employee installers. No subcontractors here, and that means the work is done right for the very first time, and you don't have to worry about it. This is one of the many ways they make home remodeling easy. Plus, right now, they have some exclusive savings for our listeners. Anyone that goes to westshorehome.com/fan to schedule their free consultation will save an extra $500 on their project. How about that? That's westshorehome.com/fan to lock in those exclusive savings right now. Scheduling is quick, and they have someone at your house as early as tomorrow. West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All righty, Bob. The Penguins yesterday in their matchup against the Flyers ended up taking a point, but they did end up losing. Sidney Crosby was not eligible to take part in the shootout after a misconduct penalty, but the Penguins just continue to rack up points as they've been able to do frequently throughout the start of this season. And a check at the NHL standings in the Metro, the Penguins are tied with the New Jersey Devils for first place after 11 games. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of optimism. My feet hurt, or at least they used to, and then I went to the Good Feet store, and they fixed me up with the Good Feet foot arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. It's so easy. I mean, I call it a system. It's arch supports, balance, comfort, no new shoes needed. And they fit easily into any shoes that I have or that you might have. Golf shoes, tennis shoes, dance shoes, work shoes, basketball shoes, whatever you got. It's so simple. And it worked for me. It could work for you. My problem, again, was maybe some form of arthritis, whatever they said it was, the doctors. And I don't even know if they ever got a definitive diagnosis. But the joints of my big toes hurt a lot, and it was exacerbated by exercise. And then it got better with the Good Feet foot arch supports. It's as simple as that. So you might have plantar fasciitis. You might have pain and burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heel, whatever it is. Check this out at goodfeet.com or visit a store, Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
Tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Trayvon Diggs' health saga has turned messy in Dallas. After a concussion and nagging knee issues landed him on IR, former teammate Micah Parsons blasted the Cowboys for rushing him back too soon. Team leaders say they're protecting him, but tension's been building since Diggs rehabbed privately in Florida. Now with trust fading fast, a breakup between Diggs and Dallas feels inevitable. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now up to $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions. Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike is also the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including college and pro football games, the baseball playoffs, and pro hockey. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
At Giant Eagle, we're helping bring the holiday magic home. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Because you make the holidays feel like the holidays. Because nothing beats free. From October 16th to November 6th, spend $350 and earn a free turkey on your next visit. Redeem through November 30th. Giant Eagle. Because it matters. Must scan My Perks loyalty card to earn and redeem. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with rain this afternoon, the high 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
That's what I'm talking about, Limits.
That's what we're talking about, Joe.
That's what we're talking about, Bob.
It puts you in a good mood for the rest of the day. Happy song.
Yes, where did this... Let's listen for a minute.
Work on your tan, Joe.
To the Bahamas or some warm island nation.
You think Cavalli likes it?
Cavalli, I'm a fan. Bob your head up and down like you were at a concert.
The bobblehead.
You try that, Cavalli.
Oh, Mark's no fun.
Who is that, Limits?
This is Dust and Grace. This is one of their
They sent
songs.
it to us?
Yes.
They're great. They're great.
I'm telling you, you have to find that thing they did for our theme song. They
Dust
sent
and
that.
Grace?
Somebody said, I don't know if it was
Doug.
Doug and Grace?
No, a man named Doug.
Oh.
Sent us a theme song, Joe.
Why don't you play it? Did you hear it?
Bob, we just played Dust and Grace.
No, I'm talking, there was another one.
All right, we'll do that after
Here
Cavalli
we are
leaves.
again. Here we are again talking about the
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Here's
you're gonna be able to use that very, very many times when he's the Penn State coach, right?
Yes. Here's the Kansas City Chiefs in a nutshell. You ready for this? How many Super Bowls in a row have they been to? How many AFC
7
title
AFC
games?
championship games in a row.
Per Next Gen Stats, Patrick Mahomes has the fewest percentage of dropbacks under pressure. The fewest under pressure. They looked at their biggest problem last year, and man, a lot of teams would like to have problems like they have problems. They couldn't protect Mahomes in the Super Bowl. That was their biggest problem. So they went out, they revamped their offensive line. They got him a weapon or two. They're healthy. He's come back, and look at them, and look at him. They're going to the Super Bowl again, big boy, aren't they?
Oh, they're in third place in the division, right?
Yeah, they got off to
They
a
won
slow
3
start.
in a row, and they're just now getting their mojo back. This is a game this week coming up against Buffalo. That's a big one for both of them.
You watch the games, though. When you look at them, do you not think they're going to the Super Bowl? If you had to bet everything you owned on one AFC team getting there, who would it be, Indy?
Talking proud, Buffalo Bills, baby.
Man, you haven't seen their defense yet. It's worse than the Steelers.
All right, if you had to pick an MVP right now, MVP of the league,
Jonathan Taylor.
That's who. Now you stole it right from me. That's who I would pick.
I'm sorry.
How many in a row has quarterbacks won? 11?
Something
All right,
like that.
If it comes down to just quarterbacks, if I give you a choice of Mahomes, Allen, Baker Mayfield, and who else could I throw in? Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford. Who is your MVP of those candidates?
I'm a big Baker fan.
So am I.
That's not a bad pick right now, though he's coming off a rough game. But back to the Steelers.
He dismissed you, Bob.
Real quickly.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear. What happened?
I asked a question.
I wasn't paying attention. I thought you guys were done talking.
No.
I blanked. I'm sorry, Bob. What did you ask?
I asked a question. I didn't get an answer.
Oh, I swear I was reading something here, and then my brain
and for
said
years,
just to
you
move
guys, you would look at me and say you're not paying attention, and here you're doing the same thing. Here we are again, sitting the same.
Darkness.
I got caught there. What did you say?
I wanted to know what Mark thought about an MVP of those quarterbacks I mentioned.
Oh, I thought he said Baker.
He said I like Baker, and I said I do too.
And then you tried to.
But you didn't say it. You didn't say it in the context that that's your pick, though, did you?
He dismissed you, Bob.
Well, all he does is sit there and breathe, Bob. That's why I moved on. He didn't have an answer
I'm sorry
again.
for breathing. I'm the only person in the world that breathes.
Do you have an answer to Bob's question?
Of those, yeah.
I said Baker, but you're like,
and then Bob asked you again, and then I got accused
you made it
of
sound
shutting
like
down
I
Bob.
like Baker, but you didn't. That didn't sound very confident. Like Stafford deserves a lot of votes in here, I think.
Who would you vote for as MVP right now? And do you have a vote?
I don't have a vote. Ron Cook might have one. Jason White.
Jason White may get one.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I mean, I don't know how you don't vote for Jonathan Taylor at this moment right now.
But will he win Offensive Player of the Year as opposed to MVP?
That's the dumbest award in all of sports. The Offensive Player of the Year.
In other words, the MVP is always, it seems like it's going to be a quarterback no matter what, so they created other awards.
Is he ever going to answer the question?
I think the dumbest award in sports is utility Gold Glove winner in baseball.
Yeah, they came up with that one.
That's a
is a
disrespect
dumb one.
to Jared Triolo right there, Mark.
That is a good call, Mark. The utility man Gold Glove, Bob. Who came up with
like
that?
The protector of the year, though. Now we're stretching out.
Well, at least he's a starter. The utility Gold
Jared
Glove.
Triolo was a starter when he won that. He played enough to qualify as a starter. It is a stupid.
Then he shouldn't win
stupid. They should not have. It's like. It's a tarnished gold. It's not the regular gold. It's like
like the fourth liner of the year in hockey. You're going to have a trophy for that? What are we doing? What have we done?
You know who else is a Gold Glove finalist right now, Bob?
Oh,
Tommy Pham.
Oh, I know that. He actually deserves to be considered for that. His fielding was really good.
All right, I must have missed the games. Oh yeah, I did. I didn't watch any for the second half of the season. So, Mark, do you want to answer that so we can move on? Who's your MVP?
Baker. I said I would vote right now if I had one right today, halfway, it'd be Jonathan Taylor. But I think as the season goes on, he cannot keep up that pace. I think Baker will play a lot of garbage teams down the stretch here, especially in the division. I would probably make a long-term bet on Baker, short-term bet on JT.
Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. What do you make of Jonnu Smith's role in this offense? He's on pace for about 30 fewer catches and I think 500 fewer yards than last year with Miami. He can't be overly thrilled, can he?
No, I wouldn't assume not. I mean, that's one guy you thought can come in here and, stretch the defense, be that third head of the three-headed monster of tight ends, of doing something a little bit different. He just hasn't been utilized very much. And that's why I even suggested, if you're going to make a trade, he would be the one guy that would be expendable in my eyes. I mean, because you're not using him. I'm not saying he's no good. You're just not using him at this point. So either use him or do something with him.
Use him
or
lose him.
They haven't used him. Yeah. I mean,
Bob, what do you think of the big boy's opinion on this, Bob?
Well, first of all, you'd have to find a team that needs a tight end to make that work. I don't know how many are in that situation. I still would rather use him a little bit more than they are. If they're going to have these guys here and they're so, in the mindset that tight ends are guys who can make plays for this offense, then he should be utilized more. He's not been, and I would say the same about Pat Freiermuth. I'm glad they finally got him in a game in Cincinnati. They need more of that. If they don't have a true number two or somebody who's going to pick up the slack there, then those guys have to.
With Jonnu is they had him moving around. They were going to play him as fullback, H-back, move him all over the formation. He was going to be that wild card type of tight end. Just nothing has materialized yet. It's either they haven't figured out how to use him yet, or they're like saying, maybe he doesn't fit in what we want to do here, and maybe he's better off being with a team like Miami than maybe it's once again, maybe it's a misevaluation.
Yeah.
When they acquired him. I don't know.
Mark Cavalli Report brought to you by IC Light. 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Cloudy today, a high of Devon Bush, 55. A low of Carnell Lake, 37. Fan weather talk about misevaluations. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. What do we make of Caleb Johnson? He was going to be perfect for Artie's zone scheme, but then Artie's zone scheme became a man scheme, and Caleb Johnson had the kickoff debacle, and now he's nowhere to be found. Is this going to turn out to be a bust of a pick?
I don't think so. I mean, it's hard to criticize anything Jaylen Warren's done over the past couple of weeks. So where is he going to – who would you rather have in there right now? I mean, Jaylen Warren runs with a purpose. He runs hard. He hits the hole hard. And the problem is Caleb Johnson hasn't, I don't think, really adapted to the speed of pro football quite yet. He looked good early in training camp, but that speed of, one step gone just hasn't been there. And that honestly, that's probably the least of my worries right now. I know you don't want to waste a third-round pick on this guy that you may or may not use, but I think Jaylen Warren is there's not much he can't do. And one thing he has done, and knock on wood, if you're a Steelers fan, he hasn't fumbled the ball yet.
Why do you think they went away from the run as they did in the second half? Because it was pretty good in the first half. I think they were averaging 5.1 per clip. They had a 9-point lead. They had the ball to start. I would have thought they come and just try to use that heavy package, that jumbo package, to try to move the ball down the field, keep possession on your side, and not give them opportunities.
That's a good question. I mean, they were pretty much dominating that run game in the first half, unless they weren't comfortable enough after Sayamalu went out to even employ the jumbo. They would have had to probably move Calvin Anderson out there. I mean, it shouldn't have been too difficult, but they probably went away from it then. And another thing, Bob, is they gave up, 4 straight possessions of touchdowns?
Yeah.
And if you have one series where you're going to throw the ball, go 3 and out, and all of a sudden that stacks up on you pretty quickly, and now you're down, and you don't really want to run the ball. But hindsight now tells you they probably should have ran the ball more. But I would assume a lot of that had to do with the injury to Sayamalu and how it just affected the offensive line. Shouldn't affect the offensive line, but it did.
Lastly, Doug Whaley was on with the morning guys, as he often is. Well, as he is weekly, I should say. And, man, he sort of repeated what he said on the post game the other night. Really just ripping Mike Tomlin. I wanted you to take a listen, Mark, and then give your opinion. Limits, do you have that clip from today?
The team starts to take the characteristics of the head coach. And when you talk about Mike Tomlin, I'm not going to discredit him as a coach and what he's achieved. But when you look at his press conference, he's a great orator. He's got great one-liners. But right now, just like his press conferences, I'm not saying him or his past coaching, but his press conferences and the team he's putting on, neither of them have substance at all. There's no substance in that, especially on the defense. Now, offensively, I'll say they're putting up points. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But his baby, a defensive coach, there is no substance to him right now, especially in face of adversity and when you need him most.
Mark?
Well, when has his press conferences ever been of any substance? That's number one. I would probably just throw that out right there. I know where he was getting at right there, talking about the defense of having a little substance. Hard to disagree with that, man. I mean,
well, answer me this then. Answer me this, because this has now come up a lot. Pony was on yesterday saying anybody who thinks that Terrell Austin calls the defensive plays is basically an idiot. Chris Carter went on today saying the biggest myth around the Steelers is that Mike Tomlin calls the defense. So, and our guy, Nick Farabaugh, saying, I cannot say this any more bluntly, Terrell Austin is the Steelers' defensive play caller. Mark, who's actually calling the plays on game day? It sure seems like Austin.
I mean, he's calling plays, but he's also can get overridden at any point by Mike Tomlin. I mean, he gets in his ear and says, hey, I want you to do this, this, and that. I think it's all under the umbrella of what they put together Mondays and Tuesdays of the scheme, which is heavily, heavily handed by Mike Tomlin. So does it really matter who calls what play at one time if the whole entire scheme is based off of one guy, or not one guy, but the majority of the scheme would be Mike Tomlin.
Clearly,
so that's what it is.
It's Tomlin's design, his scheme, and his personnel.
And
As far as who's executing that on Sundays, is it Austin or Tomlin? I mean,
I don't think Tomlin can do that and have everything else what he's responsible of. Like I said, if it's a third and whatever, he can, beep in and say, hey, run this or whatever it is. Or you can have a call sheet, so to speak. If it's in this situation, you run this, and that's be provided to him. But he's not there saying every single play. I mean, you just watch the film. I mean, watch the sideline tape, and you can see that he doesn't call the plays.
But if he wanted to, he could veto something or add something.
Well, that's the same with the offense. He could veto stuff on offense, too.
Right.
And something tells me he vetoed that play, whatever, or he was told the Vikings play, the 4th and goal at the 4.
Yeah, I thought that was Rodgers impacting.
Somebody made that call, and I don't think it was Arthur Smith.
Thank you, Mark. Good stuff today.
All right, Mark.
I'll practice on my breathing for Bill.
I don't think his name was Bill, was it?
I don't know. Was it?
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
He took that one hard, Bob, and I feel bad that I read Bill's tweet.
Yeah, but you knew what you were doing.
No, I didn't.
You laughed hysterically here as I
know. It was funny. It was funny. All right. Coming up next, Big Ben has spoken. He has ideas.
This podcast, man, is very listened to around, not just here, but around the country.
He has ideas for Jalen Ramsey. He has ideas for the trade deadline. A lot of things popping with Ben. Let's take a listen and then give our own opinions next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We'll get the Steelers injury report today, right around 4 o'clock, but Mike Tomlin ruling out Deshaun Elliott for the week. He is week to week, though, better than being season-ending, unlike Daniel Aquale. Unfortunately, an ACL injury will keep him out for the season. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel has given new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Ask them about us, and they'll tell you everything you need to know about LGKG.
Get set for fall entertaining with incredible deals at Scandinavian Designs. The Fall Entertaining Sale features huge savings on select furniture and decor for every space, from dining and living rooms to guest spaces ready for overnight stays. Refresh your home today and make it holiday ready just in time for the gathering season ahead, but only for a limited time. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple, you make it home. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection with hundreds of new Kia models in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum pricing power during the Kia Fall Savings Event. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent. It's hassle-free. It's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
The Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neophis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neophis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. That's Neofes Insurance.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers? The celebrity guests Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow, Thursday night football, and you can hear the NFL on Westwood One right here on 93.7 The Fan, and it's a very important game as the Baltimore Ravens are in action in Miami against the Dolphins at 8:15, 7:30. Our coverage begins. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Another good selection here by Austin.
He's in Fuego today, Bob. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend Mr. P, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Big Ben, the Football and Podcast. Bob was the only person on this show who's ever appeared on the Football and Podcast, so that means you were at Ben's house. What was the most impressive thing about Ben's house, Bob?
Everything, actually. It's a great place. Ashley has everything figured out in there, so all of that stuff. The basement is incredible. His little area there, he's got a bar. That's where they do the thing. A simulator for golf. You'd love it. State of the art.
Really?
And he has a lot of stuff on his walls commemorating his career, whether it's footballs, jerseys from other players, and the jersey swap stuff that, used to go on or still does. So, yeah, very impressively done.
What's one that stood out? Is Brady up there?
I think Brady's up there. I didn't go and look at it.
Didn't he give you a tour?
Yeah, but there's so many of them. I didn't look at him specifically one by one.
What was my other question about Ben's house? The food. You told me Ben served little sliders that night, was it, Bob? Or did you get anything to drink?
Well, I could have had. I didn't want to do that going on. Because I was coming off of KDKA Sports. I went right to his house.
Right.
I took a KDKA vehicle, which I later found out I shouldn't have done. It was a weather van.
Oh, my God.
And so
you stole the weather van.
I stole the weather van. And I got called out for that. I said, well, I was just trying to get there as fast as I could. I figured with a big thing on the top, the weather lab.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal for you to be invited on that. And I'm surprised that Ron was never.
Actually. Yeah, listen, it was fun. And I like the format that he uses. He just goes as long. There's no time limit on any of this. He just goes as long as he thinks it's worth it.
Ron never got invited on there. And Ron never won a Marconi. He's 0 for 2 on that front.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
I think Ron should have gone on there, actually. Because,
so
he had a good relationship with Ben.
I was shocked that he wasn't on. He hasn't been on there yet. He still could be, right?
How about Live from the Beach?
Oh,
that would be a good little thing right there. Check in.
Does Ben have a place in Florida, Bob?
Georgia, I think.
Georgia, okay.
Yeah.
And how good of a golfer is he compared to you?
Really good.
Better than
he
you?
hits the ball a ton. His son is going to be better than he is, though. I have to say that. Yeah, I think he's 11 years old or 12, right? 11. If I showed you his swing, he's one of those swings you see on Instagram that's like, wow. The guy's got it all together there. He's going to be a player.
Who
Just
would win
like
if
Austin Lemieux.
If you and Ben played a one-on-one, who wins?
Oh, he wins all the time.
All the time?
All the time.
You shot a 78 at Oakmont. What would he shoot?
Well, that was, again, a day. You keep going back to that one. I feel like it was one of those days.
You do it once, you could do it again.
It was all about putting, and I made all kinds of putts. I was out of my mind with putting. He's really good, and he's won a lot of local events here at different clubs. So, yeah, he hits the ball a long way, too.
I bet. Well, let's hear what he had to say this week, because it's always I listen to it every week. I think it's great. It's him and Spence, and
Spence does a good job with that, too. He's the organizer of everything.
He's the point guard,
setup.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Let's hear some topics and what he said, Ben. I mean, limits.
All right, we have 4 clips here. Let's first start with what Ben had to say about second half adjustments for the Steelers.
The second half of ball games, we stink.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, when I was there,
And for as long as I can remember, we're the best in the world, or one of the best in the world, at making halftime adjustments. As players, we were proud of the coaches at halftime. Great coaches that were able to make halftime adjustments. We didn't play well in the first half. They were going to make adjustments, and we were going to go in the second half. And as long as we executed and did what we were supposed to do, the adjustments made at halftime were going to give us an opportunity to win. As I'm watching these games, it doesn't feel like the adjustments are being made. Again, I'm not in the locker room. Maybe they are, and the players aren't. I don't know. This is just my opinion. Now, is that coaching? Is it players? Is it adjustments? Is it lack of adjustments? I don't know. But it just feels like the second half of ball games, we stink. And I'm just asking a question. Are we making the proper adjustments?
Bob, would you like to answer that question?
If anyone should know that, he should know that, and he seems to think it's a multiple choice answer there. Like it's coaching. Is it players not doing what they're supposed to do?
He seems to be hinting that, in his opinion, without being in the room, that it's coaching.
Right, and I think most everybody who's in an NFL locker room halftime will say it starts with what the coach has in mind. It may not even be the head coach. It may be position coaches who see something and say, this is what we got to do. Whatever the case, the second halves have been bad, and that's when things are normally changed. If you have entire first half to gauge, what are they doing? What are we doing? How do we react if they continue to do this, that sort of thing? And that always comes down to coaching breakdowns.
I'll say.
But players have also got to execute whatever they tell you, and
they're starting
they talk
games
about gap awareness all the time. That's a repeated theme, time and time. Now, who is that? Is that a player malfunction, or is that a coaching malfunction?
I mean, all I know is this: they controlled the first half the other night in a big way,
and they should have had more points. They rely on Boswell too much,
and it just went up in flames. I don't know about that. That's what Tomlin said too. It wasn't like they got deep into the red zone and failed. In fact, that they came out of some of those drives with points was pretty good. I keep hearing that from Tomlin. At the half the other day, they were on pace for 32 points. Like, bunches of field goals from beyond 50 is not a bad thing. They had 16 points at the half. They were up 16-7 at the half. Quite frankly, if you have one of the greatest defenses of all time, that should be ball game. Certainly, if you're leading by 10 going into the fourth quarter, that should be ball game. Yet the first unit he constantly wants to blame is his offense. They weren't going against the worst defense in the league the other day, yet they had 16 points at the half.
Right. My point on that is there was a 4th down and 2, which they could have gone for if they wanted to. They had the lead.
That's true, yeah.
And they decided to kick 3 there. There are a lot of 4th downs. I looked at the stats, and I think Adam was talking about this morning, that teams have gone for it on 4th down against the Steelers 18 times. The Steelers have only tried 3 times. To me, that tells you that
living in your fears a little,
or they just rely on Boswell a little bit.
And the one time they did go for it was idiotic against the Vikings, right?
Well, that was where he got. I think his decision was to kick 3, and that made sense to kick 3. It would have made it 2 possessions, and they instead go for it
because the players talked him into it.
It was specifically Rodgers, it looked like to me. So,
do you like Crowley, Bob?
Yeah, I think he's a very talented guy.
Other than that, what do you like about him?
I don't know him that much personally. I wish I did more. Maybe I'll invite him over to my house in the man cave.
That'd be great. He's a nice guy. Do you like him, Limits?
He's my radio mentor. Yeah. I first called him when I worked the morning show.
He knows how to get his point across. He does it in a fun way.
He's a very friendly and funny man.
He's a great man. I'm very much looking forward to hanging out with him tonight, maybe more than anyone else. Other than you, Joe.
Oh, boy.
We hang out
a little caveat there at the end.
But Joe and I hang out every day.
Insulting.
I only see Crowley for 5 minutes in the morning.
That's not what you said.
That was unbelievably patronizing.
I can't wait to hang out with Adam. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I'm very excited to hang out with Crowley.
He is a great hang. He's great to hang out with, Bob.
You know, Bob, we hang out with each other for 4 hours a day.
Why don't you talk to him more, Bob? What is he invited on the showdown? What's the deal with you and Crowley? It seems, is there anything frosty happening?
No, it has nothing to do with that. In fact, I got him on the showdown. I'd like to have that happen again.
Oh, yeah.
That's something that we work on.
Okay, we work on.
Did you say that it was frosty?
Yes.
Now, the Fans Christmas Chorus brings you Mosey the Snowman.
Frosty.
Mosey the Snowman.
Is it ever too early for Christmas carols, Bob?
No, trees are up everywhere.
I know. Really?
Yeah,
it's too early.
Right down
for that.
by PPG,
Come on.
PPG area over there. That's where they have it up already.
And there's commercials already for Christmas.
That's too early.
And if
for
you
a
go
tree.
into Home Depot or
Let's
anywhere
hear
else,
Bob's solo as long as we're on it.
you'll see trees and Santas.
Here it is, Bob.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Mosey danced around.
I can't get enough of it. And oversized is a very sort of low-key but important
That's a
word
very important.
there.
And you
Yeah.
came up with those lyrics that were perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Can't wait till we have, what are we going to have this year? Have we decided on a theme song for Christmas?
No, we were practicing. A few
Chestnuts,
breaks.
roasting on an open fire is a good one.
Yeah.
Malsey Claus.
Malsey Claus is close. The 12 Days of Malsey is being considered.
How about, I got to think about that.
Yeah, it's tough.
It is.
I know.
You got to find lyrics that are open up to, that make
It's
sense.
beginning to look a lot like Malsey, perhaps, Bob?
Maybe.
Maybe. What was your favorite Christmas special growing up when you were a little, Bob?
It was always Rudolph.
Rudolph, yeah.
And it's still popular today.
Were you scared of the abominable snowman?
At times I was. I didn't like him.
Yeah.
Then I wanted him on my team. Just like a hockey player, Tom Wilson.
He's like Zegras, isn't he? He's sort of a jerk, but when he's on your team, you like it.
Well, differently. I like those guys. Like, I think, again, I know this is kind of blasphemous, but Tom Wilson is a really good hockey player.
Sure.
He can do a lot of things. Does he cross the line? Yes, but man, he's turned into quite a player. Just like Brad Marchand, same thing.
Yeah, same thing. All right, back to Ben.
Ben thinks that Jalen Ramsey should be covering tight ends.
Can he cover outside? Sure, but I think you can bring him on the inside where you can use his smarts more than his physical abilities. And I love when they blitz him. I love when he stops a run because he's a big guy. I'd love for him to be on some tight ends because, why did this Kraft guy this week for Green Bay absolutely destroyed us?
Yeah.
Why put Ramsey on a man-to-man? I remember when we were playing and Coach wanted to stop Gronk. He's like, I need to find a safety. I need to find someone that's a big safety that can just run with that tight end. Like, that's his job.
Yeah.
Well, you got a guy in Ramsey that I think can do that. Put him in the slot and let him cover the tight end if you've got a valuable weapon tight end,
Narrator, they never did find a guy to cover Gronk, but I do agree, and you and I talked about this Monday. It should have been Ramsey right up in Kraft's face on every snap.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been his assignment. Like Jamar Chase, they got destroyed by one guy.
Totally agree. And they knew he was going to be a primary guy. He has been red hot of late. And I think teams look at the Steelers games and notice the tight ends. Hunter Henry had their way with him, and a lot of other guys have done it too. So the one guy you want to eliminate in that right now, that offense is him, the way it's going. And I never thought you'd see a wide receiver get 131 yards after catch. But
Tight
he
end,
did.
yeah.
And he dragged Thornhill along for the ride.
No, and the way that he broke off the line just wide open and untouched like the
Especially on the 4th and 1.
Yeah, the 4th and 1.
How would you not know he was going to get the ball there? When you saw that, and there's no one around him, he was just free to do whatever he wanted.
It's the amount of coverage breakdowns, or at least nonsensical coverages, is mind-blowing. And then they have 10 guys on the field for the two-point conversion, and that guy's wide open in the end zone. It's just...
Well, yeah, you can't have that happen.
It's incredible to watch, really.
They made it sound like it's just part of normal things when it shouldn't be. You should never have a situation where a guy like that is wide open because you have one less guy on the field.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. My friend Jeff texts in the land of misfit toys from Rudolph, Bob. I think I asked you this before, but who did you feel worse for? The square wheel guy? He seemed very tragic. The Charlie in the box, which was very sad. Was there anybody who, when you were younger, really elicited your sympathy or maybe made you cry?
The Charlie in the box, yes. I mean, when I saw Charlie going back, almost like he was stuffed in there, like they didn't want him to come and pop up again. I mean, that's just not the way to go. I mean, poor guy, Charlie, come on, get out of the box.
Plus, he's living on an island.
Right.
Who else limits? Wasn't there a fish who couldn't swim?
Yeah, he couldn't swim, no. Or what about the cowboy that rode the ostrich? Remember him?
The cowboy on the ostrich. Bob.
The spotted elephant. I felt really bad for the train with square wheels.
Yeah. Me too.
It was the bird that swims. That's who it was.
The bird that swims.
And the water pistol that squirted jelly.
Right.
I don't remember that one.
The boat that can't stay afloat.
Back to the cowboy on the ostrich, Bob. What a mistake. I mean, who makes that mistake, and how come that guy has to live with it the rest of his life?
Yeah, I mean,
riding an ostrich.
Did he make the decision himself to go on the ostrich?
No,
did he mistake it for a horse?
No.
Well, then he made a bad decision. And now he ends up on the island of misfit toys.
Did they eventually free those people? Did they get off the island?
They ended up going to homes.
Did
Because
they?
Rudolph saved them. Remember, Rudolph
Yeah,
went
that
back
seemed
and
to-
told Santa that the island of misfit toys were there?
Right.
Rudolph's my favorite movie.
Rudolph.
Bob, they should have an updated movie on what happened to the people from the land of misfit toys.
Well, they were taken, swooped up, and and I wonder
found
what they've done. Now it's sort of a, where are they now? We'd like to know where they are. Where is that Charlie in the box? Is he
Where are
somewhere-
they now, piece in Sports Illustrated? That's what we need, yeah. Where is that Charlie in the box?
Hopefully living a very productive life where he pops out of there and stays out of there all day until it's time to sleep, and then he goes back into his box.
And
It's
his
a
name
dark
is-
space.
right,
It's
and-
a dark space. He likes it there.
Just like Aaron Rodgers. And he probably is, his name is Jack.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
And that's what Charlie faces when he goes in there, and they don't allow him to come up.
Next.
All right, this is what Ben had to say about trying to highlight DK Metcalf a little bit more often.
They need to get DK Metcalf the ball a little more. Now, did he have a dumb penalty and he hurt the team? Yes. That was a big penalty. I mean, it went from third and, I think, manageable to third and unmanageable.
3rd and 2 to 3rd and 17, I think.
Yes. DK, when he on the goal line, there's no stopping him. If you line up, you can go 4 straight plays to him. If they line up outside, he runs a slant. You line up inside, he runs a fade. He's just so big and strong. They need to take advantage of that a little more. Just being honest. It's ridiculous what he can do. And Aaron is so good at getting him the ball in the perfect position. It's got to happen more.
Bob, Metcalf is on pace, I think, for some similar numbers that he's had in his career. And I said this when they got him, that he's good, but he's not one of those guys. He's not one of them.
He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not Jamar Chase.
Exactly.
But he is good.
He is good. He's going to catch about, 70 balls this season for probably a little over 1,000 yards, maybe 10 touchdowns or so. He's good.
He already has 5 touchdowns, I think. So
right.
And he hasn't really been overly targeted like some of these elite guys.
Well, that's what Ben's saying. Should he be targeted more?
Yes. Why wouldn't you? He's
because everybody then bitches and moans when Ben gives them a deep shot in a game a couple games ago, and it gets picked off against the Bengals. Then everybody's like, "What are you doing that for?"
I mean,
not Ben, Aaron. I mean,
right? You're going to end up with mistakes down the road or good plays. Like I thought, people said, "Well, he should have pulled that one in the end zone this past week." Well, that was a good defensive play.
I thought that was a good defense.
It really was. He got his hand in it, and he just
he
lost
could have been
possession.
more proactive on that one, I thought, and gone up and gotten the ball before that became possible. But I agree, it was more about the defense than the offense there.
Yeah, that guy stayed with him and got his hand in there at just the right time.
He did commit a horrible penalty, right?
Yeah. A retaliation penalty. That's what always happens.
And here's the granddaddy of them all from the Ben quotes. Do you have him on TJ Watt limits?
Oh, I got you, Joe. Here it is.
When they were using Micah specifically very creatively, and I felt like anytime they put him kind of like over the center.
Yes.
You didn't really know, in which I would imagine that would be terrifying to not really be able to see him pre-snap, and then post-snap, you don't know where he's coming from, right? Your line doesn't know who's picking him up. You don't, he's going to pick a side. Again.
But why that's smart is because what you do is if you have a guy like that, which we have in TJ, which the Browns have in Miles, is what you say is, I'm not going to just line him up against their right tackle all the time. I'm actually going to move him around and put him against the worst linemen.
Yeah.
Because lines slide, they play man. Well, if you line him up over the nose, now he can go this way, he can go that way. They can 2 guys up. You have to account different blocking schemes for him.
Yeah.
We're going to play the Colts this week, and I watched them this week. I'm not super impressed with their defense from what I saw. I don't know the numbers, but it just felt like Cam Ward was able to do some stuff on them. But there are some times where they've got there's like 3 or 4 guys standing up, and that can be tough for a young line to determine, okay, who we blocking. So there's some stuff that they might throw at us, but I would love to. And TJ may not want to do it either. I'm just speaking on. I would love to see TJ do some of that stuff. Get up and walk around and just it's the old water boy. Who am I kicking it at? You know, and so I'd love to see TJ do more of that kind of stuff.
Except he apparently doesn't want to, according to Kabali, which I don't understand. So Micah,
it's to his advantage,
Micah
actually.
can do it.
To
Myles Garrett can do it. But TJ doesn't want. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
I don't know. But, again, I think Ben's points are right on. If you move him around and you keep the offense guessing, where is he? What's he doing? And then all of a sudden, if you're moving fluidly a lot from one side to the other, then you line up over the middle and the center. The center has no idea what's going to happen. And that puts a lot of doubt in the mind of a quarterback, I would imagine. So
I don't.
You don't have to do it every single play either, but you have to do it once in a while just to keep them honest.
Right. And we watched Micah Parsons do it. We've seen Garrett do it against the Steelers. I don't understand. I really don't, and especially when he's got 4 sacks in his last 11 games going back to last season, and when they just played a primetime game and had a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and they situations where you'd think you'd be able to get some pass rush going, and they had no sacks, none. Something got to change. That seems like an obvious thing to at least tweak a little bit, but I guess if he doesn't want to do it, then he doesn't want to do it. I thought coaches decided that, not players.
You're supposed to be able to say, hey, this is what we need you to do. And if you're reluctant to do it, I'm sorry. I mean, that's part of what they're doing. They're trying to put you in a spot where you can get more than 4 sacks in the last 11 games. And they may see something that helps you as a player, and you get back on track that way.
I agree with you, Bob. Coming up next, a giant new contract in the NFL. Oh, it's going to be a Limitless Express. I'll give that part away. But I know that Limits is going to talk about Aiden Hutchinson. I know that he's going to talk about a certain quarterback for the Ravens. And I'm just seeing a headline here on Pro Football Talk that is very, very interesting to me, Bob. Did you see this from Florio? Steelers could be approaching, quote, total overhaul? What exactly does that mean?
I didn't see that. Where did that come from?
Pro Football Talk. We'll find out next on the Limitless Express. First, let's talk about the NFL at large here and the Thursday night game I just spoke of. It looks like Lamar is going to play. Every Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. I think Lamar, a pretty good bet there. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers made a trade acquiring safety Kyle Duggar from the New England Patriots, as New England gets a 2026 6th-round pick. Duggar and a 2026 7 will go back to the Steelers. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines. They are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agents.
Tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When our friend Mark Cabali joined us earlier in the show, the Mark Cabali Report was brought to you by Icy Light.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Tua Tagovailoa shook off the noise to deliver his best game of the year. The 1-6 Dolphins stunned Atlanta as Tua went perfect off play action, hit 3 touchdowns, and barely got touched. Miami's offense finally looked like its old self, and perhaps it was the spark the Dolphins needed heading into a Thursday night matchup with the Ravens. I'm Maggie Gray.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer non-fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
In the Steel City, we love a good 2-for-1, especially when it comes to protecting our homes. Right now with Guardian Protection, buy one camera and get the second free. That's twice the coverage for the same price. Place one outside for packages and one inside for peace of mind. HD video, motion alerts, and real-time security from a company that's been protecting Pittsburgh for decades. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you have been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for well over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. We are like having a jeweler in the family.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-2085. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-555-2085.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I thought we were going to hear the introduction to the Limitless Express, which is my favorite one that we do, Bob.
Well, we are. I thought that there was something else.
We're not on the same page. Who has the green dot today?
Yes.
Are you wearing the green dot?
So it's like Devin Bush is back with the green dot.
There was a little bit of miscommunication.
Of course, they're not exactly communicating that well right now, Bob, are they? They can't even get 10 people, 11 people on the field. for a 2-point conversion.
There should be never, and it wasn't like it was some guy who's running onto the field late. They just didn't have anyone out there. They were minus one person.
Let's do it with 10 because we're so good with 11. We might as well try it with 10. Here we go, Bob.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. And here we are. All these years later, what do you have for us, Limits?
Bob, it looks like Lamar Jackson will return for the Ravens in the game in Miami. He was a full participant in yesterday's practice. Welcome back, Lamar. Goodbye, division for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, no, wait a minute. They got a big – you can argue that they're going to be better and they're going to win some games coming up. But if you look at the tail end of their schedule, they have some – it gets back to being tougher. They've dug a hole. That hole's a deep one. Okay, let's talk about that. Who are you more concerned about, the Steelers winning division or the Ravens at this point?
I mean, I still am picking the Steelers by default because the Ravens have, and then the Bengals are still in it, but they're a joke. Their offense isn't a joke.
The Steelers are lucky they're in this division this year.
Very lucky. The Ravens could lose Thursday. It's not like Miami's never in a game.
They just played a really good game against Atlanta.
They just beat Atlanta, who crushed the Bills. They lost to the Patriots by 6. They lost to the Chargers by 2. Why is everybody assuming that the Ravens are going to walk in there and just blow out the Dolphins like that's an automatic win? Look at some of their games.
This is why.
Yeah, he's going to take the snaps this week, and he's going to be our starter this week. And my expectation is that we don't throw 10 picks.
Tua might throw 10 picks.
I know, but if he can hold it to 8, they have a shot. Seriously, though, they've been competitive in a lot of these games, and they just blew out the Falcons in Atlanta. And we just saw the Falcons blow out the Bills in Atlanta. This is the NFL. The Ravens have not been good, to put it kindly. So Lamar just comes back, and he's great, and they blow them out. I don't know. And then from there, they could lose to anybody, Bob. They go into Minnesota. They go into Cleveland. They have the Bengals twice. They have the Steelers twice, the Patriots, and the Packers. And they already have 5 losses.
And they can't afford any. They have to go 9-2 the rest of the way. Do you see 9-2? Given their defense, again.
It's possible.
It's possible. Sure it is.
But I'm not betting on it. I still think the Steelers will win this division.
And it might be
at 9-8. Maybe at 8-9. I don't know.
When was the last time we had a sub 500? We've had them.
One. Was it the NFC West? Maybe 1 year. The NFC South one.
South maybe. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Next.
Jordan Love, guys, with his performance against the Steelers, has won NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Who else would you pick? He set records. No quarterback has done in one game what he has done in that game against the Steelers, what he did. Not one. 20 consecutive pass completions, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
He was fantastic, and a lot of that thrown on the run off different platforms. He's when he's on top of his game, he's great.
And he's specifically good on Sunday night, where he's now 5-0 with 15 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions.
I might add, Bob, the last team to win a division with a losing record was the 2020 Washington football team. They should have kept that name, by the way. That was tremendous. Yeah. They beat the Steelers. Remember, they upset them, and they won that division with a 7-9 record. How about that?
Well, I don't think it'll be as bad as 7-9, but it could be 8-9, 9-8 to win.
Seattle won in 2010 at 7-9. 2014 Panthers won a division with a 7-8-1 record. And those are the only teams with losing records ever. And I think, by the way, if you win a division with a losing record, you shouldn't get a home playoff game.
I would agree with that, but they're not set up for that. It would take some, competition committee getting together after somebody got burnt for something. Normally it's somebody who's really upset about something that impacted their team, and they want to change.
Next.
Joe Flacco's status is in question, guys. He has an AC joint sprain in his throwing shoulder.
Oh, wow.
As someone who has experienced an AC joint sprain by being lit up by a buddy in his turkey bowl, it doesn't really feel good, and you can't really move your arm that well. If you're trying to throw or, in my instance, shoot a basketball, I couldn't shoot a basketball for a month. So this is actually something, as Joe Flacco is definitely a superior athlete to me, but it's something that can affect you.
Well, given how much he's thrown the football, too, he came back out of the blue and has thrown like 90 times in the last 2 weeks or more. So that means Jake Browning may be back.
Yeah, come to think of it, he probably injured it in the Steeler game, throwing a Jamar Chase 100 times, Bob. They're an expansion team without him. They're gonna. I don't care who they're playing. The Bears, you said, they're gonna lose.
They're gonna,
if Flacco doesn't play.
Yeah, they can lose even with Flacco playing. I mean, their defense we saw last week against the Jets just folded at a critical time.
Yeah, this just feeds into our previous question of who's going to win the AFC North. I still think the Steelers, because the competition is a combination of that bad and that far behind the 8 ball if we're talking about the Ravens. The Steelers are still going to win the division. And then they can say they're above the mean, and then they can bring Tomlin back and sign him to an extension and all that, Bob.
Well, he's already signed the extension. If they do win
after
the division,
they lose to the Broncos
and they get
in the
a home
first
playoff
round,
game,
38-10.
I mean, there's no guarantee because their home record over the last several years is not very good. That's another thing that has to change.
Right.
It's 11-9, Crowley said, in the last 20 games.
I mean,
How does that happen,
That's
Bob?
just average at a place that's not supposed to be that good for the visiting team.
Did you see this story? May I interrupt, Limits?
Please, go right ahead.
Mike Florio, Antonio Gates hosted and played in a rigged poker game, a la, allegedly, Chauncey Billups. How about this? This was on
Wait a minute. He was a victim of it, or he knowingly went in there dragging people with him to lose money?
Pablo Torre Finds Out, which is a great podcast. Torre reports that Antonio Gates hosted and played in a rigged poker game in Miami.
So he hosted the rigged game?
Yes. Torre adds that the game was organized by Curtis Meeks, who was included in the sweeping federal indictment that named more than 30 defendants. Bob, how are these games? Do you play? Have you played poker? Do you have weekend poker games with the buddies?
Back every now and then I would,
What is poker again? How do you play?
Well, it's too long for me to explain to you how you play. I mean, a straight versus
Do you know
full
how to play
house
limits?
versus.
I played, yeah.
You're looking for the best hands and to top the other guy's
And you
hand.
have to look into someone's eye and figure out, is he bluffing me or not?
Does he have a better hand than me? And then you keep pushing your chips in like the movie Rounders,
so
right?
if you cheat the way they said, you would know exactly what's under all of these cards.
Because of what is it, an X-ray table?
Yeah,
how do you cheat?
They had a table that was rigged for that. They understand exactly what was under those cards. So you couldn't conceal them, even though they're face down.
Face down so someone else
can
see.
Can read them.
Wow.
And then the mob is involved in this. La Cosa Nostra, which I didn't think existed anymore.
I thought they were all out of business, Bob.
We're getting back into sports gambling.
Just incredible. That's not good for Antonio Gates, if true, is it?
No, really bad. And one thing that we saw with the Billups case was that the sunglasses, you could see symbols on the cards to be able to tell you what the cards were based on the glasses. It was fascinating.
If this stuff has been happening for years, aren't you smart enough that if you go to a poker game, you check the table and people can't wear sunglasses and such, Bob?
I just wouldn't play.
Do you bring your own table to the game? BYOT?
Yeah, we're ready to go. Not so fast, guys. Here, I'm going to take this out. I have Levin Furniture, and they're bringing in this right here, right now. It's more comfortable. You don't have to. No, we want our table. No, you're not going to get your table.
Right. And nobody wears sunglasses here. That's not happening. This is crazy stuff, man. This is absolutely crazy.
And it's not. It's just, to me, a tip of the iceberg. I think there's more to it. I think we're going to find out more people who've participated in it. Now,
wait, why aren't people? What? I guess I'm ignorant. Okay, so I think that everybody already knows that out there right off the top.
No.
Why do I care, and why would I want my tax money going to somebody playing a rigged poker game in Miami? And there might be a good answer to this. I'm just asking, why do I care that Antonio Gates played a rigged poker game in Miami? What difference does that make to me?
Well, I think it would explain some of the story. That is, they're using elite athletes and trying to lure in regular people who have a lot of money who would be just happy to be with those guys. Because Antonio Gates, I played poker with Antonio Gates, and he goes in there, and I think that's what they're using Chauncey Billups for. He was a head coach of the Trailblazers. Hey, I can spend time with a head coach here, maybe learn some stuff. What a great night. And then he takes your money.
Okay,
I don't know, what else
I guess I'm still don't. Maybe I should care more. It feels like there's way more things to care about than rigged poker
It's
games.
just it goes to show you about the popularity of sports that these names are household names. People
Yeah.
know who they are.
I
If
hear
this
ya.
was a rigged poker game with a bunch of people you had no idea who they were, you wouldn't care. You'd see the story and say, oh, well, that goes on.
Yeah.
But when the big names are drawing people in, especially while you're active, Gates isn't, but, Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, you guys are – and why would you risk a $26 million payday?
Well,
that?
there were stories about Rozier that he was in financial trouble.
Again, that's your own problem. You created
I know.
it.
Believe me, I know. But
you
but,
bail yourself out by doing that stuff, you're going to get caught. It's a very simple thing, I think. Very simple. All you have to do is tell athletes, if you have some way of communicating with them, you're going to make so much money, you don't need it now. Take 75% of it, put it in investments, and just live on what you can live on and keep your life simple. It's a simple thing. Why can't they do it?
Good question, and you have to go, don't you, Bob?
I do.
We had a wonderful time today. I thought you were great today.
It was fun to be here. It always is, and we'll do it again tomorrow when we have Tyler Kennedy. We need to come up with something for Chris Hoke.
We do. Why don't we make a theme song for Chris Hoke? Maybe a Christmas song. But good.
Hokey the Snowman.
Could be. Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
You
here?
can call me Ron.
Just call him Hokey. Just call him the Hokey Show.
Yeah.
The Hokey Pokey.
The
we can
Hokey
do
Pokey.
the Hokey Pokey
We
song.
could do the Hokey
Can you
Pokey.
can you have that for him when he comes in? Just is he going to
Hokey
come
Pokey?
Yeah. Why don't
Yeah.
We'll sing. We'll sing to
You
him.
put your right foot in, you put your left foot in, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about. Oh, do the Hokey Pokey.
I like
We can do
that,
that.
Bob. I like it a lot. Bob was energized beyond belief today, Limits, wasn't he?
And that's surprising
Did
because
you
I'm
sleep
tired.
well last
No,
night?
I don't. I get home late. I'm compromising sleep every day, and I do
mean,
it to come in here for you.
You always have positive energy, but today it was downright giddy, and it was also, it never ceased. You were our leader today, I felt. Did you, Limits?
No.
Yes. I 1,000% agree
right
with
till
that.
I'm glad I can contribute to some degree, and that's all I'm trying to do.
It was great.
It's fun to be with you guys. Always is. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Great job, Bob.
See you, buddy.
All right, Austin.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cloudy today with a high of Cole Holcomb, 55, a low of 37. Jordan Dangerfield. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Wait till you hear what Mike Florio said about the Steelers on Pro Football Talk. This is a jaw dropper. At least I thought it was. We'll play it for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football is on a roll and looks to try to continue that. Double-digit favorites at Stanford, 3:30 Saturday. Our coverage begins at 12:30 right here on The Fan. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWIN. wins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is Jeej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that it's never too early to kick off your holiday shopping. Shop now for the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. At Lewis Anthony Jewelers, we'll help you stay ahead of the game.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer and Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers will play 1 o'clock against the Indianapolis Colts. Fan game day on Sunday with Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, Jason Mackey will begin at 10 o'clock. And tonight, it's Pony Pierce's Cancer at Mike's Beer Bar, 6 to 8 p.m. Registration begins at 5 if you want to come out to the event and watch Pony get his nipples pierced. Yay. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Sturkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wonder Twin, what's the latest point spread for Steelers Colts?
Last I saw was 3.5, Joe.
I really believe what I was saying with Cavalli before, that this feels, it almost feels, maybe this is too much to make of it, or maybe it's not. Like a watershed game in the Tomlin era. Their offense is, or their defense is just, it's blowing up. Like it's breaking apart at the seams. Does he get it together? Do they get it together against the number one offense in football, like an extremely explosive offense that could really, that has the wherewithal, the weaponry to really embarrass them, as if they haven't been embarrassed enough? But I'm talking 40 plus. I'm talking close to 500 yards, which is what their past two opponents did anyway. Or do they buckle down at home? Does Mike Tomlin live up to what the national media thinks of him? You know, nobody circles the wagons like the Pittsburgh Steelers under Tomlin is their version of him. And they have done that. They have. They've done it enough to make the playoffs in recent years. You know what I mean? At some points in seasons, they do rally.
Yeah.
At some points in games, they do rally. Can they do it again? Or is it all going to come apart, Limits? And if they get embarrassed again, then what? Terrell Austin gone? Not saying that would make a difference, but I have to believe that's on the table if they give up, 37 points and 450 yards again. And then where does the season go from here? And where do the Steelers go from here? Somebody could say, man, you're overreacting here. It's week 7, but we're all watching this. We're all watching the seeming demise of a defense. Not that they've been great, especially in the biggest moments in recent years, but it hasn't been quite this bad. This is disastrous. And again, there's a team coming here on Sunday who could really make it ugly. So I at least find myself pondering some of these bigger questions, and so do other people around the NFL. And I'll tell you about one of them in just a moment. First, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. This is Mike Florio talking with Chris Sims on their podcast, Pro Football Talk. You know, Florio, he's on the air every week with the PM guys. And as a West Virginia guy, he keeps close tabs on the Steelers. And these are the kinds of questions that he's asking that I'm beginning to ask, and that I think a lot of people around the NFL, because I even think last year people started to wake up to this idea that, wow, maybe it's not so magical under Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. What was that? How long since the Steelers have won a playoff game? 8 years? Man, I lost track of that. That's crazy. That almost supersedes the number that everybody recites about how many non-losing seasons in a row he's had. That's impressive. But it's more than watered down by the fact that he ironically does have a losing record in the playoffs, and that they get blown out every time they go to the playoffs. And they got embarrassed, maybe worst of all of any of these playoff games. Well, Tim Tebow might have something to say about that, but that was a long time ago, back when they were winning and a Super Bowl threat and all of that. But any of these recent ones, has there been one as bad as losing to the Ravens and Kirk Herbstreit telling the world you're quitting and giving up 299 yards rushing? And then coming back and everybody bragging in the preseason about how great the defense is, and then what happened against Flacco and Jordan Love, and being last in the NFL in pass defense? This feels like rock bottom. And I feel like people around the country have been waking up to this Tomlin myth, I would call it, over the past year or so. And now I really feel like people are enlightened to it and asking these kinds of questions. This is Mike Florio with Chris Sims.
Lose on Sunday, give up another 450 yards. It's going to start. Sometimes you just wonder, is there a point where the message no longer resonates? Is there a point where they have grown numb to all the Mike Tomlin sayings?
Yeah,
like Pete Carroll in Seattle, like Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
Right.
Is there a point,
right?
John Harbaugh maybe in Baltimore, is there a point where you need to completely overhaul the locker room or you need to overhaul the coaching staff?
Man, those are big words. You need to completely overhaul the locker room or overhaul the coaching staff. He didn't say right now, but he said, is there a point? I would say, yes, there's a point. If this season unravels the way it's starting to now. Yes. However, I don't think, and when you say completely overhaul the coaching staff, you're talking about moving on from Mike Tomlin, obviously. I mean, everything else has been overhauled either by people's choice or by, firings. We've had multiple offensive coordinators, multiple defensive coordinators, at least in name. The Steelers have moved on from quarterback after quarterback since Ben. Kevin Colbert retired, so they have a new GM. They brought in Andy Weidel. Like, everything has changed around the head coach, but the head coach hasn't changed. He's still there. That position hasn't changed, right? Will it if they miss the playoffs? Will it if they make the playoffs and get blown out in the first round? I don't think so. Because as I said yesterday at the beginning of the show, this all begins with Art. And I would have to think that even people within that organization or people who have been in the past with that organization would have a hard time defending it if the Steelers either miss out on the playoffs or get blown out again early. And especially if they miss the playoffs by completely imploding. I guess that's sort of the long way I'm getting to this idea. Are they about to implode for good here? Like, are we getting ready to watch? It feels like we're gathering to watch the detonation of Three Rivers Stadium. Like there's this sense, almost this sense of anticipation, but not the good kind. Morbid anticipation. What are we seeing here? Maybe they get it back together. They've done that in seasons past. Just a few years ago, thanks in large part to a soft schedule, they won 7 in a row down the stretch. They've gone both ways here. They've started seasons great and collapsed, and they've collapsed and then finished seasons great. What are we going to see here? Again, it hasn't quite been this bad defensively. I don't think, anyway. I mean, the numbers are incredible. The eye test is abominable. And now you have the Colts coming to town. What is going to happen here? 412-928-9370. Do you know what I'm getting at, Limits? Like, I think those are fair questions that Mike Florio is posing, the big picture questions, as we all sit around and wonder if the dynamite's going to explode on Three Rivers Stadium here.
I think it's entirely fair because at some point, everybody has a tipping point. There's a breaking point for everyone. We clearly have not reached that yet for Art. But if it is the season where, even with Aaron Rodgers playing well, it is Mike Tomlin's defense. We know how important the Steelers love their defense, and they've been built on the backbone of that. If that is not what can carry them to a 500 season, maybe that will finally open up some eyes on Water Street that things are necessary and things
Well, there's only one pair of eyes that need to be open.
Right.
You know?
And it's the owners.
So, man, these are just some really, really big statements that people I respect are making. Let's get back to Florio in a minute, and then Doug Whaley from earlier today, sitting right across from Crowley in the chair that Bob just departed from. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The hotline, of course, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Yes, Limits? You have phone call?
Would you like?
No, first, before we get to the calls,
Sure.
Let's go back to Doug Whaley on our air today. He joins the morning show every week, and he reiterated what he said on PXI's postgame the other night. And this is a guy who worked with Mike Tomlin, who was inside the Steelers organization for several years. This is Whaley's take.
The team starts to take the characteristics of the head coach. And when you talk about Mike Tomlin, I'm not going to discredit him as a coach and what he's achieved. But when you look at his press conference, he's a great orator. He's got great one-liners. But right now, just like his press conferences, I'm not saying him or his past coaching, but his press conferences and the team he's put on, neither of them have substance at all. There is no substance in that, especially on the defense. Now, offensively, I'll say they're putting up points. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But his baby, a defensive coach, there is no substance to him right now, especially in face of adversity and when you need him most.
Man, that's another way of Florio saying that the message is lost. There's one-liners and there's a talented orator, but there's no substance right now. And this is also happening against the backdrop of players essentially indicting each other for not giving effort. The defensive team captain, Cam Hayward, said out loud there wasn't enough fight in us the other night. And this was coming off an embarrassing loss to the Bengals. If ever a Pittsburgh Steelers defense was going to come out fighting, it was going to be the other night. Instead, they got shredded. Juan Thornhill, we didn't show enough effort out there. Joey Porter said it too. Basically, like who are they talking about? Is there infighting here? There's certainly accusations. I don't think those guys are talking about themselves. They're talking about other guys on this defense not trying. They couldn't have been clearer about it. What an indictment of the leadership within the room. What an indictment of the coaching staff, and what an indictment of their teammates. And what an incitement of fans, of you people out there, that you have players saying it's a lack of effort in a Sunday night game. What an insult to people who are paying to watch. So we have Whaley saying no substance to the message, and then play for me Florio again, and what he thinks could happen here if they don't get it together.
Lose on Sunday, give up another 450 yards. It's going to start. Sometimes you just wonder, is there a point where the message no longer resonates? Is there a point where they have grown numb to all the Mike Tomlin sayings,
Yeah,
like
I hear
Pete
you.
Carroll in Seattle, like Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
Right.
Is there a point,
Right.
John Harbaugh maybe in Baltimore, is there a point where you either need to completely overhaul the locker room or you need to overhaul the coaching staff?
Man, those are big words. And I don't know. You know, all of you have been watching sports, most of you for a long, long time. I've been watching and covering it. It has that feeling right now of this is going to go one way or the other. They're going to rally here around their head coach and come up with a big performance Sunday that might catapult them, or and this has kind of been a feeling at times over many of these past seasons. One, that the Steelers are outperforming what the numbers say they should be. They should have had losing records based on a lot of different numbers these past several years, at least most of them. They're a minus in point differential. Over the past 4 years or so, they're significantly minus on the point differential side, yet they keep making the playoffs by a game, by finishing a game or two or so over 500. It has felt like it's been teetering. And now it really feels like that. And it feels like it might hinge on this game. Like this game has the potential to be a massive embarrassment. But it also, because of that, because of the nature of the team coming in here, the Colts, it has the ingredients, the seeds for a turnaround. Limits, let's get to some phone calls. First, let me say this. Pony Pierce's cancer proceeds tonight benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Location, Mike's Beer Bar, North Shore. Time, 6 to 8 p.m. Registration begins at 5 p.m. Ticket price, $33, includes appetizers and commemorative T-shirt. And, of course, this goes to a great cause. I just mentioned that. The piercing provided by Gilded Violet Piercing will take place at 7:30 p.m. There will be a cash raffle with all proceeds going to charity. Pony Pierce's Cancer brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. And we just saw the man of the hour, and he looked to be calm to me. He didn't look like he was a raging bull in a stall. He didn't look like a man headed for his last meal. He seemed very calm. They used to say Brady. Josh Miller would say Brady took a nap before the Super Bowl. Pony seems to be in that mode. He seems to be very calm and comfortable and perhaps confident about his nipples. Limits.
Yes, and I am currently typing up my pregame video with Pony. We have Pony's pregame thoughts on the nipple piercing as well that is going out on my Twitter.
Did you sense that that's how he was?
Yes. I feel like he was calm when I first started talking to him, but I started to get the feeling that he's getting nervous. He even told me that he was nervous after I said, "Are you nervous?" And he is starting to get a little concerned. He asked if I would like to touch his nipples, and I said, no.
Yeah.
I think that you should be able to use all that time for yourself
Sure.
so that you remember what it's like pre-piercing.
Yeah, I think that that's a pretty good strategy. Now, tell people again where they can find your pregame video with Pony.
Yes, it'll be on my Twitter, at Austin R. Bechtold, and we'll also retweet it on the fan Twitter account.
Okay. Yes. Let's hit the phone lines for a moment, shall we?
Let's do it. Let's start with our guy Lou in Staten Island to chime in.
Hey, Lou, what's up?
Hey, Joe. How's it going, my man?
Good. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, it's always good to listen to you, man. You're always right on. I tell you, especially the last couple of years. I mean, I want to give you credit. Not everybody in the media in Pittsburgh has the gumption to say the truth and to point out the stats and the facts that we all see in front of us, right? I don't know why that's the case, but it is. But you've been doing it. Pony does it. My good friend Paul Alexander's been doing it for years. Just want to thank you for that. Let me say a couple of things, Joe, if it's all right, right?
Yeah.
And then I would like to get your opinion on it. How were you in math and when it came to fractions when you were a kid? You remember the term common denominator?
Yeah, horrible, but go ahead.
Okay, so was I. But the common denominator with the Pittsburgh Steelers is, over the last 10 years, the owner and the coach.
Yep.
They fired numerous coordinators on both sides of the ball. They've done unprecedented things, firing people during the season. They've gone out and spent money this offseason, bringing in people that they've never have done, DK Metcalf. They've tried everything. But the reason why nothing changes is because the common denominator is the owner that either doesn't care and is just satisfied with where we're at, 9-8, 10-7, and getting beat by 30 in the playoffs, giving up 300 yards rushing to the Ravens, and the coach, which is either has two things, and in my opinion, the scheme is antiquated. It doesn't work anymore. There's something wrong, Joe, when Lou from Staten Island can open up his sporting app and every week look for the tight end against the Pittsburgh Steelers and bet the over. And 8 out of 10 times it hits. Isn't there something wrong with that?
Only 8 out of 10 it hits, Lou? That's the most shocking news I've heard all day.
Fant last week was a lock. 2 weeks ago was the Bengals. And the kid Kraft, same thing. And the kid coming up against the Colts, most likely.
Yeah.
So if I know it, right, and you know it, how do not competent defensive other NFL teams not know it? So we've been watching this for years.
Right. And here's the thing. Kraft was just walking off the line of scrimmage, jogging off the line of scrimmage wide open. I mean, it was incredible. It's what Ben was talking about on his podcast. Like, why wouldn't you have Jalen Ramsey, especially the way the first half went? Just say to Jalen Ramsey, you're in his mug on every play, every single play, period. Somebody else beats us, God bless them. I don't understand that. It seems so simple. Meanwhile, there's been all this talk of Terrell Austin. How much defensive play calling does he actually do? I think Dulac has the best answer here in his chat at postgazette.com. He says, what people who think they know don't understand is this is Mike Tomlin's defense. See, I think everybody knows that. Everybody knows this is Mike Tomlin's defense. Dulac said it's his framework, his schemes, his alignment. Terrell Austin is entrusted with calling some, if not most of the plays, but not all of them. All he is doing is calling the plays and alignments that exist under the Tomlin framework. That's like blaming the painter for bad paint. Got it. And I think it's right on. And I think it's obvious. All of that. Having said it, Terrell Austin has a job title. It's called defensive coordinator. And he is at least within the Tomlin scheme making defensive calls on game day. He needs to be fired. Secondly, the Steelers and Tomlin seem to perpetuate the myth that he is the defensive coordinator, that Austin is the defensive coordinator. He's the guy. Okay, if he's the guy, then fire him. Matt Canada got fired. This guy should be, it's just as bad, if not worse, based on how much they pay the defense. But as I said and wrote yesterday, the biggest reason you get rid of Austin is to make it clear to the whole world so there's not this constant confusion. Let's make it clear and obvious to the whole world that that defense is Mike Tomlin's baby. It's his. And he is now going to take full and total responsibility for it, and the whole world's going to know it. And if he rectifies the situation and they get better, great, more power to him. If it completely implodes and falls apart, his fate should be linked to this defense, and he should be made to fully own it. It really should have started this week. But if the Colts light them up, it should start next week. Mike, this is your defense now. Do with it what you will. There's no more shield in the form of Terrell Austin. Okay? It's your defense. And it's your fate. They're linked together now. Let's see how this turns out. That's what I think should have happened this week and should happen if the Colts light them up. Limits, we'll get to more calls next. We'll do some predictions, and we'll finish in style on Pomp and Joe. First, I want to tell you about the Good Feet store. I want to tell you about my feet. They hurt. Well, they used to hurt. The joints of my big toes. I'd play basketball, even go for long walks. It would only inflame the situation. Then I found Good Feet foot arch supports designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort with whatever shoes I have or you have. You don't have to go out and get new shoes. None of that. These fit comfortably into golf shoes, tennis shoes, basketball shoes, work shoes, dance shoes, whatever you got. They fit, and it worked for me. It could work for you. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Or better yet, or in addition to, visit a store. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Penguins were able to take a point yesterday on the road against the Philadelphia Flyers, but they did end up losing in the shootout. Penguins will play tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the road against the Minnesota Wild. Penguins are 7-2-2. They're tied for the best record in the National Hockey League, at least in the Eastern Conference. They've had an incredible season. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Lamar Jackson isn't messing around. The Ravens quarterback apparently had the ping pong table and other toys taken out of the locker room. He also said that they're viewing every game from here on out as lose and we're done. They're 2-5. There's a thin margin for error, but with Jackson back healthy on Thursday night, counting out the Ravens would be a major mistake. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLoot.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or BigLou.com.
You don't marry the person you could live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you are buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth-quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
If you're hosting a Halloween party, then make a potion with on-sale spirits from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Batch a monstrous Manhattan with Jim Beam Devil's Cut Straight Bourbon, conjuring notes of deep oak and vanilla. Or stir up a Speak of the Devil using Ghost Tequila Blanco and a bite of juicy raspberry liqueur. Just grab a bottle, the ice, shake, and poof, the perfect potion. Shop Wickedly Good Spirits in-store or online at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers on November 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders able to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Man, I'm thinking about some of the guys they brought in this secondary. And it's a combination of Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin limits, at least lately. Oh, my God. Cam Sutton 2.0.
That was all Tomlin. We know how much Tomlin wanted Cam Sutton here and how much he liked to play him over Beanie Bishop.
Beanie Bishop,
Where is
by the
Beanie
way.
Bishop?
I was just thinking about that on the ride in today.
Wait, is he on the roster?
No, I don't think so. Is he on? Where is he? I don't know.
That is a great question. We
At
completely
least
lost Beanie Bishop.
At least Beanie Bishop found the football once in a while. He made 2 interceptions against Aaron Rodgers. But anyway, and I'm not saying he was good, but I'll take a guy who makes tons of mistakes but then gets you the ball every once in a while. Patrick Peterson, another one. They pick him up at the tail end of his career. Darius Slay. Witherspoon, Akello Witherspoon comes here, and he's no good, but then he still has life left because he was good when he left here. Is it the coaching here? Is it the evaluation? And those are just some of the veterans they brought in. Chuck Clark. Have you seen that act yet, Limits? Juan Thornhill, who got cut by the Cleveland Browns and then became the team spokesman here, and then jumps up for a pass over the middle of the field like he's a little leaguer misjudging a pop fly. Did you see that?
How could you miss that?
I keep watching that. Someone's got to make a cut up where it's just him leaping over and over again.
Oh, there is a screenshot that is out there that is just Juan Thornhill in midair, diving and trying to make the play. Look at this through the glass. Can you see it? It's just Juan Thornhill basically on his side as if he's trying to like jump onto his bed as if it's a trampoline.
Yeah, and
he misses the ball entirely.
He looks like a windmill right there. So Beanie Bishop is somewhere here. Is he on the practice squad?
He is on the practice squad.
And I'm forgetting other guys. I mean, I mentioned Chuck Clark.
What about Jackson, Dante Jackson?
Oh, my God. Well, he was good at the start. Again, another guy who at least he found the ball, but he just wasn't very good. Who else am I thinking of here? Juan Thornhill, coming back to him. Oh, and the guys they keep picking up from the Patriots. It seems to me that the Patriots are pretty sharp evaluators, at least this new group that's come in, because they're sitting here at 6-2 and should be 7-1 if they didn't give the Steelers the ball a bunch of times. Why do they think the Patriots are giving up on good players? I don't think so. To a team that could compete with them for a playoff spot, I don't think Vrabel's doing that. Yet they bring in Jabril Peppers and never play him, despite the safety play we've seen. And now they're bringing in Duggar. And I'm not overly optimistic on him. I read a report on him today that essentially said he used to be good, had an ankle injury, and now he's not good. It wasn't encouraging. And these are just the veterans they bring in. And Mike Tomlin, again, made his bones in the NFL as a defensive backs coach. That's where he started. That should be his wheelhouse. And instead, it looks like his outhouse limits. Would you like me to go over some of the guys they've drafted back there?
Is this list going to be as exciting as the list of running backs that had more yards than Najee Harris? Or better yards per carry or a longer run than Najee Harris?
I mean, it's going to include, we could go way back. We could go right back to the beginning, for God's sakes. We could go, and the first one he picked was a good one, Bill Gay, in the 5th round. He actually had a good career. And it was pretty much all downhill from there with Joe Burnett and Keenan Lewis and Cresden Butler and Curtis Brown. He had a famous clip once, didn't he?
Don't forget about Shenquez Golson, who never played, the 2nd-round pick from Ole Miss.
Wait, I'm getting there. Curtis Brown had a great clip about wine when he was with the Steelers. What was that? I need to go back and look at a story I did on him. He said after a game in which he played horribly, he said, I probably drank the wine a little bit. That's encouraging. Yes, Limits, even if it's metaphorical?
Very encouraging.
Then we went to Terrence Frederick. Who could forget about him from Frederick, Maryland? Shamarko Thomas, who they thought they were going to pair with Troy, and he was going to be a great player. Terry Hawthorne, but those are unfair. Those are lower picks. Shaquille Richardson, another 5th rounder. Yes, Senquez Golson.
What about Gerard Holloman from Louisville? He led NCAA in interceptions and then never got on the field.
Then Doran Grant. Then Sean Davis. They didn't know where to play him. Artie Burns, who again left here and carved a niche for himself in the league. Cam Sutton, who was okay his first go-around and an unmitigated disaster in his second stint. Brian Allen, Terrell Edmonds, Marcus Allen. I'm including safeties. Yes, I am. Justin Lane.
There it is. Michigan State's Justin Lane.
What was the lane on Desperate Housewives? Where did they all live? Can you look that up, Limits?
Beverly Hills Lane?
No, it was some lane. I can't remember, but it was way better than this one. What a disaster he was. Let's see, who else here? Trey Norwood. He was a wonderful guy. And now it leads into Corey Trice, we don't know about, and most notably Joey Porter Jr. What do they have with him? What is he? I don't know. He's another guy who says the team isn't trying, which, by the way, if I were a teammate of Cam Hayward or Juan Thornhill or Joey Porter Jr. today, I'd be like, who exactly are you talking about? What do you mean we're not giving effort and fight? Like, what are we doing here? Calling out teammates now? What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Cloudy today with a high of Cole Holcomb, 55, and a low of good old Jordan Dangerfield, 37. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Has anybody created a roster of every single draft pick and veteran acquisition they've made in their secondary just over the last decade? It's frightening. It's downright frightening.
It is very scary. And that's a big reason why. Like, when you don't draft and develop well enough, especially at certain positions, like they haven't been able to do at quarterback and corner in the last 5 to 10 years, you run into instances like this where some of the most valuable parts of your team, like they've done pass rusher well.
Yeah.
The other spots they haven't. That's a big reason why they continue to flounder like a fish. A fish out of water.
A fish out of water, yes. Aiden Hutchinson, 4 years, $180 million. $45 million. He was okay with that. He didn't need to get one penny more than Micah Parsons. And, man, wouldn't you love to have him in his prime right now, Limits? He's 25 years old. 25 years old.
He is off that big knee injury, though.
I know,
he's been playing well.
Have you watched him?
Right, he's been playing well.
Man, he's a guy smack in the middle of his prime. And I think he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year this year. What do you think? Wrong.
I think it's going to be Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
With his 5 sacks and a big loss by 19 points.
This guy has 4 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, and 6 sacks in 7 games. I think he may wind up with 18 sacks, 8 forced fumbles, a couple fumble recoveries. He's going to have an unbelievable year. And the Lions are really, really good. And it's very, very depressing because they're young and good and still on the rise, I think.
The Steelers have opened the 21-day practice window for Corey Trice to return today.
Plan the parade, shall we? Mercedes Lewis signs with the Broncos.
Oh, he did sign?
Guess how old he is, Limits?
41.
Wrong. He's 41, and he signed with them. How about that?
I didn't think he'd ever come back, and I'm surprised it's not with Aaron Rodgers. Him and Aaron are buddies.
I know. What are you going to do tonight?
Go to the Pony Pierce Nipples event.
Yeah, you're going to stay for the actual piercing?
Probably.
I don't really want to see that. I want to go there and participate and certainly eat steak on a stone.
Definitely.
But I'm queasy around such things. Even back in elementary school, we had to dissect a baby shark, and I wanted no part of that, not for moral reasons. I just didn't want to see the inside of a shark and then
frogs is what we did.
We did frogs as well. Yeah. And then we had to prick our own fingers, and I was a conscientious objector to that because I don't like the sight of my own blood. The only thing I like less than seeing other people's blood is my own.
We did owl pellets as well at St. E's. We dissected owl pellets.
What?
Yeah.
Somebody went out and gathered owl pellets? and,
I don't
and
know
brought
how,
them in? My
I don't know how
God,
we
what
got
were you
them.
doing there?
I don't know how we acquired them, but yeah, we did. Our science
So you
teacher,
each
Miss
get-
Morgan, was really good.
Miss Morgan went out and collected the pellets?
She loved dissecting. She ran the science fair in the area.
You should have invited Gormy the Owl as one of your speakers that week. Wait a second. So did you get to choose from a pile of owl pellets which one you would dissect, or it was assigned to you? And was it just
I think it was assigned.
One pellet at a time, like they say?
Yeah, and you were in teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how big was the pellet?
I don't know, about the size of your fist, maybe a little small. Yeah, it was a little bit smaller than that.
And then you'd use a knife or a scalpel with a microscope?
You'd use that.
To find out what the owl ate? Now Limits is answering the phone for some reason, which seems odd. All right, that's the end of the show. I'm floored by the owl pellet story. I can't believe that. There needs to be some sort of retroactive investigation as to what was going on there. But I suppose you can find out a lot from dissecting owl pellets. Thank
Very
you,
important.
Limits.
Thank you, Joe. See you tonight. Let's have a good dinner tonight at Mike's.
Maybe.
Yes, you will. You are not backing out of this one. No backing out.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of
It's
Monroeville.
the Pony Pierce Nipples event tonight at Mike's Beer Bar. Registration's at 5, 6 o'clock is when the event begins. Penguins and Wild tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the road. Pens took a point last night in Philly. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Live from Mike's Beer Bar. It's the PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. Disappointed was how A-Rod described his emotions following the loss to his former team. This is the A-Rod Report, brought to you by SteelCityShredding.com. Rodgers was steady, passing for 219 yards and 2 touchdowns. He claimed penalties, breakdowns, and stalling in the red zone as the biggest factors in the loss, and blaming himself for not finishing drives. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Dodgers -1 or the run line tonight against the Blue Jays in Game 5 of the World Series. Blake Snell on the mound for L.A. Pitched in Game 1, and the Blue Jays were all over him, allowing 5 runs on 8 hits in 5 innings. Worst performance of the season, but we don't think the Blue Jays can do that again. We're backing the redemption story of Blake Snell, taking the Dodgers -1. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This just in. Guardian Protection is giving you double the security for the price of one. Buy a Guardian camera today, get a second camera absolutely free. That's right, 2 cameras, 1 price, and total peace of mind. Use them inside, outside, or both. It's your choice. But hurry, this BOGO deal won't be around for long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
At twomenandajunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day.
Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with Kia Pay for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers getting ready for the red-hot Colts, who come in with the highest-scoring offense and the best record in the AFC. First practice today, we'll see how much Isaac Seumalo participated, as his availability for this big game is up in the air per Mike Tomlin. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from Mike's Beer Bar for our Pony Pierce's Cancer event. It's the PM team.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
So when you see Mike's interaction with players in the building and certainly the respect that particularly the veteran players have for him and their belief in him, Mike is one of the best coaches in the league as far as I'm concerned, and we're happy we have him.
Good afternoon, everybody. A hump day edition of the PM team, a day that will change me forever. I'll be getting my nipples pierced here at 7:30, 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 29 minutes from now. Not that I'm
Yeah, that's already a bad sign right off the bat. Good afternoon, Pony. I don't like that you're counting minutes now.
Yeah.
It's
starting to sink in. I felt a calm come over me this morning when I woke up. I keep telling myself that thousands of people every day get their nipples pierced, but there's still an onslaught of people that have expressed to me how painful it is, and especially how much the second one hurts.
Rachel, who works in our sales department, now I don't think she's had it done.
Okay.
But she said based on people she knows who have, she said I'd still rather take childbirth, and she said childbirth was very painful. She said I'd still rather deal with that pain based on what I've heard.
That sounds like a horrible review.
By the
This
way,
is a woman
Donnie
who I
on
believe
site.
has multiple children, so she would know.
Donnie here for the first time with us.
Yeah.
They let him out
Love
of his
this.
lair.
And what
to
a
be
shirt
part of
he
this
has
event.
on. I just
It
can't
says,
believe it.
Pony said it would. Where did you get that?
Says that
our friends at Keystone Custom Apparel.
Is that one of one?
It may be. I think he may have made one for himself.
So it says that on the front, but what does it say on the back? Pony said it would, but it didn't.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm a little jealous of you, man. That's a Pantheon level. That's a Pantheon level shirt. That's a Mount Rushmore T-shirt. The "but it didn't" is just. It really is perfect.
Like the old Joe DiNardo thing.
Did he come up with that on his own, or did you tell him to make one for you?
No, this was all on his own. So after that game,
what a delight.
Maybe 15 minutes after that game ended.
Yeah.
He shot me a DM and said, I have an idea for a shirt. And then he sent me a picture of it and said, would you wear this at some point? I can bring it in tomorrow when you're on with Joe, because this was a Thursday going into a Friday.
Uh-huh.
And I said, yeah, man, that'd be great. And I could show it to the people on YouTube. We can do all of our content stuff with it. So he was all for it.
I want to get to the YouTube part of this, and then we'll talk about the man of the show might be me, but the man of the hour is Malsey, as Summer of Malsey rolls on. This will stream on YouTube, at 7:30. We've had confirmation on that. So there will be a show going on at 7:30, but our YouTube is going to switch over to a live stream of me getting my nipples pierced down here at Mike's.
Yep.
Tickets are no longer available online, but you can come here and buy tickets at the door. It's $33. All the money goes to McGee in their breast cancer research division. We found that out yesterday when Michael Anakin came on the air with us, the CEO of McGee. They're going to have some people here. We're excited about that. We're going to have Mario Lemieux, not in person, but he gifted us a signed jersey to raffle off once he found out about this.
That's going to be badass.
Mason Heinschel, who I don't think has done any signings or anything like that yet, because with being a true freshman, Pitt has him under lock and key. But he graciously signed a football for this event. So I think it's the only signed piece of memorabilia from him that's out there. And that's going to be up for grabs too. And there's not a hotter name right now in Pittsburgh sports than Mason Heinschel. So I think it's cool that he is taking part of this. And some other things. We've got tickets to a Paul Skeens start at PNC Park with the three of us for people to bid on. So that's going to be here tonight starting at 6, but the door, well, technically you can come here whenever you want.
Come down right now if you want.
5 o'clock is when they'll start checking for tickets.
Pony.
Yes.
The YouTube chat, just a smorgasbord of reactions to what you're about to go through. Pony's lying. He can't wait to get those nipples pierced. He's excited.
I've seen and heard a lot of that.
He's titillated.
Well, there was a certain author in town that said that Pony's secretly very excited about it.
Yeah.
Not one I've heard of, because his books must suck, or else I'd have heard of them.
Jeez. Yeah, that is true.
I'll fire
I don't know
back.
about his books. I haven't read his books, but
I haven't read much of anything he's done.
they've wanted us to talk about his books on the air.
Pony's excited. Don't let him fool you. Everyone handles pain differently. Knowing Pony, he'll say it didn't hurt that bad. I like this one from Brian. Pony is a Mets fan. He's definitely familiar with pain.
Good point.
Buddy, this is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the Pirates. You think you're familiar with pain? We were born in pain. Okay?
Well, it's all going to take place at 7:30, but you are the man of the hour because of your Art Rooney comments from yesterday.
Yeah, they seem to do numbers as
that
the
have
kids
gone
say.
viral for saying that. Why are you putting your finger in the air?
That's good content right there. That's hashtag good content, engagement. We got it all, baby.
You said that Art Rooney, too, is doing a horrible job.
Yep.
I don't think he's doing a horrible job. I don't think he's doing a good job. I don't think he's doing anywhere close to a great job. But explain to people why you would say an owner that has a winning record and has never had a losing season just like Mike is doing a horrible job as the man at the top of the Steelers organization.
So I have a couple reasons. I mean, I do apply the standard that they hold themselves to any conversation that involves evaluating the job he's doing, the job Mike's doing, etc. Like, I just think that's fair. The job a GM's doing, because they always talk about having a championship standard as an organization. They hold themselves to that since, well, I'll just even go back to 2016. That season is the last time they won playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, plural. They beat the Dolphins, obviously, we know, and it was a source of a great trivia question on fan versus the fans. They beat the Chiefs in a muddy, messy game, and then they lost to the Patriots.
Yep.
So now you've gone through the 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and I'm feeling like it's going to be 25 seasons. That'll be 9 seasons where I don't think they will have won a playoff game. It doesn't feel right now like they're even going to make the playoffs, let alone win a game.
Donnie said they're going to lose the division lead before Thanksgiving.
He might be right.
Do you still feel that way, by the way?
Yeah, I do.
I saw a power ranking today, Pony, on PFF, and I'll take it for what it's worth. They're probably going to have a different view of things. But, I mean, it's like reasonably aligned with, like, the standings. They have the Ravens 6th at 3-5. 6th. They have the Steelers at 18th, okay? Here's my thing. So we're probably looking at 9 straight seasons without a playoff win. Not only that, we're looking at really that same amount of time without a competitive playoff game. The 17 game against Jacksonville came, down not quite to the wire. The Steelers got a touchdown with like no time remaining.
And you think that constitutes horrible?
Well, let me get to the rest of my argument here, and I won't try to take all of our time. I think that's number one. You hold yourself to this championship standard, but then you and family members of yours have said things like, well, we've performed above the mean, and given these milquetoast endorsements to just being slightly above average. Art himself, I think, has looked really out of touch when he said things like, to the kind of not talking down to the fans, but addressing fans' concerns and frustrations by saying, we are competitive every year. That doesn't align with what historically has been the standard of the franchise. And then this is...
Well, what should be the standard of the franchise?
Well, the standard of the I have no problem if you say we are a team that is going to rebuild a little bit here. It might be a soft rebuild, but they never want to do that. They always act like they're in it to win it big time. And if that's how you act and that's your posture, I'm going to judge you on that, even if I think you're being unreasonable. The fact that they are not reasonably in it while they say they are is a reason I think he's doing a bad job, because I think he's out of touch with how you have to build a winner in the NFL.
So that's their objective, and he's falling woefully short.
Woefully short. Just to use a quick example here, the New England Patriots had a very ugly divorce with Bill Belichick. It was bad. Then they biffed the hiring of the guy after him, and it was really bad. They did, though, one thing in that whole span of time. They managed to be bad enough to draft Drake May. They look like, and they hired a good, I don't think Vrabel's God's gift to coaching, but I think he's a better than average coach. He's a good
100%
coach.
Agree with that.
Okay? They also brought back, Josh McDaniels for his 18th tour of duty there, but he's doing a great job with May.
He's a good offensive coordinator.
They look like a team that's on the rise and that will be there again because they endured, 3 bad years, we'll call it? I think that's fair to say. 3 bad seasons post-Brady.
Yeah, 22, 23, 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So 3 bad seasons, really bad seasons.
Yeah, they made the playoffs one year with Mac Jones. Now, they got destroyed in the playoffs, too.
They did, but they acknowledged that was not the right pick at quarterback, and they moved on from it, and they got out from under it. They're set up, I think, to be a really good team for probably the next 10 to 12 years if May is healthy because they've got the most important pieces in place.
Right.
Here is why I say Art Rooney's doing a horrible job. Robert Kraft, to some extent, knows what it takes to win in the NFL because he won a ton, and he saw what went into that.
Yep.
Art Rooney II maintains a very small coaching staff, which I know the Mark Caballis and other people of the world say is not a big deal, but it is. You have more brain power on staff.
He says that?
I think a lot of the people who cover the team locally, Mark has definitely done it, kind of poo-poo it a little bit. That's much ado about nothing. I'm not saying Mark just automatically says, you shouldn't talk about that, but I think those guys say that that's an overblown story. There's a little, defending of the way the Steelers do things. They don't hire coaches that are in demand. He doesn't force Mike to hire young up-and-comers on either side of the ball. They never have coaches who haven't been head coaches beforehand or been OCs beforehand move up the ladder. When is the last time a guy started on this coaching staff? And this does start with the owner because you can pressure the coach to actually cast a wider net. When's the last time they had a guy who started as a wide receivers coach, moved up eventually and got an OC job, then took a job somewhere else?
I mean, they had Montgomery, who went from receivers coach to college head coach, but it wasn't even at a big school. It was at East Carolina.
But I don't consider that a step up because it's not in the NFL.
Right.
You're going down in talent level.
He didn't go to a big-time program. He went to his alma mater or whatever it was.
The point is that there isn't a track record of, forget about Mike Tomlin's coaching tree.
Yep.
There is not a lot of brain power as far as in-demand coaches. So you're not assembling a great staff of visionary minds who are doing things interestingly and differently than the rest of the NFL. You have allowed your head coach to just have this as his own personal fiefdom, basically.
You also, I'm surprised, have left out, I think, a key point to your whole argument.
Well, I was just kind of unfurling the whole thing.
But I think one of your thesis points should be you think Art had a lot to do with drafting Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
And if Art influenced that decision heavily, then that's a decision that set the franchise back.
Well,
period.
It is. It absolutely is. And it actually did not – well, it set them back because they haven't tried to find a new young quarterback, and they also have never – and I don't think Kenny was ever going to be good – they have never shown themselves to be willing to surround a young quarterback with the kind of ecosystem that helps get the most out of a player.
Right.
That's one thing. He absolutely was instrumental in drafting Kenny. I think he did not want to pass on Dan Marino 2.0, even if you had eyes and a functioning cerebellum, you knew that you weren't looking at Dan Marino 2.0. You were looking
I thought it was Joe Burrow.
A high floor, low ceiling guy, I think, was what most people said. And this is broadly speaking, I think, my biggest critique of Art and why I say he's doing a horrible job. I do think it matters. Owners who care too much, I think, and want to be the center of attention can inhibit franchises. I think Jerry Jones, by and large, does that. He wants to be the center of attention. He cares too much. He likes Jerry Jones being front and center. That's bad for them. But I look at what Jim Irsay's daughter is doing on the sideline.
Yeah.
Headsets on. Mike is flipped up. She's taking notes because she cares, because she wants it to be good. If they were 4-4 or 4-4 or 3-5 right now, people would be mocking that. They're not. They're 7-1. And she clearly gives a crap as to what's going on the field. That's her whole thesis. I want to know where the inefficiencies are, what we could be doing better, etc. I don't get any of that from Art. I get from Art that he signs Mike Tomlin to an extension every couple of years, says, have fun, and sits in the background.
And he said in that clip we played from January, he's a great coach and we're lucky to have him.
I really do not believe
he acts like
that
Mike walks on water.
That it resonates with him that, like, this is a public trust in a sense, the Steelers, and how important they are to so many people. They're not important like that to him. They're a business to him. He runs them that way. And the last thing I'll say is this. Probably the biggest reason he's doing a horrible job is all of this combines to be just a status quo kind of guy. The NFL's not a status quo league. And I think if you watch the Steelers closely and have done so since this playoff win drought started, what you see is a league that has passed them by in many significant ways. And you see an owner whose posture has not changed to reflect an attempt to change with the times whatsoever.
Do you agree with Malsey that Art Rooney is doing a horrible job as Steelers owner? 412-928-9370. There is his, what would you call that?
That's my elevator pitch for why I think he's doing a horrible job.
Do you agree? 412-928-9370. We also have coming up next segment something we call the fan versus the fans. We do a lot of trivia games amongst ourselves. We flip it for this segment. You can call in right now to 412-928-9370. Pick one of us, stump one of us, and if you stump us, if we get it wrong, $25 gift card to Rival Sports Bar, premier place to watch sports in Pittsburgh. 412-928-9370. Last week, a kid asked the question, who pitched the first no-hitter at PNC Park? I said Homer Bailey. He said wrong. It was a kid in the Whitfield, and technically he was right. 412-928-9370. Yes, he caught me on that one, Malsey, that technicality. Quick timeout, then we'll be right back. We are live at Mike's Beer Bar for Pony Pierce's Cancer. Right now, here is a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers beat the Penguins 3-2 in a shootout in Philly last night. Brazeau and Crosby with the goals for Pittsburgh. They head to Minnesota tomorrow night. Puck drop against the Wild at 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about Comer and Cross. And Comer and Cross last week at this time came to my house and completely transformed my garage. My garage floor was really disgusting. Cracks, stains. If I dropped anything on it, I'd want to immediately throw it out. Now I feel like the 5-second rule applies to my garage floor, thanks to what they did for me last week with my new garage floor. 50% off labor right now from Comer and Cross, but this deal ends soon. You have to call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and before you know it, you're going to be calling this your favorite home improvement, just like me. It's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift again like an epoxy job does. It's going to look like a new car showroom. All the people that come to your house, they're pros. They don't contract it out to other people. These are their employees at Comer and Cross. They were top-notch for me. They were in and out and finished the job in one day. They fixed all the cracks and pits beforehand. I had a refrigerator that needed moved, lawnmower, garbage receptacles, things like that. They took it all out for me. For 50% off labor in your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The words grit and resilience are thrown around too much in sports today, but they certainly apply to the Toronto Blue Jays. When they lost to the Dodgers in Game 3 of the World Series in 18 innings, a lot of people probably thought they were done. To bounce back and win Game 4 says a lot about the team's character. Now we're tied 2-2 in what is looking like an all-time fall classic. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Check out Taft Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg, launching a new fall cocktail menu.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's. It's time for the fan versus the fans. Call in now and flex your intellectual muscle. 412-928-9370. Show the guys how much you know by stumping them with a trivia question that will bring them to their knees and cause their sports minds to explode.
Your chance to win a $25 gift card to Rival in Fox Chapel Waterworks in Collier Town Square at 2:21. Time brought to you by Gina Giampietra of Remax Select Realty. All right, so we've got about 29 phone lines. Here's the issue. Almost all of them have people champing at the bit to react to Mulsey. That is the power of Mulsey's rhetoric.
What did you think? Did you like the opening soliloquy? You kind of just let me go on the old soliloquy train.
It was your take. I wasn't going to commandeer it or steal it, and I wanted you to...
No, more about the delivery. Did you just enjoy the... Was it mellifluous? You know, it flow nicely.
What time are you going to have that hour?
I'm going to do that Saturday morning, I think, at 10 a.m.
The mellifluous sound of my voice.
Oops, I dropped my phone. Anyways, so we only have one person currently on the line who wants to ask a trivia question. And it's predictably our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Who loves to stump us with these things.
Hey, guys. So this is going to be for Pony.
Of course. Haven't I suffered enough, Jeff? Apparently not.
Well, I mean, I get that the timing is bad because of what you're going to go through tonight, and I also would like to apologize. I'm not going to be able to make it tonight. I'd love to be there, but I have other plans, so good luck. But I've been wanting to ask you this one for a couple of weeks, so it actually is not even related to you having to go through other pain tonight.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a Penguins question since they're off to a unpredictably great start. So November 12th, 1988, a trade was made by Penguins GM Tony Esposito. It's the only major trade that he made in his very short tenure as Penguins GM. And he acquired Tom Barrasso and a third-round pick for the 1990 draft in exchange for these two players. And before you decide whether this is fair or not, I will say that these two players were not nobodies. One played 1,000 games in the NHL, and the other one played 500. So I need you to name both the players that the Penguins traded in order to acquire Tom Barrasso and a third-round pick in the 1990 draft.
Boys, do you guys think that's a fair question?
For you, because you're
human computer.
Yeah, for you it's fair. I mean, I know.
And they're not nobody players.
So they traded him. It was what? He was on the Sabres, wasn't he?
He was.
So it would have been two guys that ended up.
He
on
won the Calder there.
Ended up on the Sabres and had presumably, at least for part of their career in Buffalo, long-ish NHL careers. One played 1,000 and one played 500. I think it's fair for you because I think you know it.
I don't off the top of my head. I'm really racking my brain right now thinking about it. I don't think it's an unfair question.
No, because he's obviously a goalie who backstopped him to 2 Stanley Cups.
Here's my issue with this. Okay, I'm going to just talk this out. My issue is, A, I didn't live through it, so that hurts. B, not to say it's obviously a very significant trade.
I think I know one of the names, believe it or not.
And it happened at a time when the Penguins were starting to become a relevant, legitimate team.
But what year again?
88. I got to be honest with you, though. I don't think I've ever in my life clicked on Barrasso's hockey reference page and looked at the trade. So the only way I would know it is if I had heard it and retained it from hearing somebody mention it.
Jeff, can I try to give him a lifeline? Because I'm pretty sure I know one of the two. I don't know the other one. Can I try to give him one of two and see if he can pull a miracle off?
Well, you know what? Before you do that, I will also say that I wanted to ask you this one a couple weeks ago because one of the guys' names was actually mentioned during the broadcast on opening night. So there's another hint.
All right, can I give him what I think is one of them?
Opening night.
Can I give him one and see if he can go one for one?
Penguins opening night?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Malsey.
I think one of them's John Cullen.
And you would be incorrect.
Yeah, damn it. I knew that was wrong.
Was one of them Doug Bodger?
John Cullen was part of the Ron Francis trade.
Damn it. Was one of them Doug Bodger?
Yes, it was.
Wow!
He was the one that was mentioned on opening night of Penguins versus Rangers. They brought him up because he was the other 18-year-old in the lineup on opening night in '84.
That's
they were talking
right.
about Kendall and Brunick.
That's right.
So Doug Bodger is one.
Who's the other?
Darren Shannon, who was also a former first-round pick.
All right, put him on hold, Charlie.
He won. Hey, at least I pulled Bodger out of a hat.
Man. Hell of a trade.
They made a ton of good hockey trades back then. That little run, they had a couple of just dynamic hockey trades that were made.
We need more of those in sports, where it's just both teams are not like in tank mode or contender mode, and they're making a trade.
Just you need this, I need this. Let's do it. You know what? They actually made
which happens in most fantasy football leagues, unless you're in some kind of weird dynasty where the next year
Honestly,
matters.
though, now that I think about it, the Penguins' second run of a back-to-back was sparked, I think, primarily by that exact kind of trade. Hornquist for James Neal was absolutely a hockey trade.
All of their runs have been.
But I'm saying, I always associate the 91-92 run with a couple big-time trades, including ones that really shook things up.
Right.
Getting a gritty, power forward type, grimy front of the net player for somebody that just wanted to stand around and, frankly, snipe.
Yeah.
Which
40-goal scorer.
Which Nashville had none of.
Yeah.
That was an actual hockey trade.
I remember arguing with Cook about that trade because Ron's theory on it was, I can never advocate a trade where I think you gave away the best player in the deal. That was his take.
I think that's usually a sound thing, but I think the fit was so obviously needed on both ends of it that it worked. Did he say that right in the immediate aftermath? I hope he didn't say
the next day.
Okay, yeah. James Neal's dad, by the way, one of the nicest people I have ever met in my life.
Congratulations on all your
Neal used to
success.
show up to James Neal's dad would show up to the Cambria Suites once or twice. Shows up, he goes, "Hey, I've heard a lot of good James Neal talk on this show from me and Joe. I have 4 tickets tonight to the Suites. Can you guys use them?"
Wow.
And I couldn't that night, but he was, because Neal had a reputation for being kind of a jerk, frankly, tough to deal with. His dad was the single, chillest, nicest person I have ever encountered in that
Malsey,
setting.
this is incredible.
We know that Cook.
Peter Neal.
We know that Cook is a guy that likes money.
No.
Would you agree with that?
It's like saying I like bread.
Ron?
Yeah.
Yes.
He loves the value of a
He
dollar.
also did something that gives me the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. He would wear a sweater with no undershirt.
Oh, no.
So there was no layer between his chest and wool or whatever the sweat material was, sweatshirt material.
Yeah.
I've done that at home. I don't think I've ever
that-
really done that in public.
I think that's nasty, dude.
So do you think Ron would pierce both of his nipples for $100,000?
Yes.
If he could take the piercings out, like
Yeah.
he didn't even have to sleep with them in. He could just take them out 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he would.
Malsey said before the show he wouldn't do it for $50,000.
Well, I mean, when it's the summer and the year of Malsey, that money is really nothing anymore.
And why is that?
I mean, he's got endorsements coming out of his pores. You guys had that big important lunch this afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean,
all an elaborate scheme to get you to say the big money line right there.
$50,000, he said no.
Well, wasn't the other thing we discovered about Ron that he was weirdly old man jacked? Like he had the beach picture, and we were all like, I think Ron could kick most of our asses.
But I think I won't speak for all of us, but I kind of felt the same way about Starkey when he beat Crowley in that arm wrestling match and took his shirt off in studio and started flexing.
yeah, they both have some old man strength in them.
Big time.
Would Starkey do it for $100,000?
No.
Too afraid?
Well, I mean, we can ask him when he comes here tonight.
I mean, that's a lot of golf.
Well, he doesn't pay for that anyway.
That's true.
It seems like he's got a lot of benefactors.
Yeah, he's
out there.
offended when he has to.
Follow us on Twitter.
No, I'm not going to say. I'm distancing myself from that comment.
South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. TK, Tyler Kennedy, on the Penguins with points in 7 straight. A shootout loss last night in Philly that ended oddly. Get his thoughts on that. We're live at Mike's Beer Bar. Pony Pierce's cancer event here tonight. People showing up at 5. My nipples are getting pierced at 7:30. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can listen to this game right here on 93.7 The Fan tomorrow night. 8:15 kickoff to begin Week 9 of the NFL season, Baltimore and Miami. The NFL on Westwood One coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Oh, thank you very much, Don. Let's talk about Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is not just a tablet, gentlemen. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. It's like somebody gave you a pep talk down there, a gym membership, and it's going to help you add the boing back to the bedroom. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And so, guys, that very much like in a straightforward way here, I'll say, can help you be more confident where it counts. Can help you flash back to your glory days and feel like you're still in your glory days. They're going to help you at Blue Chew make the date nights be longer and better for everybody involved. And then, honestly, they're going to help you be ready when she is, and that's the most important part. Is being ready when she is. It's not just about performance. It's about giving her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal, too, for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel has given new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
Just how mad is she? Send flowers at oliverflowers.com. That's oliverflowers.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mr. Kennedy!
Well, Forster just chopped Wotherspoon from behind, and there is this huge scrum. Wotherspoon's punching away here. Forster gives him a slash in behind. This could get ugly here. Somebody's got to jump in and help out from the Penguins side.
Achari does just that right at the end of it. Zegras had flung the shot onto the net of Shelogs, and then Zegras goes after Achari.
Zegras better hope that the linesman keeps Achari away. That's the type of play a player remembers. He's down, not engaged, and Zegras reaches from behind and gives Achari a couple of swats on top of the head.
Old school Penguins Flyers right there. That affected the shootout. Sid wasn't allowed to participate. Flyers get the win. Flyers get 2. Penguins get 1. Penguins have a 7-game point streak. Still have the most points in the East. They are shocking the NHL world through the first close to a dozen games into the season. Tyler Kennedy joins us right now to talk about it. TK, what did you think of last night's game?
I loved it. You know, I felt like I haven't seen a hatred between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in years. And to see it kind of boil over a little bit, it brings back some unbelievable memories. I can't wait to the next game because, like Ferrari said, guys don't forget, you know, especially when skill guys try to stick their nose in places that they shouldn't, you know, and I'm expecting a response by the Penguins. But again, like I love how the Penguins are sticking together. I love how they're playing. But again, last night was very entertaining on both sides of either physicality and, just a good game.
TK, do you think that, like, the way that all played out is a little bit of a departure from how it might have with Mike Sullivan still as the head coach? Because he was always a guy who said just play. They tried to avoid a lot of those kinds of scrums. Do you think it might have anything to do with the new head coach saying, no, I'm going to be a little bit different about this. If the rough stuff starts, I'm fine with you guys kind of going after it here?
Yeah, I think he's indifferent to it. I think he's willing to let them go a little bit. I think it's more of the personnel the Penguins have. And do the Penguins have a legit tough guy? No. But do they have some guys with a little bit of sandpaper, like a Carey, this Witherspoon, this Parker kid? Like, Jam, this kid brings, like, unbelievable. Like, I think the Penguins need to start playing like this. The way Sully had them playing where we either beat you with skill and outscore you or we don't win, like, doesn't always work. And when you add that sandpaper element, like when you hear about championship teams, they always say no matter how many guys have won, even in my era in 2009, the game can go either way. We had the guys that can do skill and win scoring goals like we did against Detroit. And then we had guys like sandpaper guys, we had tough guys that when we played Philadelphia, when we played the Capitals, if you want to scrum it up and make it rough and tough, we can handle that too. So last night it was great to see that. Like, again, it brings back those old memories. It brings back like some fire that I don't think the Penguins have had for a long time.
Tyler, do you think it's an open-shut case that they keep Brunick and Kindle? What do you think?
Kindle, yes. I just think Kindle, the way he's playing, the way he's making plays, and he's actually an impact player and a guy that, is producing. I think he's a for sure, I think, to stay. Brunick, he struggled, I think, 2 games ago where he didn't look great, but it all depends where the team is going. Like, what are we still looking to get these young guys in games, or these first 12 games give us hope and think we're like this deep playoff team? That's the only thing. Like,
so it doesn't sound like you'd kill him if they sent Brunick back, is what I'm hearing here, TK.
Yes, like I don't think it'd be too bad for him. Again, I think they have time with him. I don't think there's a rush, but when you do that, it's always like, what's better, him riding the bus playing a bunch of games, or him practicing with Sidney Crosby every day, being around some of the best players to ever play, and play maybe they can get him in 30 games and then put him on the AHL roster and he plays all of playoffs in Wilkes-Barre or something like that. It's a weird – it's a tough decision because there's a lot of different ways you can think about this. But, again, I wouldn't be mad if they sent them back.
TK, I understand, like, it almost always takes longer unless you've got, like, a real prodigy for a defenseman to figure out the NHL game and mature the way you want them to mature as a player. So I could understand Brunick a little bit. But I would say this. The game where both he and Kindle sat out, they just looked as listless as they have all year. There's a noticeable jump and change in this team when both of those guys are in the lineup. And I would almost think that in and of itself justifies dealing. Kindle to me is a lock. He better be up here because I think he's just flat out good enough. But I just look at the way the team played, and I feel like they might actually be able to serve both masters. These guys give you a jump. These guys give you a clear jolt and are good, positive contributors for the most part. So you get them developed, and you maybe hang around a lot longer than you think or flat out make the playoffs here.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just when you have young guys, they bring a sense of energy every day to the rink. Like when you get old, it's like going to work when you're old. There's days where you're grumpy at work, and days that like you've been doing it for so long that like it's like just another day. When you have young energy, every day is an experience. Every day they're excited to be there, and that rubs off on a lot of older players. Again, because you see the energy, you see the enthusiasm they have for the game, and it rubs off. So I think, keep them up would be good for a lot of different reasons. And when I played, when they had a young guy that was sticking around, I knew I had to play good as a veteran player because I knew he was there to steal my spot. It wasn't like, hey, this is your spot. No, they're bringing in young, fast talent. Like, you better bring it every day because they want to play the next generation as soon as possible and push you out. So, again, this is a good problem to have for the Penguins. Again, I don't think anyone saw this coming 12 games ago, that we'd be having conversations or how good they're playing. So you got to give a lot of props to Kyle Dubas, Muse for coming in and honestly handling a team that no one had high hopes. And again, the prospects, like, they're coming in and they're determined to make a name for themselves, which is great to see. And that's what makes you a good team. You look at their team now, what's hurt the Penguins the last couple of years is depth scoring. Like, they haven't had depth scoring since 16-17. These guys come in, we got Brazeau, we got all different guys scoring goals, and that's why the Penguins have been so successful.
Donnie calls Justin Brazeau Justin Brazzers. Do you get that one?
No, I've never been on that site.
Gotcha. Thank you, Tyler. Talk soon.
See you, boys.
What an answer. Absolute A-plus comedic
He couldn't
timing.
have answered any better than that. I'm very happy with that.
Absolute A-plus from
Either
TK.
is Austin Bechtold, apparently. Remember he told you that?
Yeah. Sure.
What was your response to that?
I said I find it a little bit hard to believe that a single guy in his mid-20s
doesn't get the reference,
doesn't understand what that is. I don't care how much church you attend.
TK said that at warp speed.
Listen to the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We're live at Mike's Beer Bar. Pony pierces cancer at 6 o'clock. I'm getting my nipples pierced to support breast cancer awareness. Mario Lemieux has gotten involved, and he has donated a jersey that we will be raffling off tonight, signed by the greatest hockey player of all time. Did the Steelers trade for one of the greatest safeties of all time? No. Will he make them better? We'll discuss it next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. And NBA tip-off week continues, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. Even if you miss the start of the game, you get home late, you got a lot of stuff going on, so you're missing out on some of the action. You can jump on that moving train and ride the hot hand. FanDuel has live bets on everything out there. You can bet who's going to score the next basket, for example. Even little prop bets like that are up on FanDuel. You have same-game parlay options for a shot at an even bigger payout. However, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. Disappointed was how A-Rod described his emotions following the loss to his former team. This is the A-Rod Report, brought to you by SteelCityShredding.com. Rodgers was steady, passing for 219 yards and 2 touchdowns. He claimed penalties, breakdowns, and stalling in the red zone as the biggest factors in the loss, and blaming himself for not finishing drives. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Rival Wednesday Trivia. Be the 10th caller. Ask a member of the PM team a trivia question, and you could win a $25 gift card to Rival Sports Bar in Bridgeville or Fox Chapel.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with Precision Pointing. So if you procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, Precision Pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers wrapping up their first practice as they get ready for a stiff test on Sunday against those one-loss Colts. Kickoff at Acrisure at 1 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Mike's Beer Bars, the PM team on the Fan.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Bridgewater guns it, intercepted, picked up by Kyle Duggar, works the sideline, stutter step move from Duggar, and he's in! Touchdown, Patriots! They have done it again! 39-yard return, 7th defensive touchdown of the season for
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Temperatures Sunday at Acrisure will be a little bit nippy for the Steelers and Colts. Temperatures in the low 50s. We'll get into the 40s. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We are at Mike's Beer Bar because at 7:30 tonight, I will be getting my nipples pierced to pay off the ridiculous prediction I made 2 weeks ago when I said that the Bengals were absolutely not going to beat the Steelers, and I was so confident in saying that I said I would get my nipples pierced if the Steelers lost. So here we are, and that happens tonight. One of the things I've been doing to prepare myself for this is I've been pinching my nipples at various times throughout the day to try to build my pain tolerance up there. Maybe callus them. Not Harry Callus, but you get it.
Callus your nipples by pinching them.
Yeah.
And you catch yourself by surprise? Do you have Amanda maybe give you?
No, Amanda hasn't tweaked me or given me a twister, but just myself. Okay, that one was on a scale of 1 to 10, a pain of 2.
See, here's why
next time I do it, I'll ramp it up to a 3.
I think this is a bad idea, though.
So I'm up to an 8 right now.
You can always control the pain tolerance, how hard you want to pinch.
Mm-hmm.
You have to really just put it in somebody else's hands.
But don't you think that, as someone that does long-distance running like you don't want to just roll out of bed and run a marathon.
That's
you want
very
to train
sound.
yourself.
Very sound
so that's
practice.
what I'm trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. You almost have to do that thing that Ben Stiller did in Dodgeball, where he like hooked up the like electricity to the nipples. He had that donut sitting there.
That's true.
And like he like tried to eat it. And he shocked himself.
Yeah, get like the carb at.
You could have tried doing that. Yeah.
The problem is, I just still think the anticipation of this is going to be so overwhelming that you'll feel like all that practice went for naught.
You can still come down to Mike's if you didn't buy tickets in advance and be a part of this. The tickets are $33. That's how many points the Bengals scored in beating the Steelers. All the money goes to the McGee Institute for research and breast cancer research to try to obviously beat breast cancer. We had their CEO yesterday on, and he said they're now throwing around the word cure, and they got a vaccine that they're testing right now to beat breast cancer. So tremendous strides have been made right here in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Mario Lemieux did. He donated a jersey signed by him. Mason Heinschel did. He donated a football signed by him. And there are some rumblings that the one Steeler I'm not mad at from that Steelers-Bengals game might show up and be a part of this too. So,
wow.
I know. A lot of luminaries.
That would be very
What's
impressive.
going on here, Don?
We
let Don out of the cage to produce here on site.
Yeah, I love this for the big guy.
I mean, I got to take advantage like you guys always
He's
do.
got
You
a
guys
sail
get
the size of his face.
Come down
Actually bigger
here.
than that.
You
What'd
order
you order?
food. A little chicken salad.
You got to pick up the oil
That
and
does look
vinegar.
good.
You got to put it over here.
Give me that oil and vinegar right now, Don.
I have bad thoughts
could be a
about that oil and
disaster.
vinegar.
You need more space.
Look at this guy. He deserves it, though.
Kyle Duggar gets traded to the Steelers last night.
Yeah.
I do not get any of the excitement or optimism that Steelers fans have about this
Where
deal.
have you seen the excitement and the optimism?
Just the idea that, he can't be any worse than the guys we already have. I disagree. Every Patriot person I've talked to who covers them and watches them says the same thing about the guy. He had a horrible ankle injury, and he's never been the same player since. And that's the problem. In fact, one of these people said, texted me and knew that I had been getting in better shape and said, now that you're in much better shape, I'm convinced that Kyle Duggar couldn't even cover you. He is a horrendous cover safety. You remember our friend Andy Gresh, who was on talking about playing for
Talking about
Pat
fighting
Narduzzi
an entire
in college
frat
at
house.
Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Was on the Patriots.
Yes.
Radio network for a long time. Did a show with Scott Zolak, Donnie's friend from Ringgold High School.
My friend.
Well, he came on your show and did like a 30-minute segment. He was very good. Said this of Duggar. I said to him, everyone I talk to who watches the Patriots doesn't think Kyle Duggar is any good post-ankle injury. Would you agree with that? Gresh, sadly, yes. If healthy, he can help as a box safety, but the ankle did him in. If you guys can even keep him on the field for half a season, count your blessings, was his take on it. Another Patriots source. What's up with Duggar? He blows. Terrible. Never been the same since he hurt his ankle last year. He's been on the scout team for the first few weeks of the season. That's all Vrabel has trusted him to do. Third Patriots source. There's more. Same story as Jabril Peppers. He's much more of a hybrid/linebacker type, and Vrabel wanted two center fielders. He had an ankle injury last year and played through it and was never the same.
So awesome. I think he'll fit right in. A guy that hasn't been good in a couple of years, used to be good, but fell off.
Best days are clearly behind him.
And is he over 30 yet, or just right on the doorstep?
He's not 30 yet.
He's almost, though, Pony. I believe he's 29.
I mean, I think he checks all the boxes for the 2025 Steelers defense.
March 22nd, he'll turn 30, so maybe he can show up to your wedding and celebrate his last day of his 20s.
He can't move anymore. He's not a guy. We're watching games where tight ends are killing the Steelers and their safeties are horrendous.
So did they sign a defensive back? Did they trade for a defensive back who can't move anymore so Darius Slay will feel a little bit better about himself?
I just think desperate times called for desperate measures is what happened here. And they knew they could get him for practically nothing. And he never got out of Vrabel's doghouse because he probably saw him in person and was like, yuck, this guy is not the player he was when Bill Belichick drafted him out of some obscure college that nobody's ever heard of, and then had the balls to give him a contract extension because he wanted to justify his zany pick. And the guy was a good player. early in his career. But he also fits this description, too, for me. This is not a guy that's going to help their pass defense.
No,
he's another run defense guy. And that's Mike Tomlin's obsession. He always wants to stop the run. He just stopped the run against Green Bay, and it still led to the Packers scoring 35 points in 20 consecutive passes being completed against them.
And that was because, of course, they couldn't tackle was Mike's pivot there. We didn't get guys to grass quick enough.
I would say, haven't we learned our lesson where we're acquiring all these safeties who were rejected, in the case of Thornhill and Clark, by bad teams? The Jets didn't want him anymore. The Browns didn't want him anymore. Maybe the reasoning there for Steelers fans being, well, what the hell do those two teams know about players?
Well, they could have said Joe Hayden 2.0.
Right.
The Browns cut him loose.
The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with Thornhill. He can't be that bad. The Browns is the Browns. All right, fine. What's the logic with the Patriots? They're a good team. Vrabel's a solid coach. We're now taking on both of the safeties that they
Well,
need.
he wasn't a scheme fit there. He
That's what
wanted two center fielders, but we need a box
That's
guy.
what we heard about Peppers. And guess what? He's apparently not a scheme fit here either, because all he does is play special teams. Had a nice game against his old team, played a lot in that game when they went to New England. We haven't seen him since. He's been in witness protection.
He just probably doesn't stop the run as well.
So Duggar's probably going to play, because you don't give up draft picks and then not play a guy, although they kind of did that with Mike Williams last year after a couple of games where he was viewed strictly as an insurance policy.
If he does something that directly wins a game like Mike Williams did, I'd almost call it a win. Like if he had an interception somehow, which seems
because
like
they didn't give up much for him.
Well, I'm just saying they barely played Mike Williams. Mike Williams literally gave them a win. You know what I mean?
I also
he won't even have close to that level.
I also think the other part of this move that is off-putting and unsettling is it probably means that Deshaun Elliott is out for a long time. He got placed on IR allegedly right after this trade got made, so that puts him on ice for at least a month. We see the way the secondary plays without Elliott. It's like he's the only guy that's capable of getting everybody, corners and safeties, in the right position.
And then one of the only guys capable of being a sure tackler and playing with like a ton of juice.
So is Duggar going to come in and pick up the defense in a short amount of time and be the guy that, okay, so who does that job? Not just like the Deshaun Elliott come down and play the run well and, generally speaking, play with some balls and hit people and be around the ball and look like he's active on game days and, playing unlike some of these other guys who.
Great question. Who's going to do that? I don't know. It seems like no other team in the NFL that I see has like so much issue getting their guys lined up properly. Like, okay, who's your green dot guy? All right, after that, who's your other guy who's getting his little
The issue is without Elliott, they don't have another guy who primarily plays safety now who they think is good enough to be on the field for all the plays. Everybody now is a rotational player. Clark's a rotational player. Thornhill's a rotational player. Pepper's a rotational player.
Seems kind of funny that
Duggar, rotational player.
Seems kind of funny that like the coach wasn't tamping down talk that they could be one of the best defenses ever when they apparently had one functional safety to come into.
Donnie, don't you agree? That's why Tomlin basically made it sound like the loss of Elliott was
crushing,
like a deflating blow to the entire team. Because clearly, even though Ramsey's out there for every play, he can't do that job.
Nope.
If they felt like he could be the guy that set the defense and aligned it properly, he would have been doing that from day one. And he wasn't. So is he going to start doing that now? I don't know, maybe. But unless this guy's going to come in and play virtually every snap and master the defense where he can tell the corners what to do and what the play call is, I don't know, man.
How are they this disjointed with the play calls when you've got former players like Harrison and Hayden who've been there saying that if anything they've dumped from what they can see, they've dumbed down the defense to try to get guys out on the field more quickly. So how do those two things exist side by side? You've made the defense more simplistic, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And yet you're at a complete loss as an organization to find a guy who can get everybody lined up. Like, do you not practice? Do you not have walkthroughs? Do you not have installs? What the hell do they do in training camp?
It is jarring to me how much communication is a problem. And we know that the home games, they always make the excuse about the loud crowd, whatever.
Thornhill did.
But it seems like every single time we have players looking around in a panic. And it normally happens, I'm not saying every play, it normally happens in the most important plays of the game, which ends up hurting because then there's somebody who isn't where he's supposed to be. And then
I feel like third and longs.
Place.
Third and longs are tough for them to stop. Teams want to get you defensively. They want to get offenses in third and long. I feel like the Steelers stop third and short better than they stop third and long.
Well, because there's a better chance that a team might run the ball, and then Mike can just sell out.
Yeah, and it's like they don't even have to think about it.
No, it's just played downhill. The minute a team gets into a spot where they're going to run some interesting route combos or concepts, then boop,
look, we've all been on Twitter for a very long time. We know what social media is, but it's just so funny when deals like this happen, and you just see the Steelers fans, of which I would count myself obviously among that crowd, people that say, "Oh, we back." We back here.
Weren't you the guy that when the MVS thing happened, you said something? First you said, does he play safety? But then you said, Steelers fans, can't you imagine Marquez Valdez-Scantling catching big touchdown passes from Aaron Rodgers?
I didn't say can't you. I said can you.
Can he play? Yeah, but can he play safety? But then you did another tweet that was, it was like his highlight day, but it was Steelers fans, can you imagine MVS catching big touchdown passes from Aaron Rodgers?
And what happened with that?
I don't know.
He was here and now he's not here?
Very confusing because then multiple people put out that they were signing him. Fowler, your buddy Jordan Schultz, I think maybe even somebody else like Rap Sheet put out there.
Then Jerry said they weren't, which makes me think that it will eventually.
Well, he also put in there this week. Does that mean once we hit next Monday, here comes the signing?
Possibly. He's just basically on retainer. They're just paying him to be a standby right now and just wait? Possibly.
I guess.
He's not on any other team's roster.
Batco just tweeted this in the last 10 minutes. He said Marquez Valdez-Scantling can still run well and make big plays, according to Aaron Rodgers, but added if he thinks that MVS might want to be on an active roster, and if he wouldn't be signed to the active roster here right away, then he'd try to go elsewhere.
Well, we're going to hear Rodgers talk about the state
teaser
of the Steelers' offense and state of the team in less than an hour. We give you Aaron Rodgers' reaction. No one else does that, so stay tuned for that conversation. Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, next on 18-inning games, Shohei Ohtani walks, and the Pirates' payroll for 2025 and what he thinks they can do with it. Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers hosting the Colts on Sunday, 1 p.m. kick at Acrisure Stadium. We will have fan game day for you live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook from 10 until kickoff. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. We're at Mike's Beer Bar right now because tonight it is my Pony Pierce's cancer event. You come down here, and for $33, you will watch me, someone inflict pain and harm and suffering on me, which is worth $33 if you disagree with a lot of my sports takes and whatnot. Plus, you'll get a free shirt and free appetizers thanks to Mike here at Mike's Beer Bar. Also, the best beer menu in town. 80 rotating taps of local craft beers, 500 beers from around the world, all here at Mike's. Event starts at 6, but you can get here at 5 and purchase a ticket then if you haven't already done so. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy to point to Daniel Jones when explaining the Colts' 7-1 start, but Jonathan Taylor is Indy's MVP and probably the league's as well. The veteran running back already has over 1,000 yards of offense with 14 total touchdowns. His biggest hurdle might be history. A non-quarterback hasn't won MVP since 2012. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Yo, Adam, around here you gotta watch for porch pirates.
Not with Guardian Protection. Buy one camera, get the second free, front porch and back deck cover.
That's double protection for your food deliveries and your holiday packages.
Don't wait. This BOGO deal's here for a limited time.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras.
That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply. Guardian Protection, keeping you safe.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med-mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Multiple crews on the scene of an accident on 28 outbound right before exit 11 towards the turnpike, so it is causing some stop-and-go traffic in that area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mike's Beer Bar for Pony Pierce's cancer event. 7:30, I'm going to get my nipples pierced because of my horrible Steelers-Bengals prediction. And hopefully a good time is had by all. A good time will definitely be had at my expense. And I'm fine with being the sacrificial lamb for a cause like this. At least right now I feel that way. We'll see at 7:35 if I'm still
I think you're going to
run the same jovial spirits.
You're going to run through the gamut of emotions. Like, I don't mean to make light of it. It's not like you're not sick or anything, but I think you're going to go through that, like when you get really bad news, the bargaining, all that stuff, denial, anger, bargaining, eventually you'll get to acceptance right before that needle hits.
Somebody asked me today if there's a chance my nipple will explode.
What do they think it is? Like a balloon filled with liquid?
I don't know, man.
Do people not, like, think before they ask you this stuff? I am, though. Every time
I said no, I've never heard of any, like, piercing gone wrong stories where that happened.
I got to say, like,
why are you grabbing your nipples right now?
Because it's just making me uncomfortable thinking about poor old you. You're going to get pierced here.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can listen to Starkey every Wednesday and hear about his card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. It's time to talk to our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, Matt Clement, who's told us in the past that he has always been a card enthusiast going back to his days, but even before he became a big leaguer. As a kid, he loved cards. Matt, a little birdie told me that you have a lot of LeBron James cards. Is that true?
Yeah, I made a pretty good investment on some LeBron James. A lucky investment, I'll call it. He was used to be my favorite player, I'll say, until the decision happened. Mm-hmm. And when I was rehabbing my shoulder injury, and it would have been his second year in the league, I introduced myself to eBay and made some purchases along with some other bad ones along the way, but the LeBron ones have definitely paid off their value compared to some of the Maurice Jones-Drews and Jarius Norwood and Greg Jennings I took at the same time.
I don't know why Jarius Norwood being in
So wait a minute, Matt, how much do you think you ballpark paid for those, and what do you think their value is roughly today, if you had to guess?
Ballpark paid, I would say, because I probably have, at the time when I did it, bought 50 to 70 different cards. Of the high-end ones, they're like autograph ones. There's probably 8 to 10 of those in there, and some were graded. And I would say ballpark for the autograph ones, I never paid probably more than $50 to $80. And the straight-up base cards and different things like that, I'm sure I was paying like $25, $30. So
and what are they worth now?
A lot.
I don't think he wants to say. I think it's one of those, they're worth so much I don't want to say.
Well, there's just so many of them. There's so many different kinds of different. They're worth $1,000. I can tell you that.
It sounds like he could send a child to college for 4 years on how much these are worth.
Wow. Could I send a child to college what they're worth? I haven't currently looked. He's not as hot right now as he was at one point, just because of some of the drama that follows him around. So at one point during COVID, I probably could have. Right now, I'm not sure.
Did you get yourself some Wemby cards when he was a rookie?
Ooh. No, but the other pretty good move I made that's relevant at the moment right now is I for about a 2-week span in spring training coming off his first Tommy John, I did buy myself some Ohtani.
I knew you were going to say that.
Wemby was too expensive. There was no value in buying the Wembys, even though I think I was very interested in doing it. But there's got to be a point of you got to get them, and his cards have never been cheap. Not cheap, but even realistic.
Our boss, Craig Riley, he apparently is one of the only people in the world who made a reasonable amount of money off of NBA NFTs. He said he put a deck on his new house because he bought NFTs. And
what are NFTs?
Non-fungible tokens. Before the rug got pulled out there, it was you could buy a moment. Luka Doncic hitting a game-winning
And you
three.
didn't actually have a hard copy
it was
of it.
The whole concept.
Just a picture of it.
Yeah, the whole concept
online.
Was completely absurd. Craig made, I think, almost 5 figures off of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and then he got out before when the gun was good. Matt, I have to ask you this basketball question, though.
Yes.
So you said LeBron was your favorite player till the decision. Favorite is not the same as best. Is he the best player you've ever seen?
No, it's not even close. Jordan is number one. No argument. It's a tough one from I can't even take reasonable criticism on this one or from the other side. I just go to 6-0 in the championship and didn't have to move other places to help him win championships.
He wasn't anything special in the playoffs till Scottie Pippen got there, but this is a sports show in Pittsburgh, so I will refrain from having this argument until we can have a couple beers and do it.
Matt, how about the World Series? A couple quick questions on that. 18-inning games that last more than 6 hours. You cool with that, or do you think they should take the runner starts on second base rule and use it in the playoffs?
No, I think in the playoffs, that's part of the intrigue of it. Honestly, I love what they do in the regular season. I didn't originally. I didn't think it was a good idea in the regular season originally, but I get the idea behind it. But it's the playoffs. That's part of the. I think it just brings so much into last night, right? Those starters. It was so apparent that those starters last night went they had to go a certain amount of innings to make that game. To help for the rest of the series, to maybe win the series. Those two pitchers last night, if one of them gets knocked out in the second inning, that might be the difference in this series. Yep. They both made it through 7, but some of those arms, I mean, how great was it? Yamamoto was going to warm up after throwing the CG the game before. Is that probably safe? No, but I just you want to gain some respect for somebody. That dude just threw 2 back-to-back CGs in the playoffs, which hasn't been done forever, and he's going to warm up to win that game in the 18th inning.
What about Ohtani getting something not even Bonds got, the 4 intentional walks treatment?
Yep.
Just getting treated more, what's the word I'm looking for, deferentially and more fearfully by the opposing team than even 0-2 era Barry Bonds got, Matt. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, he's one of a few people ever to get walked with nobody on.
Would you want to do that?
Because that's an admission that you don't think your manager doesn't think you can get him out, that he's going to do damage. That would be an ego blow to me.
I think, to an extent, yes, it is, but also it's how can you argue with it? And with what he's done, I mean, his last 7 official plate appearances at home, he had 5 homers and 2 doubles, and that's mixed in with all the walks that were with it, and. It's a situation where it's a close game. I can't let this guy beat me. The amazing part is the Dodger haters of the world who want to say how bad Ohtani is or whatever the case may be. They're like, well, he has 2 Hall of Famers batting right behind him. That makes it even more incredible that they're walking him and showing the respect that they have for him right now.
Matt, we had Jason Mackey on our show a few days ago, and he heard through the grapevine that the Pirates' payroll for 2026 is going to be $90 million. What do you think they can win with the payroll at $90 million?
Well, I'll try to take the positive end of this. You look at the Rays, there's a $77 million last year, and they didn't have a great season, but they're usually in the mix. The Guardians were $100 million. They had a miracle get into playoffs with that, which is $10 million more. And then at 110, you had the Brewers, who we all know their success, and the Reds, who made the playoffs. So is it possible to make the playoffs and make a run at those numbers? Yes, you kind of have to be perfect. But then the other side I'll look at it is this. That's a $90 million payroll. I don't know what Paul Skeens' salary is next year. But if he was getting paid what he's worth, that's like a $30 million pitcher, at least right now is a $30 million pitcher. Cy Young, back-to-back All-Star starter. So you can kind of add. We'll say we're adding $25 million on Skeens. So the 90 basically is 115 right there. And if he even performs 80% of what he's performed of in the past, so that makes it a little bit. I guess I'm trying to be on the bright side of this thing. Is it going to be hard? Yeah, it's going to be hard. $90 million compared to these teams. I mean, everybody thinks this is David versus Goliath. Toronto has the 5th highest payroll right now.
Yeah,
it's $239 million. You don't win without spending money, and the people. That's why I give the Brewers so much credit because they've figured out a way to win without it. I don't give them fluff for losing in the playoffs because, gosh, what they're doing is amazing how they've been able to do it. So, and they're talking about they're getting rid of Peralta, they're saying already, and that's their number 1 starter because of the money side of things. So, is it possible? What can they do? Yeah. They can because I think the fluctuation of what the salaries should be worth of those pitchers that are in young contracts, even Jared Jones coming back, could make this salary feel more like 130 or 140.
Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst. Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate it, man. We'll talk next week.
All right. Thanks, man.
Football Talk on The Fan, brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with this big Week 9 matchup between the Colts and Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We're live at Mike's Beer Bar for my Pony Pierce's cancer event. Proceeds go to McGee Institute and Research for breast cancer, the fight against breast cancer. All the money is going to them. And tickets at the door are $33 a pop. That gets you a shirt, and that gets you food tonight. Appetizers from my man Mike here at Mike's Beer Bar. We'll be right back with Mike Florio. Had something interesting to say about the state of the Steelers after being in Pittsburgh for Steelers-Packers. You'll hear that next and hear from him. But first, a Donnie headline.
Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Local college football slate this weekend. Penn State at Ohio State, Saturday at noon. West Virginia at Houston. Also Saturday at noon, Pitt and Stanford out in California, Saturday, 3:30. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame coverage at 12:30. Headlines powered By Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
I was just talking to somebody today from our office who was raving about Mr. Magic Car Wash and said the guys at Mr. Magic know me by my face. We're on a first-name basis because I'm there so much. And he took the plunge like me and went with the 3 for $30 deal. For $10 a month, you get 3 months of unlimited car washes from Mr. Magic, 23 neighborhood locations all around town. You can register at MrMagicCarWash.com, or you can go in person and register there. Only $10 a month. You're not going to want to wash your car by hand now that we're getting into the chilly time of year. You wouldn't want to do it anyways because of how much time it takes, and it's not going to be as good. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 right now. It's on Mr. Magic. Mr. Magic Car Wash.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lose on Sunday, give up another 450 yards. It's going to start. Sometimes you just wonder, is there a point where the message no longer resonates? Is there a point where they have grown numb to all the Mike Tomlin sayings?
Yeah,
like Pete Carroll in Seattle, like Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
Right.
Is there a point?
Right.
John Harbaugh maybe in Baltimore. Is there a point where you need to completely overhaul the locker room or you need to overhaul the coaching staff?
Mike Florio, I think, an Easter egg in that clip we played from his show, PFT Live, when talking about have the Steelers gone numb to the Mike Tomlin message. An obvious shot at me because he knows I can't use a numbing agent for tonight's nipple piercing event. I think he sneaked that in there because he knew we'd play that clip. And he knows I like to kind of psychoanalyze things people say. That's my litigious nature coming out.
Read between the lines. Oh, you'd have been one unbelievably annoying lawyer.
And so I hear that
practice.
And I'm thinking he dropped that in there because he wanted to remind me that I'm not going to have the aid of anything to numb me this evening.
Possibly. I think that's a very good theory that we can ask him about. I'm more worried about Mike's safety right now.
Oh.
I hope that the national media, the Tomlin cognoscenti, didn't shoot one of those poison blow darts in his neck after he said that, after he actually leveled a criticism of Mike Tomlin.
I'm a little bit surprised Chris Sims, who's usually a very vocal defender.
I would have expected Rich Eisen to come in like Kool-Aid Man and put him in a straitjacket.
Having been around Mike when he was in Tampa, when Mike was early in his career as an assistant, I've heard Chris sing the praises of Mike, that he agreed that maybe the message has gotten stale. Mike Florio was at Steelers-Packers. We watched him Sunday night, and now he's back with us, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, how close do you really think we are to what you laid out there in that point about another horrible defensive performance, another loss, and maybe Art Rooney starts to rethink his marriage with Mike Tomlin?
I still think there's a gap that needs to be bridged between whatever the reality currently is within the team and Art Rooney having any thoughts about possibly making a change. You know, it's their thing. We've had 3 coaches since 1969, and when that becomes your thing, when that becomes your identity, you become even less inclined to shed that. Because that's the one thing that they can claim that shows that they aren't dysfunctional, as all these other teams have a revolving door. Look at the Titans right now. The bad teams don't have stability. So if we have stability, we must not be a bad team. I don't know if that's the logic, but I still think whatever the facts are that may be staring everyone in the face won't register with Art Rooney, or if they ever do, he'll be the last one they register with. And look, I've been a Mike Tomlin proponent and defender and advocate for years. I argued back in 2007 that he should be hired. Frankly, I wish the Vikings would have fired Brad Childress and promoted him to head coach in 2007. But we do get to a point in the NFL where it's just time for everyone, arguably, to make a change. I've made that point about Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. How many more years can he bang against the door without breaking it down before it's just time for him to go somewhere else and for the 49ers to move elsewhere? Look what it did for the Eagles. They ultimately won 2 Super Bowls, and Andy Reid has won 3. Sometimes you need a fresh start. Sometimes you need a reset. And what really got me thinking along these lines is watching Mike Tomlin's press conference yesterday. He seems to be unbothered by the fact that his team right now is not good, that his defense is the 3rd worst in the NFL. The answers he was giving, they were delivered very calmly, very matter-of-factly. He just doesn't seem to be troubled. I remember a time not that long ago when if the Steelers had a loss where they looked flat or uninspired, they had 10 guys on the field for a 2-point conversion, whatever the case may be, hey, we got to pull up Mike Tomlin's post-game press conference because it's going to be spicy. It's never spicy now. He's always very chill now. He's always very accepting now. And I don't know if he's grown weary of the circumstances, if he's gotten complacent, if the team's gotten complacent, if ownership's gotten complacent, if the fans have gotten complacent. I was stunned by the lack of fire that I sensed from the stands on Sunday night. It felt like a neutral site game, frankly. And I just feel like there's something seriously wrong. I just don't know that anybody is going to be wired to do anything about it.
Mike, I have about a million different questions I could ask you. I'll go with this, though. What did you make of the fact that both in his immediate post-game press conference, after his defense gave up all those yards, all those points, and in the intro, the first remarks to his Tuesday press conference, where he's had more time to think about it, that Mike cited the offense and their inability to convert field goals into touchdowns, and their inability to keep their composure after that non-call of an offsides in the 3rd quarter? He went with the offense as the first thing he referenced. He said his defensive scheme, too, doesn't need to be changed. They've just got to tackle better. I mean, I think both of those were incredibly eye-opening and speak to maybe some of what you're talking about here.
As it relates to field goals versus touchdowns, I remember a time, first of all, when Mike Tomlin was among the most aggressive coaches in the NFL, was going for 2 right after they moved the extra point from the 2-yard line to the 15. He was going for 2 all the time. And I say that because we're in an age now where we see certain coaches routinely go for it on 4th down. So when you say we took field goals over touchdowns, there's a coaching decision embedded in there not to go for it on 4th down, at a time when going for it no longer carries the consequences it used to. It used to be if you did the unconventional thing and it didn't work, you had to worry about external criticism and internal repercussions. Now analytics has morphed the unconventional into the conventional, and we see guys going for it all the time. So we kick too many field goals thing eventually splashes onto the coach's real-time decision-making, where he's not showing the same kind of nerve and confidence in his offense that we see guys like Dan Campbell make all the time.
Mike, I want to go back to Art here because we heard his brother talk about how they outperform the mean, and so when you do that consistently in the NFL, you're doing a good job. Things are on the up and up. If you had to guess right now, how do you think Art Rooney views or looks at the performance of Mike Tomlin both this year and over the last few years, where they've won more games than they've lost since Big Ben retired, but they've had virtually no postseason success to speak of?
Yeah, one no playoff wins since the 2016 season when they went to Kansas City and won that game that ended up getting delayed to a night game because of an ice storm. That's the last postseason game they've won. I've had a criticism of the Vikings because even though I grew up in the shadow of Pittsburgh, I foolishly picked the Vikings as my favorite team. And I've said from time to time in recent years that I wonder if for ownership, whether being just good enough is just good enough. Because, look, at the end of the day, they're all winning on the balance sheets. They're all making hundreds of millions of dollars every year. The entire operation is thriving. If you allow yourself to become tormented by failure to win playoff games, failure to win Super Bowls, you're losing sight of the fact that the business is thriving. It's just kind of a weird thing where you can be a tremendously successful business but also virtually and completely unsatisfying to your fans who keep showing up and buying the product. Think about the NFL product is. Like the Jets are raising their season ticket prices for next year, and they're 1-7. We keep coming back no matter how bad the product is. What's wrong with us as fans? And I think that allows some owners, and maybe Art is slipping into this category, at some point you just realize, you know what? Why am I losing sleep over whether or not we're going to a Super Bowl? Look at how much money we're making. Isn't that why we're in business? And I think as the business grows and grows and the profits go up and up, it becomes easier for people to find their satisfaction, for people who own teams to find their satisfaction in the fact that they are making untold amounts of money. And it doesn't matter if you don't have more trophies. We already have 6 of them. How many more can you fit in the case?
Mike, you know what you just said? Something clicked in how I want to ask this based on how you explain that, hey, if you're not having success, you're still making money, it's all good. By that logic, like, if you extend that out, hey, a really bad season or two here isn't the worst thing in the world if it gets us a quarterback. At what point is Art Rooney's allergy to bottoming out to try to draft a quarterback? And I think it's also Mike Tomlin's allergy to that. At what point does that get looked at derisively around the league? And I'll use this example. The Patriots have a very messy divorce with Bill Belichick. In that process, they draft Mac Jones. They get to the playoffs, but they realize Mac Jones ain't it. They have a really disastrous succession plan with Gerard Mayo. And in a very short period of time, having endured, admittedly, a couple bad seasons in a row, they now have a future MVP, it looks like, at quarterback, coached by a pretty good head coach and a very good offensive coordinator, all in a span of time where the Steelers have just continued to spin their wheels like a car picked up off the ground while everyone hits the gas and it goes nowhere.
I think there's a risk, though, in bottoming out. And when I say just good enough is just good enough, you still have to be just good enough. You still have to be in the conversation. You still have to be mathematically alive for a postseason berth through week 17 or 18. And if it ultimately doesn't work out, if we don't make the playoffs, hey, at least we were competitive. And if we make the playoffs and lose in the first round, hey, at least we got to the playoffs. I still think there's a resistance to being strategically bad. And look at the teams that have allowed that mindset to creep into their organization, most notably the Browns. They have had this analytics-driven approach, and they had a system in place 8-9 years ago where people got financial incentives to stockpile draft picks in future years and to push cap money into future years, which necessarily leads to losing, and they had the number 1 overall pick in back-to-back years. Once you let that demon into your house, you can't get it out. And I think that may be the reluctance to bottom out. As long as they're in that band, there's a band, and it's the band that they've been in for the past 10 years. 8-9, 9-8, 10-7, and just good enough is just good enough. And so it does keep you from ever getting a Drake May or some other potential franchise quarterback, but it also keeps you from becoming the Browns. And as we know, the Browns is the Browns.
Mike, my last one for you is there's all kinds of conversations here about who really calls the shots on defense, who calls the plays on game day between Mike Tomlin and Teryl Austin, push and pull, tug of war between fans, fire Austin like they did with Canada midseason. Oh, wait, Austin actually has very little agency in the defense. It wouldn't make much of a difference. How common is that in the NFL? You cover the entire league. The fact where there's so much kind of ambiguity and it's nebulous and cloudy, who really has control over the Steelers' defense? What's your take on that?
The Steelers are a unicorn as it relates to control generally. Do we ever really know who's in charge of anything? And we've talked about that before. I think Art Rooney is much more heavily involved in the football side of the team than we realize because he doesn't feel compelled to take the credit or risk absorbing the blame. You never really know who's got the final say, who's calling the shots, who's doing this, who's doing that. But Sim said something interesting today on TFT Live, and I didn't watch the in-season Hard Knocks last year because it's in season, and I really have no interest in stuff that we already know and see. But apparently there's value to it because he said Tomlin is dialed in. He's there in the defensive meetings. He's heavily involved with the defense, even if he's not making the calls on game day. And remember this, the head coach always has the ability to veto any call that's made. And unless we are in a position to tap into the conversations that are happening in his headset, we don't know what adjustments he's making or suggestions he's making to Terrell Austin in real time, even if Mike Tomlin isn't calling the plays. He's the last word on everything the team does, offensively and defensively.
Mike, in less than 4 hours, I'm going to get my nipples pierced, so wish me luck.
Yeah, good luck. And I was not referring to you when I mentioned numbing.
Okay. Wow.
He's hearing veiled shots and he's hearing like references to him where they don't even exist. Mike, you might say he's seeing ghosts.
Was that part of the bet?
I put it in the tweet, yeah. I said no numbing agents to really drive home the point that I was that confident in the Steelers.
You really wanted to do this. No. I mean, that's the thing. This is one of those, if the Vikings lose, I'll eat a whole pizza as punishment.
Mike, I said if Penn State lost to Boise State, I'd get a Brazilian butt lift. I said that drunk, but I said it. So I don't know where these things pop into my head, but they do. And
well, have fun tonight.
Thank you, Mike. Good talk. See you next week. Mike Florio.
A Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah, Donnie, what's your take on that? Did you know I said that?
I don't remember that one.
Before the Fiesta Bowl.
I do remember several tweets about Penn State beating Boise State because it felt to me like you were sending all of them in the hopes that it would work in the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't remember the BBL one getting sent, though.
Yeah. Could you imagine if we had to have a station event for that?
Is that why
Pony unveils his Brazilian butt?
Is that why in my time off last week I did see the Photoshop job done by our buddy Caleb?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Can you imagine the Steve Wilson promo? Some might say Pony's an ass when he makes a big take. Now Pony has a big ass. Come and see it as Pony's BBL is unveiled.
Sponsored by Shorkey Chrysler. Oh, my God. All right. Good talk.
Your ass would have been big enough for a literal billboard to be like, an advertisement plastered across the back.
Or they'd put it on the pants. Like
What's
the
that?
Advertisement on the pants.
Oh, yeah.
They'd have had the entire weather read on his ass because it would have been so big.
All right. Aaron Rodgers next. We're going to hear what Aaron Rodgers had to say about the Packers' loss, his reaction to Mike Tomlin putting a lot of it on the offense, his take on the field conditions at Acrisure, were they any better? All that coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We're live at Mike's Beer Bar for my Pony Pierce's Cancer event. It'll happen at 7:30. The event technically starts at 6. You can enter with a ticket at 5, and all of the money goes to a great cause, helping fight breast cancer, the McGee Institute and Research Center for Breast Cancer Research. All right, quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And more hardwood action going on tonight. Tip-off week continues as we get settled back into NBA basketball. If you missed the beginning of the game, it's not an oh crap moment, I'm screwed, I had a bet I love, now I can't make it. No, FanDuel has live bets on everything from fourth quarter comebacks, point props, live rebound props. All those things are up on FanDuel. You can even put those live bets into a same-game parlay and get a much bigger payout on whatever game you are betting and whatever game you join midstream. There's a coach here who likes to say it's hard to jump on the moving train. Not so much with FanDuel. The train's moving, and you can still win money by flying down the tracks on FanDuel with live betting. New customers on FanDuel get $300 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Miller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the Grouper Capital of the World.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
For tonight, expect cloudy skies with areas of rain beginning after sunset and lasting through the overnight and early morning hours. A low of 46 degrees with northeast winds 15 to 20 miles per hour. On Thursday, expect periods of rain in the morning and during the afternoon with a high of 53. An isolated thunderstorm is possible with gusty winds out of the southwest at around 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews continue to respond to an accident on 28 outbound right before exit 11 towards the turnpike, so it is continuing to cause delays in that area. Also, normal rush hour delays are backing up the other major roadways. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Got junk? 2menandajuncktruck.com. At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers' first practice for the Colts game on Sunday just wrapped up. Pat Freiermuth, Isaac Seumalo, and Zach Frazier all skipped practice. For more, go to 93 with injuries. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, live from Mike's Beer Bar. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Temperatures for Steelers and Colts Sunday here in Pittsburgh will be in the low 50s. That is weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We are at Mike's Beer Bar for our Pony Pierces Cancer event. I'm getting my nipples pierced at 7:30 because I idiotically said before the Bengals game that the Steelers were a lock to win, and if they lost, I would get my nipples pierced. So here we are. There is a great dude who bartends here at Mike's who has gone through this, and he dubbed it a 7 out of 10 on a pain scale.
He said something novel, though. He said the first one is actually worse than the second because the first one you have no idea what you're about to go through, and then it's more like the devil you know for nipple number 2. He also just said he got it done the day he turned 18. And that he's had, like, multiple piercings on other parts of his face. He was just into having piercings, I guess.
Well, that's one thing I'm worried about, Donnie, is that a lot of these people we've talked to that have done the nipple piercing have done it in their teens and early 20s when they were young and dumb. I'm old. I think I got to be on the ancient side of people that have gone to get their nipples pierced.
And on top of that, how often do you talk to somebody
in that demographic?
Well, but also, how many times do we hear, yeah, it doesn't hurt that bad, but it's somebody who has a ton of piercings and tattoos.
Good point.
There's a reason why it doesn't hurt to them. They clearly enjoy it.
Pain is pleasure.
Whereas you ask somebody who has like maybe 1 or 2 pieces of work done, and
they say, this is a labor of love, it really hurt.
That's a good point by Donnie, actually. That's why I'm starting to get nervous, not to the point where I'm going to back out of this or anything.
Oh, buddy, I think the ship sailed on you doing that a long time ago.
But it is set in like, holy crap, I'm actually going to have to sit there.
A woman is a very skilled woman at that, though. Very skilled, APP member, right? I think it's the American
Professional Piercing?
Yeah. She's in a very famous piercing organization.
Why is Hall & Oates blasting right now?
Because your nips are on her list. Because your nips are on her list.
One thing I am concerned about is my body's natural reaction
to pain.
When
it's the recoil.
When she starts to pierce it to kind of move.
You've got to just hold firm. What if they have What if they have me and Donnie as these stationary coaches? We got to just hold you in place.
Well, that's why
I don't even know if I'd want that responsibility.
I think that needle's through your nipples so fast. I don't think it's gonna.
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna have time to move. It's gonna hurt, but I think that you're just gonna have to like that.
I think, and I don't have any piercings or tattoos, but at least like when I go get like blood work done or like any type of shot, I normally just look the other way and even try to have conversation with the person.
Yeah, I just got a flu shot not that long ago, and like the nurse who was doing the flu shot, I was getting a physical.
You think this is worse than that?
Yeah. She just pops out because the flu shot goes into like a muscle in your shoulder, like it makes your arms sore, but it's like a meaty part of the body, and it's not that big of a needle. It doesn't have to go through and through.
Yeah.
I just like look away, like she's like, oh, I'll hit you in the left arm. I said okay. And I'm like making small talk with her about like nothing. I hear the cap come off, and then it's done 2 seconds later, but I don't want to watch it happen. Now, when I used to donate plasma in college.
Congratulations on all your success.
I was doing it so I could get drunk quicker and have money to get
on all your
drunk.
Success.
I would look at the needle there because it's just sitting in your arm, and you're there for 45 minutes with a needle in your arm and like a centrifuge running. So what are you going to do? Eventually, I'd look. The one time it started to like bruise, and that was the last time I ever did it. It's like, hey, my arm's starting to like not look the way it should. Can you get over here?
Would they pay like $50 a pop for that?
You could do it 4 times, I think, in like a month or something, or in 2 week span, and you make $50 a week. I think he made $200 a month total doing it.
And Halsey's come a long way. Now he won't get his nipples pierced for $50,000.
Well,
that's good college money, though.
That was great college money at Penn State when you'd go, they would tell you, like, hey, try not to drink, like, for a night. And then, meanwhile, you'd go and have one 24-ounce draft and feel like you were,
Crowley
on your ass.
Adam's going to be here tonight. We saw him for lunch. I think he's going to have to explain to people
why he didn't carry out his bet.
No, well, not only that, good point. Also, why he would prefer to get his wiener pierced than his nipples. Because that, I think, that's a really weird one.
Has he explained to you why he would prefer that? The famed Prince Albert?
He said that he thinks the nipples are a more sensitive part of the body for him.
I can't get behind that.
I guess congratulations to Mrs. Crowley at that point.
All right, Aaron Rodgers talked to the media. Jeff Hathorn was there a couple minutes ago. Let's see if he addresses Tomlin ripping him for the way the offense acted after that missed penalty call early in the third quarter, how Aaron Rodgers felt about the field at Acrisure Stadium, which he ripped after the Browns game, and more. Here is the Steelers' 41-year-old quarterback on this huge matchup with the Colts.
What do you expect to see out of this Colts defense? They run out of a lot of nickel. You guys use a lot of tight ends. What do you expect to see against Colts?
Whatever they feel like is the best personnel grouping against our big personnel.
Aaron, Mike talked a lot about the frustration of having to settle for field goals and not touchdowns on those first half drives. What has to happen to finish those drives out?
Well, we had a couple penalties, and we had, in our get back on track, we didn't, get half back on some of those. We had 5, I think, third and 13 pluses, and 4 of the other ones were 8 to 10. So those are hard to convert.
Are there things that Roman is doing that you can trust that are helping you trust him a bit more in finishing routes and anticipating where he's going to be?
Like I told Roman, I thought he was going to have a good week to start the week. I told him last Wednesday, it's going to be your week this week, just kind of a feeling. And then Thursday, he had his best practice of the season. So, and even in that, there were still 3 or 4 real coachable moments. So, I told Roa, I've liked him since the first time we got to know each other out in Malibu, and I told him back then, I'm going to coach you to your potential, not to what I'm seeing. So I'm going to hold him to a high standard, and I was really proud of him in the game for the couple reaction plays that he made, and we just need to see consistency from him, but it starts in practice, and I thought Thursday was a really good practice for him, and today he had another nice practice.
This might be following up with Borgassi, but your point that you made post-game about wanting to do better in the higher ed area. As you looked at it this week, did you find this is more an execution-based problem, or are you looking to expand the playbook there? What do you think might help?
Execution, for sure. I mean, we hurt ourselves with penalties. We had opportunities to put ourselves in better situations, and it's just execution. Art's done a great job calling plays. We had a couple busts. We had a couple opportunities we didn't come up with. I missed the throw. We can't expect Boz to bail us out like that every single week.
Do you have any vibes this week on who might stand out guy?
Not yet.
Is there a way to rally the troops in your mind?
I don't know if we need to do that. I think you got to stay the course. We lost a tough one in Cincy on a short week. And we played a good football team and had many chances to get things going. We're up 16-7 at half. Our defense is playing well. Offensively, we've done a good job, I think, ending some halves with points, but we haven't. Not sure we've scored on the first possession of the second half. And when you're deferring and you're expecting to have a chance to double up, so to speak, that's what changes the game. The middle 8 of the game, we haven't played well in the second 4.
Aaron, in the right situations, would you like to go for it a little bit more on 4th downs?
I think you're seeing some trends around the league of teams going for it, but we got a kicker who's pretty automatic from anywhere going back even beyond 60, and the field, thankfully, was in slightly better shape than the previous week. So Boz was amazing, but we got to be ready to go for those and convert them if we get a chance.
Do you have any concerns about the field condition this coming week, knowing that you guys played last week?
Is Pitt playing again?
No.
Okay, so, well, good luck to Pitt, beating those guys for sure. Come on, Panthers, let's go, I talk to some of those guys just about every week. I always tease them. I know they're not playing Cal this year, but I always say, "You guys playing Cal?" And they say, "Nah, we got NC State." Or I say, "Oh, you're lucky. Lucky it's not Cal this week." But they're playing those guys. Come on, Pitt. Let's get it done this week. But the field, it is what it is.
Mike talked the other day about Mike talked about yesterday about sort of you guys not handling the adversity in the second half of, after the non-offside call, whatever. You talked about not riding the roller coaster week to week, but what's the challenge in making sure you don't ride it during the game in terms of navigating the emotions?
Yeah, I mean, we can't control when they jump off sides whether they throw the flag or not. We would like the correct call to be made for sure. But we still had a chance on that play. If coming down with a catch, it would have got the drive going. Obviously, we'd like that call. But they went down, and we had them backed up on a third down. They made a play. I thought we responded pretty well on the next drive. We just didn't get 7 there to really take it back to 2 scores. We got 3, and then they went down and scored again. So we got to help our defense out. And when we get it to 2 scores, they can play more one-dimensionally. And that's what we got to do.
Have there been any conversations with the vet leaders like you, Cam, Jalen Ramsey about responding better in those moments? Jalen talked about you can't complain about the calls after the Bengals game. Cam saying we got to respond better to adversity after this game with the personal foul penalties they committed. Has there been a talk about the leaders like, hey, we got to get this across the board with our team?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about any of those conversations.
You've spoken glowingly about Jaylen Warren since training camp. Is there an example that you could give us to kind of explain your surprise or your wonderment at him?
No surprise. I mean, I saw him play last year, and I've always been a fan of his as a change-up back, and I always wondered what it would be like if he got a chance to be the guy. When I saw Naj got traded, I figured he'd get a chance. And then when I got here, just the way he's so dynamic with the football, he's hilarious out there on the field because he's such a sweet guy, and just some of the things he's thinking about from time to time is amazing. He's just always so positive out there. But I love being in the huddle and being out there in the gun next to him, and then just kind of watching him go. There's been throws I've made this year that in the past I wouldn't make because, maybe there's a guy out there, maybe there's a couple guys out there, but I just feel like, when he's got the ball in his hands, the first guy never brings him down. And, we had a play the other night, faked the pitch to him, came back, had some deeper routes, and I threw out in the flat, and if you pause the film, there's like 3 guys in the way. And he makes all 3 miss, and then runs over the safety for a 12-yard gain and just comes back to the huddle like, normal. It's nothing crazy happened. That's what I love about him. There's expectation when he gets the ball that something great's going to happen, and his energy like that is very infectious for offense.
Aaron, when you were talking about Roman, what constitutes having a good practice? Is it having opportunities to have a good practice?
No, I think that's a misnomer because every play is watched from practice. So it's the attention to detail on the routes. I think that's sometimes lost. You might, even in a game situation, you might get so enamored with what a guy's doing, who's around the ball, getting the target, but a lot of times things that happen in the succeeding weeks are because of things you've seen on film on the backside of plays where a guy's not getting the ball, and you see the detail and the craft and the routes. The other day, he got the ball on Thursday at a number of plays, and that was positive. But, there were some other routes on the backside where we didn't get the ball, where you started to see some of the craft to show up, some of the detail in the routes that gives you confidence that you can trust him. And so that's what it is. Also, there were some correctable things. So, but I really like his attitude. I think of all the guys, who we expected to make an impact starting the season, especially him and Pat, to not get off to the most explosive starts, but to never once have a negative day, energy-wise, attitude-wise, is a credit to both of those guys. I'm really proud of both of them.
Why do you like developing wide receivers? Why do you like maybe investing time in teaching some of the younger guys and helping them grow?
And this is part of leadership. Also, I don't want to throw to a guy that I haven't seen him consistently make the plays that I'm expecting him to make. And there's a lot of conversations going on. There's position coach, there's offensive coordinator. But in the end, it's the conversation that him and I have that are most important because he needs to see the game through my eyes. And if I can make an impact on him and Calvin and some of the young guys, that's pretty special as I move on.
Guys, two more.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling had a workout here recently. Have you done any recruiting of him or lobbying for him either now or before the season when he was available?
I love MVS. I've always enjoyed playing with him. He's one of my favorite teammates of all time. He is a really special guy, and I think MVS can still really play. You saw last year when he was in New Orleans, he had opportunities. He had a lot of big touchdowns. He can still run. I think MVS wants to be on an active roster. So if there wasn't an opportunity here for that, then I guess he's waiting for something else. But I don't fault him. I love MVS, and whether he's here or somewhere else, I'm always pulling for him.
It feels like each week there are different playmakers stepping up. I mean, you have Spencer Anderson now catching a pass last week. What do you like about how diverse this offense is becoming in terms of your weapons?
Yeah, Spence is definitely a weapon in the run game and the pass game, but you know we gotta have different people based on the coverages that we see, and you're seeing a lot of heavy coverage to DK, of course. I mean, DK is a stud, and obviously he's going to demand at least a couple guys over there. And when that's the case, other guys have got opportunities, whether it's Big Darnell or obviously Pat against Cincinnati, and Roman had nice plays, and it's great having Calvin back because he is such a dynamic force with the ball, and got to find more ways to get him the football too.
All right, Aaron Rodgers there, his weekly confab with Steelers media, including Jeff Hathhorn. I'll pick up on what he said at the end there about Marquez Valdes-Scantling. There was all this reporting out there on Monday that he was signed, sealed, delivered to the Steelers, and here we are Wednesday, and he's still not on the team, and Rodgers gives away the real story there, what really went on, that he doesn't, as a veteran, want to sign to a practice squad. He wants to be on an active roster. What I'm surprised by, given what we thought of Aaron Rodgers and how he comes to an organization and tries to put a lot of his fingerprints on it, I am taken aback a little bit by the idea that he thinks Valdes-Scantling can make this team better. Cited what he did in New Orleans the second half of last season, which is right. He was a really good big play guy for them, and yet the Steelers didn't sign him.
Isn't pounding the table hard enough to get his way.
Or he is pounding the table and they're just not listening to it.
Well,
either way.
Maybe they think that he wouldn't aid in their ability to keep their composure on offense after a third down call didn't go their way. Maybe they think he would just be more gasoline on that fire.
Which I did think.
Should Rodgers just say, by the way, MVS switched, he's now a safety, and Mike would sign him instantly? He's actually a cornerback who's past his prime, Mike. He can't run anymore. Well, Mike and Omar Khan falling all over themselves to get to the phone.
What's the trade? Scotty Miller gets cut or gets put on IR with his broken finger, and MVS takes his spot?
Sure.
Because Skoranic's not going to go anywhere, and now Roman Wilson's finally starting to show some signs of life. So that would be the swap. I would do that. Miller's done nothing.
No,
Do you agree with that, Don?
He was training camp hero.
I might as well see if there's any chemistry between these two guys left. And you've got an injury like you do in baseball when, or Will Howard. Okay, you've given me a reason to put you on the IR. You've got a busted finger. I'd rather have Valdes-Scantling with 10 fingers than a guy with 9 who hasn't done anything so far this year.
And it still seems like, based on what we saw the back half of 24, that he at least still has one play in his bag, and that's the deep
fast.
ball.
Yep. Text is on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person you love from, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're live at Mike's Beer Bar for our Pony Pierce's Cancer event in less than 4 hours, 3 hours and 15 minutes to be exact. Not that I'm paying attention to it. I will have my nipples pierced because of what the Bengals did to the Steelers a couple Thursday nights ago. All Access with Aditi next. She'll tell us what's going on with the Steelers defense, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers beat the Penguins 3-2 in a shootout last night in Philly. Brazeau and Crosby had the 2 goals for Pittsburgh. Now a trip to Minnesota. Pens and Wild tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Yeah, thank you, Donnie. Blue Chew, I want to tell you about it, fellas, because it isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew's a cheat code for your crotch, and it can help you add a little bit of boing back in the bedroom, that fail horn music that you're getting, wah, wah. No, replace it with bow chicka wow wow. And Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best, like somebody gave the old downstairs region a pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew guys can help you be more confident where and when it counts. How good is it? Well, Let's just say you'll be having flashbacks to the glory days, shall we? Your date nights, they'll get longer and better for everyone. You can be ready when she is, too, with Blue Chew. Guys, it's not just about performance either. It's about you giving her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Breezy with rain tonight, the low 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at some heavy delays on the Parkway East as you head outbound from Technology Drive into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound, lanes start to stack around 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, we're live at Mike's for my Pony Pierce's cancer nipple piercing event. All the money raised tonight is going to go to the fight against breast cancer. The McGee Institute Research Institute here in Pittsburgh doing awesome work, fighting, combating, beating cancer. And so I am offering up myself as a sacrificial lamb because of what happened to the Steelers in that Thursday night loss to the Bengals. Can still come down here and purchase tickets at the door. $33. All the money goes to fight cancer. You get a shirt, you get food from Mike's, and you get to watch me scream in pain as I get my nipples pierced at 7:30. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Aditi Kinkhabwala, All Access, the NFL sideline reporter for CBS and Paramount Plus. And by the way, you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with this huge Week 9 matchup between the Colts and Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Aditi's headed back to Cincinnati, where she watched the Bengals and Jets play the only great game of Week 8. And the Jets helped the Steelers with that win over Cincinnati to keep them at arm's length in the division. And now they get Caleb Williams and the Bears, and it looks like Joe Flacco is dinged up for that game. Aditi sponsored by Tap Brick Oven and Porn House in Greensburg. All right, Aditi, tons of conversation here in Pittsburgh about what's going on with the Steelers defense and who's really in charge of the Steelers defense. You've been around this team for a long time. What can you tell us about that?
It's Mike Tomlin's defense. Like, even if Terrell Austin is helping with the install, is calling on Sunday, it's not his design. He is executing what the head coach wants to run, what the head coach has designed, what the head coach is the defense that he wants his team playing. So it's not this easy thing where you sit here and you say, oh, okay, it's the defensive coordinator's defense that's not working. And this goes all the way back to the very end of Dick LeBeau's tenure. You know, and I know you've referenced this. We had Keith Butler on the air together where Keith Butler confirmed what we all had known, that he had never even called the defense. And he had told me many a time that were he actually going to design the defense, it wouldn't necessarily be the defense that the Steelers were running.
Aditi, when you talk to a lot of people, you talk to a lot of coaches, do you get the sense, when the Steelers come up, is it still looked at that the scheme they are running is novel, is tough, is like talked about in the same way that Brian Flores' defenses are or Vic Fangio's defenses are in terms of complexity and difficulty to crack?
No. But there's a misnomer here that a great defense has to be really complicated. If you're very sound and you have great players, you can simplify. I mean, for the past few years, Jim Schwartz has talked about this with us ad nauseum, that the whole goal is he wants his players playing fast and not bogged down by thinking. But he can do that. He can play man defense with his secondary in a way that the Steelers just can't. It's a conversation we had with Mike Vrabel just a few weeks ago, where you're constantly doing this balancing act of, ideally, do you want fewer plays but you just do them so well? Do you want to be more simple and have your players beat the opposing players? Or do you need to rely more on complicated things, on disguise, on scheme? And it's a balancing act in a lot of ways based on the personnel that you have. And unfortunately, most every coach or scout that I speak to thinks that the Steelers overvalued the players that they, in fact, have.
Aditi, speaking of Mike Vrabel, the Steelers picked up another safety cast-off from the Patriots last night. Kyle Duggar to go along with Jabril Peppers. You've done Patriots games. What can you tell us about him?
I mean, obviously he didn't fit, just like Jabril Peppers. He didn't fit what Mike Vrabel wanted to do, didn't run as well as Mike Vrabel likes the safeties that he has right now. But I can say that all I ever heard was that he was a great citizen despite the demotion, that this wasn't a player that took to that news, that under a new regime he was not going to be valued as much. He didn't take to that news in a negative way. He didn't demand a trade out. He didn't pout. He was still from what I was told, was still a good leader, a good teammate. I think that counts for something.
Aditi, any advice for me tonight?
The only things that I have ever had pierced are my ears, and my mother did that when I was 2 months old. So, no. I will tell you this, Pony. And Maldi, doesn't Pony deserve so much credit for actually going through with this? I mean, you're nuts for constantly throwing these ridiculous things out there. I mean, I wish you had asked me first, what do you think? And not that you would have necessarily listened to me, but you could see Joe Flacco and the Bengals winning this game.
Aditi, I told him all week that the Bengals were a good bet to cover and at least had a chance to win the game.
You didn't pick them to win, though. You were with me. You picked the Steelers.
I told you they were going to cover, which meant the game would be within one possession, and you just didn't listen to me. You should never make a bet when it's that close. Yes, Aditi, I do give him credit for going through with this and turning it into something
and raising money, turning it into a great car. Are Amanda and Stella going to be watching?
Stella is at home with our nanny. But Amanda will be here, but she's already, dreading it because she thinks I'm a big wuss when it comes to any kind of, cold, for example. She says I milk it. Any kind of small injury, she thinks I act like I freak out. So she thinks she's going
to have to take care of you after this? That's
exactly.
Not fair.
Yeah. No. Hold on a second. It hasn't happened yet, so don't criticize me.
That is kind of appropriate, though, that Amanda says you milk injuries, just like one of your idols and heroes in sports. Ben Roethlisberger shaking the hand off or flexing the toes or something like that.
Yeah, he always went back out there and played.
But a lot of that was for show, right, though? A lot of that was part of the performance theater.
Yes, late in his career, I even gave him credit and said sometimes I'm convinced that he was trying to do it to get the defense to let up so that he was playing possum, in other words.
That could be possible. I mean, it's all part of the theater. Sports is entertainment.
Aditi, enjoy Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse this weekend.
She's a vegetarian.
I know. That's why I always say that.
I hope they have good sides there.
And we'll talk next week. Thank you.
Bye, guys. Good luck, Pony.
Thanks. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. That game's at the same time as the Steelers game. I am interested in that because we're going to see the Bears soon. And, yeah, I want both teams to stink, I guess. But then again, as I say that out loud, I'm also in a pretty crappy place with the Steelers right now, and I don't think a lot of it's going to matter.
Honestly, nothing any other team would show against a different opponent would feel like, to me, it has carryover when the Steelers are playing them, because I just feel like the Steelers' defense is so obviously riddled with problems and is unwilling to acknowledge them. I think there's an acknowledgement that in Cincy their defense just stinks.
Absolutely.
Here there is complete denial
by the coaching staff. No doubt.
That's what I mean. Internally, they're no, we don't. We just the head coach thinks that they've just got to tackle better, for God's sake.
And they were a millisecond away from making a play in the Packers game.
Yeah, close counts in two things, Pony. Do you know what two things they are?
Horseshoes and
horse grenades and hand shoes?
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Thank you, Pony.
All right. Donnie has his biggest football topic of the day coming up next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can listen to this game right here on 93.7 The Fan tomorrow night to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. Ravens and Dolphins in Miami. 8:15 kick. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. I want to tell everybody about Universal Windows Direct because they have a phenomenal deal going on this month. It's very simple. This October is the right time to fix the window problem you have at your house. Universal has buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. You need 24 windows, you only pay for 12. Plus, you can enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. And when you schedule this month, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project. The exclusive Super Spacer technology that Universal Windows Direct has makes those windows last longer, perform better, keep the cold air out, keep the warm air you're paying for in, keep the energy bills lower, and keep your home more comfortable. Those are a bunch of good things. That's just win after win after win. So don't wait on this one. Call them at 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. USC travels to Lincoln on Saturday night as a 6.5-point favorite to take on Nebraska. Lincoln Riley is 1-15 against the spread on the road in games played in the Eastern or Central time zone. The Trojans never play well in these kind of games, and I expect this one to be no different. Give me Nebraska plus 6.5 and on the money line at plus 190 as well. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's 4:30, so that means it's time for Donnie's biggest football story in the world. The Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. We are here at Mike's Beer Bar, Pony Pierce's cancer event. In exactly 3 hours, I will have 2 freshly pierced nipples. And I have been told repeatedly that I can't have anything to drink because I might bleed profusely if that happens.
Drinking thins your blood.
Yeah.
It lowers your inhibitions. It maybe raises your pain tolerance, but it thins your blood.
And when I tell people that, the next line is, well, why don't you eat a gummy and get stoned?
But
I get paranoid when I get high.
Paranoid, pierced nipples. Yeah, just hopefully this serves as a lesson for you to stop writing checks that your ass does not really want to cash but still does.
We're going to get another one within a year, Mulsey.
I mean, how much worse can it get? Honestly, he'd have to say, I'll get a Prince Albert piercing.
You think this is as bad as it gets?
Well, I think maybe you would come up with, I'll get my butt cheeks pierced together at the top. I don't know.
Sewn together.
Like, really, the sky's the limit when it comes to you and just, like, making very, very, very ill-fated bets.
We've had Mario Lemieux pitch in a signed jersey. He found out about this and said, I want to help Pony beat breast cancer. boom, the greatest hockey player of all time is in. The guy who is now rated the best quarterback in college football by CBS Sports.
That's right.
Mason Heinschel says, I got a football for you signed by me to raffle off.
Yeah.
And the one guy who balled out among all Steelers players in that Bengals game that
blame free. He tried to save you. This guy.
I think it was going through his head when we scored that touchdown.
When he caught it and he had to beat the guy to the corner, he's thinking, Pony, got to do it for Pony.
And Roethlisberger said in his podcast, "Go down, Pat," and he said, "Hell no, Pony needs me right now.
Those nipples
need me." To the house, man. And he was so kind and gracious enough to drop off a pair of game-worn cleats. And if those are from a Penn State game, Austin Bechtold would bid untold dollar amounts for those, Donnie.
Oh, I mean, I think he would take over like the entire raffle. He would like hide all the other.
He'd
tickets.
hyperventilate, huffing the smell from inside the cleats if that happened. He would. That's what. He would also just be. I'm surprised he's not down here bursting through the front door like Kool-Aid Man right now. So.
Well, anyways, I just owe a huge credit to attitude.
What are you doing right now?
I'm nervous,
He's starting to slip up.
I am starting to slip up. Yes.
Horse grenades and hand shoes.
Yes.
Last thing. Gret of attitude.
3 hours from now, my life is going to change forever, and I'm going to become known as the guy that got his nipples pierced for making a stupid comment on Twitter.
I know.
Of all the things I've done, I filled in for Jim Rome. I've hosted on FAN. I've hosted in Boston. I've had my own national show. I've done a show with Roethlisberger. I've done a show with Ryan Clark. I've done a show with James Conner. I've done a show with Patrick Peterson. All these guys. And I'm going to be known as the guy.
Wait, did you say you've been on First Things First?
First Things First.
You've been on television.
Yes.
In a high-profile setting.
I've done First Things First, just like Freiermuth. I've done Kay Adams, just like Pat.
Whoa, phrasing there.
What?
You said I've done Kay Adams.
Well, he's done the show.
Phrasing
okay?
there. Phrasing.
Okay, he's done the show, like me.
Phrasing.
I'm not... Yeah.
You just got to be careful there.
So
you survived penis surgery, too.
I'm kind of a big deal. But now I'm going to be known as the guy with pierced nipples.
Johnny, there's a look over your shoulder right now. That's what I'm laughing at right now. Somebody...
Well, Pat also wants to know, did you share the news with Stella yet? Because Stella is very wise beyond her years already.
There's video of it.
She's 2 going on 25. I mean, she's not going to be here because you don't want her to see Dad go through this trauma. But I feel like she would be almost like detached. Like she'd have the kid equivalent of a beer, and she'd be on a sippy cup going, "Can you believe this guy?" And making fun of you.
So I told you that when I was screwing around with friends when I was in high school.
Yeah.
I got hit practice swing, not full swing, but practice swing to the penis with an aluminum bat.
I thought you said it was more to the nuts.
It was more to the nuts. It got part of,
Okay. Yes.
Right? So I asked a guy who
There's somebody standing within 10 feet of us right now who can't believe we get paid to do this.
So I asked someone who had their nipples pierced.
Yeah.
And also who had a
groin injury of
had a male body part.
Oh, okay.
I said, what's more painful? Getting hit there, getting your nipples pierced?
Yeah.
And he said, by far, getting hit down there.
Oh, yeah. I would.
So, I got that going for me.
People routinely pass out from the pain if they really get hit there. Routinely.
Yeah.
Like,
and what did
lose consciousness?
And what did Kate say from the piercing place who's coming to do this? Only one person's passed out?
Yeah, she's a very skilled hand here.
And she does like 50 a month.
She said she does 50 nipple piercings, 75-25 ladies. And she said that unlike Sheryl Crow, the first cut is not the deepest. She said the second one is worse. But then our guy here at Mike's, who's a great bartender, he said he got it done on his 18th birthday. He got both nipples done. He said, first one worse, didn't know what to expect out of it. Second one, at least I had some sort of semblance of it.
Another female asked me if I had big nipples.
Like pepperonis.
And what was your line?
Salami nipples.
Well, then that's...
I saw some guys in that freshman dorm at Waynesburg, man. I'm just saying.
Who would have had the black bar, the censorship bar across their chest?
Well, she said from personal experience, she thinks if there's more there, the more it's going to hurt.
Oh.
So let that sink in.
I mean...
Because it's true. There's more...
Well, there's more area for the nipple to go through.
Whereas if they were like minuscule, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
He's just got tiny.
You saw the picture of
tiny
him on
little
Twitter.
itty bitty nipples.
I mean, I feel like they were just kind of like
they're just
regular.
I would say garden variety nipples. That's what I would say. I would say standard issue.
Is there anything you wanted to get accomplished in this segment?
I mean, I was going to talk about the Heinzel stuff.
How about him, man?
Because
what a meteoric rise right now.
Because according to David Cobb from CBS, he moved him from 43rd to 1st.
I know, man. He's got him ahead of Mendoza. Like, I think it's a little bit of a clickbaity thing. I think Mendoza's...
A little bit.
Yeah, a lot bit. But he's got him ahead of guys like Marcel Reed, who I'm starting to get, like, vague Lamar Jackson vibes from. Mendoza's been terrific. Haynes King from Georgia Tech, a monster. But, like, Heinzel is... He's the guy who's played well enough through 4 starts that you can start to dream on it if you're a Pitt fan. Like, holy... like, not like, within reason for Pitt, right?
I'm just saying it's incredible... The state of college football now is, yippee, we have this guy, but we're going to lose him.
Can we pay him?
Yeah. I was out to dinner with my father-in-law on Saturday night after the game was over, and he said, you know, LSU or Auburn or any of these schools are going to try to poach him, and that, like, takes away the fun.
LSU's got bigger problems right now. Did you see what happened there?
What?
The governor, Jeff Landry, like at LSU, the governor is always very involved in the program, like making sure it's a big deal. He decreed, I would rather have the current president of the United States make the next coaching hire than AD Scott Woodward. And then they announced that Scott Woodward, their actual AD, is not going to hire the next coach.
Wow. So who is?
Their board of supervisors.
Wow.
Bob Woodward. I think he's passed very recently, in fact.
Donnie, thank you.
The great Bob Woodward.
Thank you for a scintillating debrief. All right, if anybody's had their nipples pierced and wants to call in now and give me some advice, last second here on how this is going to feel, that would be great. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We also have Steelers insiders disagreeing on Terrell Austin's role in the defense. Who's right, who's wrong? Live at Mike's Beer Bar for our Pony Pierce's cancer event. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, let me tell you guys about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross did wonders for me. Love the job they did on my garage floor. It happened exactly this time last week. They said they were going to be in and out in one day. And I was shocked and amazed by how good of a job they did in such a short amount of time. Remember, these are trained pros. They don't use subcontractors. They fixed all the cracks and pits in my garage. It was stained. It was gross. And then they put the garage floor coating over it, and now it looks like a showroom. Right now, get 50% off labor on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. 50% off labor right now when you call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Comer and Cross makes it so easy for you, 50% off labor, and they can install it by the holiday if you call now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Mike Tomlin is absolutely one of the best coaches in the National Football League, but it might be time for a change. An aging defense is now at the brink of delivering Tomlin perhaps his most disappointing season in a decade. Maybe it's time for Tomlin and the Steelers to say goodbye. I'm Bill Ryder.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? Are we going to run it? We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin, all over Febreze car clips right on your fin. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Dan Zangbrilli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Novel buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's the scariest thing about Halloween? The footsteps upstairs? Don't go up there. The face in the window? Who's out there? Or not having enough wine for your guests? This month, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has great prices on some wickedly good reds, like the devilishly smooth Casillero del Diablo Malbec, or a hauntingly good glass of Ghost Pines Cabernet. Both bottles are $2 off. Shop in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end November 2nd, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner. On sale now. Buy one, get one free. Plus, loyalty members receive 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
How long have you had sharp pains in your heel or that burning sensation on the bottom of your feet? Do you want to lose weight and exercise but cannot because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many people come to the Good Feet store and talk about these same issues. The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers.
The pain in my foot was so bad I could not walk for any length of time. I walked in the Good Feet store in pain, and I walked out pain-free.
Good Feet arch supports fit in all your own shoes. Ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
No shots, no surgery, and no medication. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at